In the quiet folds of night, when the world hushes and breath slows, the Quran opens not with thunder or command, but with a whisper to the soul. It begins not with a story of men or war or wonder, but with a prayer, a simple, perfect prayer. And before even that, it begins with something smaller still, a breath. The kind you take when you feel something sacred approach, the kind of breath that prepares the heart for a truth it once knew, long ago. The Quran begins with Al-Fatiha, the opening. Not merely the first surah, but a door. It is the threshold across which every believer steps before diving into the deep sea of divine speech. And so tonight, as the dark deepens and your eyes grow heavy, we step to that door together. There is peace in the way it starts. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. These words are not shouted, they are cradled. They hold within them two names that wrap around the soul like warm cloth in winter. Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, mercy without end, compassion beyond condition. Not the mercy of the courtroom, where the guilty plead for clemency, but the mercy of a mother who rushes to soothe her child before it cries. That is where the Quran begins. That is how God first speaks. All praise belongs to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Not just one world, not just the world of humans or animals or oceans or skies. All the worlds, the seen and the unseen. The world inside your chest and the one behind your closed eyelids. He is not just God of what you can touch or taste or name. He is Lord of what you've forgotten, what you've never known, what you dream of and what you fear. And He is not far. He is closer than closeness, near without stepping, present without pressing. The next verse says again what the first name whispered. He is the most merciful, the most compassionate. Why repeat it? Perhaps because we forget. Perhaps because we live in a world that punishes mistakes and measures worth by success. Perhaps because the soul grows tired and needs to hear, again and again, that there is one who knows every flaw and does not recoil. There is one who sees all your stumbles and still calls you beloved. He is the master of the day of judgment. That day, the one we carry in the back of our minds like a sealed letter. The day when truth will no longer be hidden under performance, when no disguise will hold. On that day, He is not just a witness, but the master, not a tyrant, not cruel, but the one who will balance every scale and right every wrong. A day when the child you comforted will be remembered. A day when the tear you wiped will be weighed. A day when every injustice will be undone, not by man, but by the one who sees perfectly. And then comes the heart of it all. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help. There is no flattery here, no bribe, no performance, just the truth. We cannot walk alone. We cannot see clearly without guidance. We cannot even reach for good without Him placing that desire in us. This is not weakness. This is the shape of being human. The one who bows is not broken. He is simply telling the truth. So guide us. That's what we ask. Guide us to the straight path, not the easiest path, not the most popular, but the one that leads us home. The one that keeps our feet steady when the world around us shifts. The path of those you have blessed, not the path of those who earned your anger, nor those who went astray. A plea, quiet, but clear. Let me walk the road you love. Keep me close. Keep me from forgetting. Let me not become one who knows but doesn't do, or one who does without knowing why. Al-Fatiha is only 7 verses, but it is the seed of the whole Quran. Every theme that will unfold in the next 100 chapters is already here. God's mercy, His authority, His nearness, our dependence, the day of return, the need for direction, the contrast between truth and illusion. It is all present, all contained in these few lines, like an ocean held in a drop of rain. And though the Quran will speak next of stories and commands and warnings and wonders, none of it comes before this. None of it makes sense without this beginning. It is as if God, in His wisdom, knew we could not begin with law or doctrine or history. We had to begin with Him, with His mercy, with our need, with the conversation between Creator and creation, where we are not told what to do, but invited to speak, to ask, to yearn. Al-Fatiha is recited in every unit of prayer, no matter the time, no matter the language or the land. Whether whispered by an old man in the desert before dawn, or spoken silently by a child in a crowded schoolyard, it is the same. It binds the entire Ummah across centuries and continents. And every time it is recited, it is new, because you are new. Because today you need a different kind of guidance than you needed yesterday. Because your heart is tired in a different way tonight than it was last night. The Quran could have started with thunder, but it started with a lullaby. It could have started with fear, but it started with love. It could have started with demand, but it started with prayer. And in that choice, there is a lesson that maybe the most powerful truth is the gentlest, that maybe the first step to understanding God is not knowledge or logic, but softness. As you breathe now, in the dark, letting your limbs go heavy, letting your thoughts slow to a hum, hear the words again. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. The one who knows you better than you know yourself. The one who hears your thoughts before you think them. The one who wrote this chapter not for a nation or a scholar or a saint, but for you. There is nothing you need to do, nothing to prove. The Quran is not a test. It is a letter, and this first chapter is the envelope, the tender fold that opens and says, I see you, I made you, and I am near. So let your mind wander gently through the words. Let the rhythm of them wrap around your breathing. And if your thoughts drift, that's all right. Come back, or don't. You are not being measured. You are being met. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, once said that no prayer is complete without Al-Fatiha. Not because God needs to hear it, but because we need to say it. We need to remember, to ground ourselves before we rise, to anchor the spirit before it sails into the winds of the world. Tonight, the Quran begins, but not with answers, with a question, a reaching, a whisper from the soul to the source. Show me, hold me, guide me, stay with me. And from beyond all distance, the answer is already coming, soft and sure, always has been, always will be. Sleep now, let your heart listen, the door is open. The second surah begins with letters that have no translation, just sounds. Mysterious syllables, alif, lam, mim. Their meaning is known only to God, but their presence marks a turning, a shift, as if the Quran is reminding us that some things are beyond human grasp, and that this journey, like life, begins not with clarity, but with trust. This is the book, it says, in which there is no doubt, a statement soft and bold at once, not a boast, not a threat, but a reassurance. This is not a text that will confuse you, mislead you, or leave you in darkness. It is a book of light, a book for the ones who want to walk a path with meaning. It is guidance for those who are conscious of their Creator, who seek something beyond the surface of this life, who know there must be more. The first verses describe the people who will benefit from this light, those who believe in the unseen, who know that not everything real can be touched, who trust that behind the wind, behind the breath, behind every moment that feels like more than chance, there is a purpose. These are the people who pray, not because they have all the answers, but because they trust the one who does, who give from what they've been given, not out of pride but gratitude, who believe in what came before them and what is still to come, and who are certain deep down that they will return to the one who made them. Then the surah describes those who choose not to believe, not with anger, but with clarity. There are people who close their hearts, no matter the light, who will not see, even if every sign is placed before them, not because they are incapable, but because they have chosen not to feel. For them, the message falls like rain on stone. And then there are others who pretend, who wear belief like clothing, but inside, their hearts are untouched. They say the words, but they do not mean them. They try to walk two roads at once, thinking they can fool the one who sees through all veils. But faith is not a performance, and the Quran does not scold them. It simply exposes them, gently, like lifting a curtain to show there is no stage, only truth. The surah then speaks to all of mankind, not just believers, not just scholars, all. It calls us to remember the one who created us, who made the sky a roof, the earth a resting place, and sent rain that brings forth life. It asks, so simply, so softly, if there is any doubt in the one who gave us all we have, and it challenges those who doubt the Quran to bring something like it, to gather every poet, every thinker, every master of language, and try, not to shame them, but to show that this book, though made of words, is unlike anything else. And then, like a river, the surah begins to carry us into stories, not fiction, not folklore, but living lessons that rise and fall with human hearts. It begins with Adam, not in the garden, but before, when God told the angels he would place a successor on the earth. They asked, "Will you place one who causes bloodshed while we glorify you always?" And God replied, "I know what you do not know," a reply that echoes through time, a reminder that even when we do not understand what God allows, there is wisdom deeper than sight. Then comes the moment when Adam is taught the names of all things, not just language but meaning. God gave Adam knowledge, a trust, a gift no other creation received. And then God told the angels to bow, not to worship, but to honor. All did, except Iblis. He refused, not because he could not, but because he would not. Pride held him back. And pride, the kind that sees itself above others, was the first sin. From that refusal, the story of human struggle begins. The surah tells us how Adam slipped, how he was tempted, how he was not cast from heaven in anger, but sent to earth with a promise that God would send guidance, and whoever followed it would never be lost. That though the human story began with a mistake, it did not begin in despair. It began with mercy, with return. And now, with hearts softened, the Quran turns to a people beloved by God, but who forgot their promise, the children of Israel, not to blame them but to teach us, to show what happens when truth is received but not honored, when signs are shown but taken for granted. The surah recounts how they were saved from Pharaoh, how the sea was split for them, how manna and quails were sent from heaven, how they were given a prophet, a book, a covenant, yet how quickly they turned back, asked for more, demanded what was already theirs. But still, God was patient, again and again, even when they worshipped a calf made of gold. While Moses was receiving the command directly from the divine, they were forgiven when they turned back. Even when they broke the Sabbath, or altered the scripture, or asked to see God with their eyes, the door of mercy was never shut. The lesson is not in their failure, but in God's response. In his forgiveness, in the way he continued to send guidance, to invite, to wait. There is a moment in the surah when the people ask Moses for a sign, a specific one. They are told to sacrifice a cow, a simple command, but they respond with questions. What kind of cow? What color? What age? Each time the answer is given, but each time the request becomes more complicated, until finally they fulfill the command, but only after delay and resistance. And from this the surah takes its name, the cow, not because of the animal, but because of the lesson, that when the heart is unwilling, even the simplest guidance becomes heavy. That faith is not about how much you know, but how you respond. Throughout these verses, a pattern forms. Guidance is not just given, it must be received with humility, with sincerity, and above all with gratitude. When it is, the soul expands. When it is not, the heart begins to harden, not suddenly, but slowly, like clay left in the sun, cracking over time. And yet even for the hardest heart, the Quran whispers gently, like water over stone, patient, persistent. The surah speaks also of those who were entrusted with scripture but treated it like a burden, who used their knowledge for pride, or profit, or power. It is a warning, but also a reminder. That knowledge is not light unless it leads to truth. That religious leadership is not honor unless it is carried with humility. That remembering God is not enough. We must live what we remember. The Quran does not tell these stories to entertain, It tells them to wake something in us, to stir the parts of our soul that still hunger for meaning, that still feel the pull of something higher, even in the middle of a world that distracts and overwhelms. And even as it tells of past nations, of ancient struggles, it keeps returning to the present, to us. It asks what kind of people we want to be. Will we be those who ask endlessly but never act, who doubt until truth is buried under argument? Or will we be those who hear a command and say simply, "We hear and we obey"? And again, it brings us back to the heart of it all. Faith, not as a formula, but as a living response, a light inside. The surah describes the Quran as a guidance for those who believe. It compares their deeds to a seed planted in the earth, which grows and multiplies. And it says, clearly, that God does not shy away from parables, even if they involve something as small as a mosquito, because truth is not in the grandeur of the example, but in the lesson behind it. So as your breathing softens and the world falls away, let these verses settle into you. Let the stories wash over you like water, not with urgency, but with calm. You are not here to memorize. You are here to remember. You are not here to judge. You are here to listen. You are not being tested. You are being held. The Quran is not asking you to be perfect. It is asking you to be present, to hear the words that spoke across centuries and still speak tonight, words that carry the mercy of your Maker, the one who created you with care, the one who has never stopped calling you back. So rest now. Let the names and the voices of the past fade into light. Let the lessons whisper through you like wind in tall grass. You are not alone. You are not forgotten. This surah, this chapter, this book was never for scholars only. It was for you, and it is only just beginning. The chapter continues, flowing like a wide and gentle river. Its current is steady, its waters deep. As the verses unfold, we are no longer only observers of stories from long ago. We become part of them. The message turns its gaze toward us, asking not only that we listen but that we reflect. Faith is not something buried in books or found only in sacred places. It lives in the space between what we know and how we live. The Quran draws that line with tender care. The direction of prayer is mentioned, the Qibla, and with it comes a shift in time. The early Muslims once prayed facing Jerusalem, honoring the tradition of prophets who came before. But in this moment, God commands a change. Now they must turn toward the Kaaba in Makkah. For some, it was a test, a change in direction that revealed something deeper. It showed who followed faith as obedience and who followed it as convenience. It is not about the building or the place. It is about the willingness to turn when God asks, even when the reason is not known. It is about the soul's alignment, not the body's position. God speaks to the believers as a community now. You are a balanced nation, witnesses over others, as the prophet is a witness over you. It is not a title of pride, but a responsibility. To carry the message with gentleness, to live the values it teaches, to stand for justice with quiet strength. This is not a privilege of blood or tribe or history. It is something alive and earned, moment by moment. The verses then turn to the trials that will meet the faithful. Hunger, fear, loss. These are not signs of divine anger. They are part of the human path. But those who meet hardship with patience, who say with calm hearts that they belong to God and to Him they will return, they are the ones truly guided. In the face of pain, they do not collapse. They do not curse the sky. They whisper their grief into the night and trust that they are heard. These are the ones wrapped in mercy, the ones who carry light. God then speaks about sacred places and sacred times, about the hills of Safa and Marwa, the sites where Hajar ran searching for water, desperate to save her child. The Quran affirms her story, honors her steps. There is reward in walking between those hills, not because of the stones or the sand, but because of what they symbolize: a mother's faith, a woman's courage, a prayer answered with a spring. These small rituals carry great meaning. When performed with consciousness, they are not mechanical. They are memories we reenact, stories we step into. Those who hide the truth after knowing it Those who keep light from reaching others, they are warned, not with rage but with sorrow. Knowledge is not for hoarding. Revelation is not a crown. It is a flame meant to be passed, hand to hand, heart to heart. But even so, the door is never shut. God reminds us again and again that repentance is always near, that even the ones who stray far can find their way back. The night is long, but the morning always returns. Then come the verses of prayer, not the formal ritual prayer alone, but the cry of the heart. When my servants ask you about me, say that I am near. I respond to the call of the caller when he calls upon me. These words are like a balm. They do not speak of distance or delay. God is not far away. He is not a ruler seated behind walls. He is close, closer than veins, closer than breath. He hears the voice that does not reach the tongue. He answers the need that has no words. All he asks is that we call. The laws begin to appear here. Fasting is prescribed, but even this command is wrapped in gentleness. It is not punishment, it is protection. It is a way to cleanse the soul, to feel hunger, and remember those who feel it always, to let the body rest from its routines, to rediscover what it means to be in control of the self. The fast is not for God's sake, it is for ours, that we may become mindful, that we may remember our origin and our end. And even in fasting there is mercy. The sick, the traveler, the old, all are given ease. Religion is not meant to break us, it is meant to shape us. The night of Ramadan is spoken of with reverence. It is the night in which the Quran itself was sent down, a night better than 1,000 months. A night in which angels descend and peace flows from the heavens to the earth. The gates of mercy open, the burdens lift, and for those who seek, the seeking is not in vain. From there, the surah returns to earthly matters, to trade and charity and family life, to the cycle of the moon, to the hidden dangers of hoarding wealth or manipulating contracts. Faith is not separate from life. It does not belong only in the mosque. It belongs in the marketplace, in the home, in how we treat our neighbors, in how we speak when no one is listening. Verses about spending in the way of God are not just instructions, they are invitations to detach from the illusion of ownership, to give, not until it hurts, but until it heals. What you spend for the sake of love, God sees it, even if it is the smallest coin, even if it is a smile, even if it is unseen by others. And what is given with sincerity is never lost. It grows in ways we cannot see. The Quran does not only ask for charity, it protects the dignity of the one receiving it. Do not follow up your gifts with reminders of generosity. Do not shame those who accept your help. Give as God gives, silently, lovingly, without seeking praise. And if you cannot give, then say something kind, because words can be more nourishing than food, and silence more cruel than hunger. The surah also speaks of loans, trade, and justice. Contracts should be written, witnesses should be present. Fairness is not optional, it is an expression of faith. There is no shame in protecting each party. There is only wisdom. And again, the Quran does not favor the wealthy or the powerful. It insists on fairness for all. Justice is not tilted by status. It is guided by truth. One of the longest verses in the Quran appears here. A verse about recording debts, about honesty, about remembering that every promise we make is witnessed, not just by those around us, but by the one who sees all. This level of detail is not about bureaucracy. It is about trust. A society cannot stand on worship alone. It must be held together by fairness and care. Toward the end of this section, the tone returns to belief. God does not burden a soul beyond what it can bear. Whatever weight you carry, whatever sorrow you shoulder, it is known, it is measured. It is not more than you can hold. And if you fall, if you falter, there is no shame, only return, only prayer. Our Lord, do not hold us accountable if we forget or make mistakes. That is what the heart says, and God listens. Say not what your hands will do tomorrow with arrogance. Say instead, if God wills, the future is not ours. It belongs to the one who shaped it before we were born. But this moment, This breath is a gift, and it can be filled with meaning, even in its stillness. Faith is not found only in rising early or memorizing verses. It is found in how we treat the vulnerable, the orphan, the traveler, the one who has nothing left. If your belief does not soften your speech, if it does not still your anger, if it does not increase your patience and make your heart wide, then it is still only words. But when it sinks deep, it becomes light, a light that spills into everything. And so, as you rest now, listening with half-closed eyes and a heart that is slowly opening, let these words settle like mist. Let them enter not as noise, but as presence. You are not being asked to remember every line. You are being invited to feel, to recognize that the one who sent this book sees you, hears you, knows you. This is not a manual for perfect people. It is a map for the wounded, a balm for the restless, a rope to hold when the days are dark and your hands are tired. You do not need to climb. You only need to hold on. This surah is long, its rivers wide, but they all flow from one source, the one who knows the way, the one who waits for you to come closer, and the one who never grows weary of drawing near. So rest now. Let the surah carry you. Let the verses be like waves, lapping soft against the shores of your thoughts. You are not alone. You are exactly where you are meant to be. And the one who sent these words is always listening. The surah continues, rich with meaning, quiet in strength. It does not rush. It walks beside you. Each verse another step toward understanding. It does not lift you by force. It meets you where you are, reminding you that God is never far and that every choice carries weight. Faith, the surah teaches, is not still. It moves. It grows. It bends in the wind, but does not break. It is tested not in words, but in action. And so, the Quran begins to describe those who give and serve and strive in private, not seeking applause, not waiting for reward from people. They are like a single grain that grows 7 ears, and in every ear, 100 seeds. Every small act, when done for the sake of God, is never small. It multiplies in ways that cannot be measured, not by numbers but by effect. Even a smile, even a silent act of kindness, even holding your tongue when your ego wants to rise. The verses turn to generosity, the kind that gives with grace, the kind that does not shame the one who receives. What is given should not be poisoned by arrogance or regret. If you give and then remind someone that you gave, or act superior for doing so, you unravel what was beautiful. It is better to say something kind than to give a gift with a cruel hand. God sees not only the act, but the heart behind it. True giving comes from a place of purity, from a soul that trusts. The surah likens this to a garden on high ground, nourished by rain. Even when the rain is light, it still produces fruit. But a garden built on weak soil or selfishness dries quickly. What we give with sincerity lasts. What we give for status crumbles. As the verses flow, they carry us deeper into understanding. We are told not to consume one another's wealth unjustly, not to trade in dishonesty or deception. The principles of ethics are placed alongside the principles of worship, because in the Quran, they are not separate. Prayer without integrity is incomplete. Fasting without justice is hollow. Belief must take root in the everyday. The surah then speaks of those who devour interest, who profit from others' desperation, who build wealth by making others poor. It says that interest may seem like increase, but it brings no blessing. Charity, though it subtracts from your hand, adds to your soul. Interest fuels greed. Charity feeds contentment. And in a world where money moves faster than meaning, this reminder is an anchor. To be honest, to be fair, to be human. Contracts are discussed again. The longest verse of the Quran is here, speaking calmly and clearly about writing down debts, about protecting the rights of both sides, about being just in trade and patient in agreement. It may seem mundane, but it matters deeply. Justice in business is not lesser than prayer. It is part of the same faith. It reflects whether we believe that God is present, even in what we write, what we weigh, what we owe. Then comes a verse many know by heart, one that rises from the page like light. God does not burden a soul more than it can bear, a promise as gentle as it is powerful. Whatever you are facing, whatever you are carrying, it has been measured with care, not to crush you, but to shape you. You may feel weak, you may feel at your limit, but the one who created you knows your capacity better than you do. The struggle you feel is not a punishment, it is part of your becoming. The verse continues with a prayer, not formal, not rigid, but tender. Our Lord, do not take us to account if we forget or make a mistake. Our Lord, do not place on us burdens as you placed on those before us. Our Lord, do not make us bear what we have no strength to carry. These are not words of complaint, they are words of trust. A heart speaking honestly to its Maker, and God in His mercy responds with love. He forgives, He eases, He lifts. And so, this part of the surah closes with softness. It began with laws and ethics and the precision of contracts, but it ends with a return to the heart, with prayer, with the reminder that our covenant with God is not just rules to obey, but a relationship to nurture, that He listens, that He understands, that He accepts. Throughout these verses, faith is shown not as a shield from life's tests, but as a light through them, and guidance is not forced, it is offered, gently, repeatedly, like a friend walking beside you in silence, waiting for you to speak. The Quran does not call perfect people, it calls sincere ones, those who fall and rise again, those who question but do not close their hearts, those who weep in the dark but keep walking toward the light. And here in these verses, it gives them strength, not in loud promises or grand miracles, but in the quiet truth that God is near. Even when the way is unclear, even when the self feels scattered, the path remains, and those who walk it, step by step, are honored not by how far they get, but by how truly they walk. So as the night deepens and your thoughts begin to slow, let the verses wrap around you like a blanket. Let them hold you without pressure. Let them remind you that you are seen, that the one who sent this book knows your name, your fears, your hopes. He wrote these words not just for history or scholars or saints. He wrote them for you. You do not have to remember every line. You do not have to understand every detail. All that is asked is that you listen with your heart, that you come with your questions and your quiet. And the Quran, in its mercy, will meet you there. The seeds planted in these verses are not loud. They do not bloom overnight, but they grow, with patience, with grace, with time. So rest now. Let your breathing soften. Let your worries wait until morning. You are held. You are loved. And the journey continues, always, in peace. In the stillness of the early hours, the third chapter of the Quran begins. It begins where faith is born, not in argument, not in force, but in remembrance. It begins by naming the same mysterious letters that echoed at the beginning of the last surah: Alif, Lam, Mim. Letters known fully only to God, sounds that remind us not everything sacred must be explained. Some things are meant to be felt, to be trusted, to be known in the quiet places of the heart. God, there is no deity except Him, the ever-living, the sustainer of all existence. This is how it begins, not with a story, not with an instruction, but with presence. A description of the one who never sleeps, never tires, never turns away. He is not far. He is not a symbol. He is the one who revealed the book, piece by piece, in perfect measure, for those who seek truth gently. The Quran speaks here of two types of verses: those that are clear, the foundation, and those that are more subtle, layered in meaning, beyond easy grasp. And in this distinction, there is a lesson. Not everything needs to be fully understood to be believed. The wise ones are not those who chase confusion, but those who say, "We believe in all of it, from our Lord," and that's enough. The ones who rest in trust are not blind. They are anchored. Their hearts are not tossed by every wind, because they know where they stand. The surah continues with a prayer, soft and longing. Our Lord, do not let our hearts deviate after you have guided us. grant us mercy from yourself. This plea is not shouted, it is breathed. Because hearts do not turn all at once. They bend a little at a time. And the one who knows this prays to stay upright, to keep walking even when the road is quiet and long. Then we are reminded of the certainty of return. The world may glitter, power may rise and fall, but all will come back to him. Those who hoard, those who scheme, those who lie to gain the upper hand may seem to win in the moment, but their victories are hollow, temporary. The true reward is with the one who sees beyond time, who knows what the heart carries even when the lips are still. We are told of the people who give, who forgive, who trust in the unseen, who are not swayed by the sweetness of this world. Their reward is not always visible, but it is certain. And their strength does not come from being untouched by trial, but from the way they rise after falling. Their patience is not weakness. It is the most powerful form of control. Now the surah begins to lead us toward a family, a sacred lineage, a name that will echo softly through the verses ahead, the family of Imran. This is not a story of kings or warriors. It is the story of a household marked by faith, and it begins with a woman, a mother. Her name is not told here, but her voice is. She lifts her eyes to the sky and prays, "I dedicate what is in my womb to you." She is carrying a child. She does not yet know the child's face, but she knows its purpose. She intends to give this child fully to the worship of God, to serve in the sanctuary, to be part of the sacred. But when she gives birth, it is a girl. In that time, such a wish was unusual. Boys were expected to serve. Girls were expected to remain hidden. She says to God, "I have delivered a female." As if to say, "I meant to offer you something strong, something worthy." But God replies in a way that changes everything. The male is not like the female. He knows what she does not know. What she saw as limitation, he sees as strength. What she feared might fall short, he already marked as chosen. The girl is named Maryam, and from the very beginning, she is protected, sheltered by God's mercy, placed in the care of a prophet Zechariah. Every time he enters her chamber, he finds provision waiting, sustenance, blessings, not from the world, but from the unseen. When he asks her where it comes from, she answers with the clarity of someone already anchored. It is from God. He provides without limit. Moved by her faith, Zechariah prays for a child of his own. Though he is old, though his wife is barren, he asks not with doubt, but with hope, and his prayer is answered. He is told of the coming of Yahya, a son gentle, wise, and pure, a prophet. All of this happens in the shelter of Maryam's presence. She is not a side note. She is the quiet center of grace. And now the surah brings us to the moment that will ripple across generations, the moment when Maryam is told she will have a child without a man, a miracle, a sign. The angel speaks to her, not with harshness, but with peace. God has chosen you, purified you, raised you above all other women, and then the message that will change the course of history. You will bear a son. His name will be Isa, Jesus, the Messiah. She is stunned. How can this be? She asks, when no man has touched me. And the answer is simple, profound, and echoes across every impossibility. God creates what he wills. When he decrees a matter, he says to it, "Be," and it is. Isa, Jesus, is described here with tenderness, a child honored in this world and the next. Among the righteous, he will speak from the cradle. He will be a prophet. He will call people to truth with gentleness and strength. And all of this is told not to amaze us, but to remind us of God's power, of his mercy, of his ability to bring light from where no one expects it. The chapter continues with scenes of guidance. Isa's mission is clear. He is not a god, nor the son of one. He is a servant of God, a bringer of scripture, a caller to the path of Abraham, a man of peace. He heals by permission. He speaks with wisdom. He comes not to break, but to clarify, to remind the children of Israel of the covenant, to renew what had been lost. And even as he performs miracles, even as he gathers followers, there is always a thread of simplicity in his message. Worship the one who created you. Do good. Live humbly. Be just. And though the world may confuse his legacy, the Quran brings him back into clarity. A prophet, a sign, a mercy. All of this comes from a chapter named not for him, but for his family. Because in the Quran, lineage is not about status. It is about values passed quietly through generations, from mother to child, from prayer to action, from hope to legacy. The story of Maryam is not loud. It is not filled with battle or thunder, but it is powerful because it speaks of what faith looks like when it is tested, when it is alone, when it is asked to believe the impossible, and when it says yes. As you lie in stillness now, eyes soft and breath slow, let these verses rest beside you. Let the story of a girl in a sacred chamber, visited by angels, loved by her Lord, held by the unseen, remind you that greatness often grows in silence, that purity is not weakness, that the most powerful voices are sometimes whispered. This chapter does not need loudness. It speaks to the heart that listens slowly, that trusts gently, that believes not because it has every answer, but because it has seen enough to surrender. The family of Imran was not chosen because of power or prestige. They were chosen because of sincerity, because their hearts were turned to the sky, even when the world was uncertain. And so, the Quran tells their story not for history, but for healing, to remind us that we too can be chosen, not by blood, not by title, but by how we respond to the moments that test us. As your mind drifts now, let the image of Maryam linger, a woman of dignity, of truth, of light. Let her quiet strength settle into your breath. Let her story wrap around you like comfort. You are not forgotten. You are not unseen. The same God who chose her, who heard Zechariah's prayer, who sent down this chapter in layers of mercy, sees you tonight. And his guidance continues, patient and close. The surah continues. Its voice is steady, its rhythm measured like the slow turning of the earth. As you listen, you are invited not just to understand, but to soften, to let the verses settle like gentle rain on a dry garden. They come not to rush you, not to demand, but to sit beside your breathing and stir the sleeping places of your heart. The chapter returns to a time of hardship, a moment when the early believers faced fear, uncertainty, loss, the Battle of Uhud. Not a tale of swords and shouts, but a lesson wrapped in the weight of trial, a reminder that even the most faithful can stumble, even the closest to the prophet could waver, even the purest hearts can feel the quake of pain and confusion. The verses speak of the day when resolve was tested, when the enemy appeared strong and doubt crept in like smoke. Some turned back, some disobeyed, some stood firm. The Quran does not hide this. It does not shield us from the cracks. It brings them close and says, even here, there is mercy. Even failure can be a door to growth. You thought the victory was certain. You thought you were ready. But hearts are revealed in trial, not to shame you, but to refine you. And even when your steps faltered, God did not abandon you. His forgiveness wrapped around your mistakes. His wisdom shaped the outcome in ways you did not see. For those who trust, there is no true defeat, only lessons, only steps toward him. There is comfort in this, a soft comfort, to know that weakness does not mean abandonment, that mistakes do not erase love, that God sees your entire struggle, not just the moment you slipped. He sees the trembling of your hands before the fall, the tears you hid after, the silent prayers you whispered when no one else was watching. The verses say that those who were tested at Uhud were not abandoned. They were being prepared, taught, strengthened. What you thought was a loss became a lesson. What you feared would crush you became a fire that refined your faith. The prophet himself was wounded, his companions hurt and scattered. But in the quiet after the storm, the Quran came like balm. You are still his. You are still on the path. Rise again. This part of the surah does not speak in loud proclamations. It speaks in the quiet voice of experience. It speaks to every believer who has felt disappointment, every heart that has questioned its own strength, every soul that has asked why something so difficult was allowed. The answer is never cruelty. It is always love, carried in a form we do not yet recognize. The Quran reminds the believers of past prophets, of those who stood firm when alone, of those who gave everything and still smiled. Do you think you will enter paradise without facing what they faced? They were shaken until even their voices cried, "When will the help of God come?" And still they stood, and still they prayed. God's help is always near, closer than breath. It may not come in the way you expect. It may not remove the burden. It may instead give you the strength to carry it, or the clarity to see its purpose, or the wisdom to leave behind what no longer serves your growth. And even if you do not see the full picture in this life, trust that nothing is wasted. Not a tear, not a sigh, not a silent prayer. All is counted, all is known. The surah speaks of giving, of those who give in ease and hardship, who forgive when wronged, who hold back their anger when they have every right to release it. These are not small acts. They are signs of greatness in the soul. They are the marks of people loved by God, because what matters most is not just belief, but what that belief makes of you. Does it soften you? Does it make you more generous, more patient, more gentle? And when they make mistakes, they remember. They do not stay in the darkness. They turn back. And God, in His vast mercy, accepts. He does not ask for perfection. He asks for return. He does not demand you never fall, only that you rise again, with humility and hope. The believers are told not to be deceived by those who seem to prosper in wrongdoing. This world is not the measure. The final home is what matters. The joy of this life is brief, like a garden after rain. Beautiful for a time, but fading. What is planted in faith lasts. What is watered with sincerity blooms forever. The verses move between story and reflection, law and love, trial and tenderness. They speak of unity now, of the need to hold firmly together, to not let pride or old divisions separate hearts. You were enemies, the verse says, and He brought your hearts together. You became brothers and sisters. You became one body. This unity is not political. It is spiritual, a bond deeper than blood, formed not in agreement on every detail, but in shared surrender to the one who created all. And if a people forget this unity, if they fall into quarrel, if they chase the world instead of truth, they lose something sacred. The strength of the community is not in numbers or wealth, but in hearts turned in the same direction, facing the same Qibla, standing side by side, not just in prayer, but in care. The prophet is reminded to be gentle. If he had been harsh, people would have turned away. But his heart was wide, his tongue soft. He forgave when he could have punished. He prayed for those who wronged him. Leadership in this faith is not dominance. It is service. It is lifting others when you yourself are weary. It is loving people enough to tell them truth, even when it hurts. And so, the believers are asked to consult one another, to listen, to move forward together. Even after a loss, do not give up. Prepare, persist, keep walking. Trust does not mean stillness. It means acting while relying. It means planning with prayer. As the surah moves forward, it circles back to the root. Everything returns to intention, to the heart. What do you seek? What do you love most? What would you sacrifice for truth? These questions are not asked aloud. They are whispered through every verse, and the answers are not always known right away. Sometimes it takes a trial to reveal what was hidden inside you. Sometimes it takes loss to show you what truly matters. The Quran does not promise ease. It promises purpose. It promises that every moment carries meaning, that your struggle is seen, that your effort is written, that the one who created you is watching with mercy, not with judgment. He knows the pain you do not speak of. He knows the effort behind your smallest victories. He knows the cost of your patience. And He will repay in ways more tender than you can imagine. So as you lie in the quiet now, let these words rest beside your breath. Let them hold you. You are not alone. You are part of a story larger than this moment, larger than this world. And every choice you make toward good is a thread in that tapestry. It matters, even when no one sees, especially then. The family of Imran stood with faith. Maryam stood with grace. Isa stood with peace. The prophet stood with patience. And you, wherever you are, however you feel, are invited to stand too. In your own way, in your own place, with your own rhythm. You do not have to be strong all the time. You do not have to know the way. You only need to take one step toward truth, and He will meet you there. Sleep now, with heart open, with soul at ease. The trials of this world are not signs of abandonment. They are signs that you are alive, that you are on the path, that you are being shaped by a wisdom greater than your own. And always, you are being held. The fourth chapter opens with a call to all of humanity, not just believers, not just the faithful or the learned, but to everyone. O mankind, be mindful of your Lord who created you from a single soul. From that soul, its mate was made, and from the two of them, many men and women were spread across the earth. This verse begins not with law or command, but with remembrance. It brings the listener back to the beginning, to the origin of creation, to the moment when all human division was yet undone. It reminds us that beneath the layers of culture, language, tribe, and time, we are all the same breath, all the same beginning. The verse speaks not of superiority, not of competition, but of connection. Every person alive is linked to another, and the source is one. That unity is not sentimental, it is sacred. It is the ground upon which justice must be built. If we forget our shared beginning, if we forget that the same breath flows through the stranger and the neighbor and the child in our arms, then justice becomes shallow. It becomes something we perform instead of something we live. This chapter is called The Women, and from its first lines it becomes clear why. It speaks often of the vulnerable, the ones overlooked, the ones silenced or forgotten. Women, orphans, the poor, the lonely. This surah was revealed to protect them, to honor their rights, to make visible those whom society made invisible. And it begins with orphans. The verses remind those who care for orphans to do so with honesty, to give them their wealth without delay, to avoid greed, to avoid using what is not yours, to fear the one who sees even the hidden things. Because to take from the weak is not just theft, it is betrayal, it is cruelty dressed in convenience. Then the surah speaks of marriage, of partnerships, of care. It acknowledges the complexity of human relationships. It does not paint them in one color. It lays out guidelines meant not to trap, but to protect, to ensure that love is not used as disguise for harm, to ensure that wealth and inheritance do not become tools of oppression. The surah speaks of dowries, of rights, of fairness, and in doing so, it lifts the status of women to one that is clear and honorable. They are not possessions, they are not burdens, they are not shadows, they are individuals, with names and wills and wealth that is their own. The society in which these verses were revealed was steeped in imbalance. Women had little control over their lives, over property, over choice. The Quran came to change that. Slowly, patiently, but clearly, not with slogans, with structure, with verses that took root in law and conscience. It did not only ask men to respect women, it created systems that made it a responsibility, a duty before God. The surah then outlines the distribution of inheritance, and here the language becomes exact: names, shares, fractions. Not because the divine is distant, but because these matters affect lives in real ways. Families fracture over inheritance. Greed can turn love bitter. So God does not leave it vague. He gives a pattern. He creates a fairness that is not based on emotion or argument, but on design. And he reminds again that to take more than your share, to cheat the rightful heir, is not simply wrong. It is fire. It is harm that echoes beyond this world. And yet even in these details there is mercy. If a mistake is made out of ignorance, if someone repents, If they return to justice after realizing they're wrong, then God is forgiving, merciful. He knows the hearts of his servants. He knows who is greedy and who is forgetful, and he meets each according to what lies within. The surah speaks next of relationships between men and women, of what is allowed, what is discouraged, what is forbidden. It speaks with clarity, with gravity, but also with understanding. These laws are not laid down from cold distance. They come with reminders of dignity, of respect, of the sacredness of the human bond. Every union must be based on consent, on fairness, on mutual responsibility, and every boundary is placed to protect, not to shame. When the surah speaks of wrongdoing between spouses, it does not rush to punishment. It moves through stages: first counsel, then space, then resolution. The goal is not domination, it is healing. The Quran does not condone cruelty. It does not celebrate power. It seeks to preserve the home as a place of peace. But when peace cannot be found, it does not force people to remain in harm. Divorce is not encouraged, but it is allowed, with kindness, with justice, with the rights of each person upheld. Then the surah widens its view, from family to community, from the home to the world. It speaks of those who consume the wealth of others unjustly, those who twist religion for profit, those who appear righteous but act with deceit. These verses do not accuse without proof. They warn. They peel back the surface of piety to show what lies beneath, because justice is not about appearance. It is about truth, and God knows what is hidden, even when others are impressed. Prayer is mentioned next, not the words or the postures, but the heart behind them. The hypocrites are described as those who pray without feeling, who only stand to be seen, who remember God little. Their faith is not rooted. It is like a tree with shallow roots, easily swayed. Their worship is not for God, it is for image. And the Quran asks us to look within. What stirs in your heart when you stand to pray? What do you hope for? What do you seek? The chapter also tells us to speak with clarity, to tell the truth, to stand firm in justice, even if it is against ourselves or our own families. This is one of the hardest things to do. To be honest when it costs you, to be fair when your heart leans the other way. But this is the measure of true faith, not what we do when it is easy, but what we do when it costs something, when it challenges our comfort. The surah continues with reminders of trust, of not taking lightly what is given in confidence, of not betraying others, especially when they are vulnerable. And again, women are mentioned, their rights reaffirmed, their safety guarded. The Quran does not assume they are protected. It commands that they must be, not through control but through honor. God does not forget anyone. Every verse in this chapter proves that. The widow, the orphan, the woman alone, the servant, the poor man passed on the street, the child with no inheritance. They are all seen, not just by the Most High, but by the society he is shaping. A society that cannot claim to follow the Quran if it does not lift these people up. And still, throughout the legal detail, the surah pauses to speak directly to the soul. Be just, be kind, be mindful. God sees all, not to frighten you, but to make you aware, awake. Present, because it is easy to forget, easy to believe that what we do in secret does not count. But in this surah, God makes it clear, He is near, and every action, no matter how small, has its place. So as you lie now in stillness, the weight of the day behind you, the rhythm of breath easing, let these verses rest in the quiet space between your thoughts. You are not forgotten. You are not beyond mercy. And the world, though broken, still holds the possibility of justice. These verses were not sent for scholars alone. They were sent for the woman seeking dignity, for the orphan waiting to be protected, for the family trying to find balance, for the stranger hoping to be welcomed, for the heart that longs to be right with God, even in a world that often feels wrong. And for you, let them hold you now. Let them speak to the parts of you that still hope, still care, still believe that kindness matters, that fairness is worth the cost. that God's justice is never late and never blind. Sleep knowing that your worth is not in what the world sees. It is in how you stand when no one is watching, how you speak when truth is difficult, how you protect when others are silent. And the one who revealed these words sees all of that. Always. The chapter continues like a slow breath, steady and deep, unhurried. Its voice remains firm but kind, weaving together threads of law and mercy, truth and tenderness. The surah does not rush to judgment. It invites, it clarifies, it places the human being before the mirror of their choices and shows them gently what it means to live with integrity. It speaks of justice again, not as an abstract concept, but as a lived reality. God commands you to render trusts to those to whom they are due, and to judge with fairness when you are called to judge. This is not only about courts or leaders, it is about the small judgments of daily life. How you speak, how you decide, how you treat people when no one is watching. Justice is not a stage. It is a posture of the heart, a way of walking through the world with care. The surah reminds the prophet not to follow those who twist the truth, not to be swayed by loud voices or false arguments, because truth is not always loud, and sometimes it comes dressed in simplicity. The prophet is told to stand firm, even when the world around him bends, to follow revelation, to speak with clarity, and to never trade truth for comfort. The verses continue to warn against hypocrisy, against those who say they believe but act with deceit. They seek praise but hide corruption. They twist the words of Scripture. They cast doubt and confusion. They cause harm while pretending to uphold faith. The Quran does not expose them with cruelty. It lifts the veil. It shows their pattern so others will not be fooled. Because truth must be protected not just from denial, but from distortion. Still, even as it warns, the surah opens doors. Those who wronged themselves but then turned back are not cast out. Those who came late to sincerity are not denied. The door of forgiveness stands open until the end. The soul that sincerely returns finds not punishment, but mercy. God forgives all who seek Him. His mercy is not limited to the deserving. It wraps around the broken, the lost, the ones who thought they had gone too far. The surah turns next to the matter of prayer. It reminds believers to pray with awareness, not distracted, not only with the body but with the heart. Especially in moments of fear or danger, prayer remains. Even when standing guard, even when traveling, even in the middle of uncertainty, the soul remains tethered through remembrance. God does not require perfect conditions. He requires intention. There is also a softness in how these instructions unfold. If you are sick, or on a journey, or find no water, then make ablution with clean earth. The goal is never hardship. It is always connection. The form bends when necessary, but the spirit remains. Worship is not a burden. It is a gift, a rope between the soul and its source. The surah turns again to law, to the rules that protect lives and hearts. It speaks of punishment for those who spread corruption or take life unjustly, but it does so with balance, with accountability. The punishment is not for vengeance, it is for preservation, and even then, mercy is always near. If forgiveness can be given, if the harm can be repaired, if the hearts can be reconciled, then that is better. The Quran always leaves room for grace. And it speaks of inheritance again, of wealth left behind, of the rights of women and children and relatives. The details may seem many, but their purpose is simple: fairness, protection, stability. In a world where power often decides who receives and who is forgotten, these verses create a different order, one shaped by care, one that honors the unseen value of each person. The chapter also speaks about the inner life, about the whispers and worries that visit in silence. It reminds the prophet that some people pretend to support him but carry hidden resentment. They mock behind closed doors, they stir trouble with soft words and shallow smiles. But God knows, and the prophet is told to respond not with harshness but with wisdom, to guide, to speak gently, to clarify the truth again and again, and to leave the rest to God. There is a verse that captures something quiet and profound. There is no good in much of their private conversation, except for those who encourage charity, kindness, or reconciliation. Words in secret can destroy or heal, and the Quran urges the latter. Speak not to stir division or feed ego. Speak to bring hearts together. Speak to serve good. Even the smallest conversation can echo far. Use it well. The surah also reminds believers of their role in the world, not to follow every passing wind, not to mimic those who reject truth, but to stand as examples of what is right, to walk with dignity, to be trustworthy, to be people whose presence brings calm, whose word carries weight because it is rooted in honesty. Faith is not only what you say, it is what others feel in your presence. The topic of belief in prophets returns. Those who accept some messengers but reject others are not truly believing. The Quran insists on full acknowledgement of all prophets. From Adam to Noah to Moses to Jesus to Muhammad, peace be upon them all. They came with one message, one light, one call to return to God. To divide them is to misunderstand them. To reject one is to reject the chain of truth. The verses then turn to something deeper, the pain of betrayal, the ache of broken trust. Those who once stood with you, prayed beside you, but turned their hearts to enmity. The ones who hide their hate behind smooth words. The ones who smile while hoping for your downfall. The surah does not ask for retaliation. It asks for wisdom, for clarity, for firmness when needed, and for peace when possible. Know who they are. Protect your community. But if they incline toward peace, then respond in kind. Throughout this part of the chapter, the voice of God is constant and calm. He does not speak with panic. He does not speak with fear. He speaks as one who sees all things clearly, who holds all outcomes in his hand, and who guides his servants step by step even when the way is shadowed. The believers are told to be prepared, to stand firm, to protect one another, but also to be just, to not be driven by anger or revenge, to always seek what is better, even in conflict, even when wronged. Mercy is not weakness. It is strength wrapped in patience. The surah ends this section with reminders of life and death, that no soul dies except by permission of God, that what is written cannot be escaped, that fleeing from struggle will not delay what is destined, and that every moment of sincerity, every ounce of effort, is known and rewarded. Those who fight not with weapons, but with truth and service and resilience, they are honored, even if their work is quiet, even if the world does not see them. As the night deepens around you, and your thoughts begin to quiet, let these verses move gently through you. You are not alone in your striving. You are not forgotten in your struggles. The laws of this chapter are not cold commands. They are scaffolding for a life lived well, a life that honors the soul, that protects the vulnerable, that seeks balance. The voice of this surah is not harsh. It is deliberate. It is like a firm hand resting on your shoulder, a voice that tells you to walk with truth, to speak with care, to pray with heart, to treat people with dignity, and to trust that the one who gave these words is near. You do not have to understand every verse to be changed by them. Sometimes it is enough just to listen, just to be open, just to let the words rest beside your breath and carry you towards sleep with peace. The one who sent these verses sees your effort. He sees your questions. He sees your quiet longing to be closer, and he is near. This chapter begins with a call that is gentle but firm. O you who believe, fulfill your contracts. It does not begin with stories or laws or parables. It begins with a reminder that faith is not only belief in the heart but integrity in action. To be a believer is to be someone who honors their word, who respects the ties they have made, who holds sacred what they have promised. God calls the believers as if calling friends by name. He is not demanding. He is guiding. He speaks not with authority that crushes, but with love that uplifts. The word used here, for contracts or covenants, carries more than legal meaning. It includes every trust, every responsibility, every agreement with God, with people, and with the self. It reminds us that faith is not a feeling to be visited once in a while. It is a way of walking, a way of carrying what has been placed in our hands, even when no one is watching, especially then. And then, as naturally as a stream turns with the land, the surah begins to speak of what is permissible to eat. The Quran is not distant from daily life. It speaks about what nourishes the body as well as what nourishes the soul. Animals are mentioned, those allowed and those not, with kindness and clarity. You are told what is clean and what is not, but you are not told with harshness. There is no scolding here, only care, only the quiet unfolding of wisdom that shows you how to live with intention. Even hunting is not forgotten, even travel, even ritual, because the sacred and the ordinary are not separate in this faith. You carry the presence of God with you whether you are in prayer or preparing a meal, whether you are walking through a market or through a moment of silence. And so, the surah gives you a way to move through each moment with awareness. The pilgrimage is mentioned again, the Kaaba, the sacred months, the animals marked for sacrifice, the gifts sent to the sanctuary. It is not just ritual, it is memory made visible. It is unity dressed in motion, and the Quran reminds us not to violate the sacred, not to harm those who come in peace, not to let hatred for one group cause you to abandon justice. You are told to help one another in righteousness and piety, not in sin or hostility, and that alone could be the heart of an entire life. Help one another in good, never in harm. Not even for a cause you believe in, not even against those who wronged you. Truth must never be bent to fit a grudge. Then the surah speaks again of food, of rules that seem small until you see the beauty in them. Certain things are made forbidden not to cause hardship but to teach restraint, to guard the body, to guard the spirit. And then a door opens. Today, the good things are made lawful for you, and so is the food of the people of the book. There is no isolation here. There is connection. The Quran does not build walls, it builds bridges. The people of the book, those who receive scripture before you, are honored. There is difference, but there is also recognition. You are allowed to eat their food, and they, yours. It is not only about sustenance, it is about sharing, about trust, about the roots that intertwine even when the trees grow in different directions. The surah continues with marriage. You may marry believing women of the people of the book. Again, a quiet thread of unity is woven. Difference does not mean enmity. There is space for love across lines, as long as that love is honest and respectful, as long as faith is not harmed. The Quran does not ask you to erase identity. It asks you to protect integrity. And then the verses return to purity, to water, to cleansing, to what you do before prayer. Not because God is concerned with dust or dirt, but because your body carries your intention. When you wash your face, your arms, your feet, you are not just cleaning, you are preparing. You are telling the soul that now is the time to stand before the one who made you. And even when there is no water, even when the conditions are not right, the Quran gives you ease. Use clean earth. Let intention guide the action. The goal is not difficulty. The goal is connection. You are told to remember the blessing of God upon you, and the covenant he took when he said, "Obey me, and I will be with you." And again, the chapter does not only speak to individuals, it speaks to communities. Remember the favor. Remember when you were enemies and he made you brothers. This unity is not a slogan. It is a responsibility to each other, to justice, to peace. The Quran speaks of unity not only in belief, but in behavior, in how we stand for one another, in how we protect the weak, in how we hold the powerful accountable, in how we forgive, and how we restrain ourselves when we are angry. The surah tells the story of the children of Israel once more, not to blame, not to condemn, but to remind of the covenant they were given, of the responsibility they bore, of the messengers sent to them, of how some upheld truth and some turned away. The story is not for history. It is a mirror. It is asking us, will you repeat their mistakes or will you rise? Will you honor your trust or betray it? Will you choose the path that is easier or the path that is right? 2 of their prophets asked them to enter the Holy Land. They refused. They said there are giants inside. We will not go. They were not lacking knowledge, they were lacking courage. Faith is not only in knowing the truth, it is in walking toward it, even when it frightens you, even when the world seems heavy. The believers said, "If God is with us, then we go." Not because the road is easy, but because the destination is worth it. Moses pleads with God, saying, "I have no control except over myself and my brother. Separate us from the rebellious people." Even prophets face disappointment. Even they are wounded by the fear of others. But God responds with wisdom. The land is forbidden to them for a time. They must wander, they must learn, and still, they are not cast away. Even in exile, the story is not finished. Then the surah tells of the two sons of Adam, a story told in few words but carrying great weight. One brings a sacrifice accepted by God. The other grows jealous. His jealousy becomes anger. His anger becomes violence. He raises his hand. He takes a life. His brother says, "I will not strike you. I fear God." And with that, the first murder is committed, not in war, not in law, but in pride, in comparison, in the failure to control the self. The Quran tells this not to frighten, but to teach, that even from the very beginning, human beings have struggled with envy, with ego, with desire for what another has. But the story is not only of tragedy, it is a warning that you may feel these things, but you do not have to act on them. That fear of God is stronger than hatred. That refusal to strike back is not weakness. It is strength rooted in knowing who you are before God. The chapter then speaks of justice again, of punishment when life is taken without cause, of the sacredness of every soul, that to kill one person unjustly is like killing all of humanity, and to save a single soul is like saving the entire world. These words are heavy, and they are clear. Life is not cheap. Revenge is not holy. Every breath is sacred. Every child matters. Every stranger carries value beyond what the eye can see. As your eyes grow heavy now and your thoughts begin to loosen their hold, let these verses settle into the quiet corners of your mind. Let them speak not as laws only, but as reminders. You were not created to be perfect. You were created to live with care, to walk gently, to honor what is sacred, to protect what is right, to share what is good, and to never let the noise of the world drown the voice of your conscience. The covenant God asks of you is not to be flawless. It is to be sincere, to try, to return when you fall, to believe in the unseen, to speak the truth, to hold the hand of your neighbor when they stumble, to stand for justice even when you stand alone, and to know that every step taken with intention is seen. Every small act of good is remembered. Nothing is lost. The table from which this surah takes its name will come later, but already it is clear. The feast of the Quran is not only in food, it is in guidance, in mercy, in unity, in the meal of meaning served verse by verse, and all are welcome at this table. Rest now. Let the weight of these words be light upon you. Let your heart breathe. You are part of a story that began before you were born and continues after you sleep, and the one who wrote it holds you always. The surah continues with a voice both firm and tender, guiding its listener from law to story, from rule to soul. Each verse carries the quiet weight of divine care. The chapter does not rush. It unfolds like dawn over a quiet field, steady and deliberate, patient in the way truth is given space to root. Where the first part spoke of covenant, purity, and the bonds between people, the second part begins to turn more deeply toward belief itself, toward the questions that live not in law books, but in hearts. You are told not to take the path of mockery. Do not make a game of the signs of God. Some people pretend to believe but play with faith like a toy, reducing sacred words to hollow noise. The surah warns gently that this playfulness with what is serious is not harmless. When reminders come and are ignored, when truth is known but not loved, the heart begins to harden in ways the person may not notice until it is too late. The command is not only not to mock others, but not to mock yourself by pretending to believe while hiding behind sarcasm or carelessness. These things slowly peel away the softness of sincerity. The chapter calls believers again. O you who believe, do not take allies from among those who mock your faith. It is not calling for hatred. It is not building walls. It is teaching self-respect. Be careful of whose company you keep, whose voice you follow, whose values you let into your life, not because others are lesser, but because what you surround yourself with begins to shape what you care about. And the Quran wants the believer's heart to remain clear, not cut off from the world, but grounded in truth. And again, the chapter returns to the people of the book. This time, it does not speak of laws or food. It speaks of belief and disbelief. It reminds the listener that God could take away sight and hearing in an instant. He could seal the heart, but he chooses not to. He waits, he invites, he gives time. Even when people turn away, he continues to offer guidance. The Quran is not interested in vengeance, it is interested in redemption. But it makes clear that redemption only comes through humility, through turning back, through letting go of the arrogance that whispers, I know better. And then the name of Isa is spoken again. Jesus, peace be upon him. His story is not told loudly. It is told with warmth, as if it were a memory held close. The Quran reminds you that Isa was sent with clear signs, that he came in truth, that he walked in the footsteps of prophets before him, that he confirmed what came before and brought new wisdom with him, that the Injil, the gospel, was a light, and that those who follow it should live by it. The Quran does not belittle the gospel. It honors it. It honors every messenger. It calls each of them truth bringers, light bearers, protectors of their people's dignity. And then, as if addressing the root of all division, the Quran says that those who judge must do so by what God has revealed. Those who turn away from divine guidance in favor of desire or pride or politics are not grounded. They are adrift. The Quran is asking not just for faith in the unseen, but faith in the truth when it arrives. When the light comes, you do not close your eyes. You turn toward it. There is a quiet shift in the surah now. It begins to speak of consequences, of what happens when truth is rejected knowingly, of what happens when commands are turned into burdens and beliefs are used for power. The Quran does not speak here with rage. It speaks like a teacher watching students who have chosen distraction. It grieves, but it does not exaggerate. It simply tells what comes next. Some people were cursed for their actions, not because they doubted or asked questions, but because they knowingly twisted what was true, because they betrayed trust, because they sold guidance for ease, because they hid what should have been shared. And again, it is not their failure alone that the Quran highlights. It is their refusal to repent. God would have forgiven them. The door was open, but they chose to pretend it was not. The surah then turns back to the believers. It tells them to stay mindful, to protect their own hearts. It says that some people, if they could, would make you disbelieved as they have disbelieved, just so you would be the same, not out of truth, but out of resentment. And the Quran says, do not let them take you down with them. If they return to hostility, then protect yourselves. But if they incline toward peace, then do not shut the door. Always be prepared to forgive, but never be careless with your trust. It is in this space of tension and mercy that the surah brings us to the final table. The chapter is named after it, Al-Ma'idah, the table spread with food. It comes in the voice of the disciples of Isa. They ask him to pray for a table to be sent down from heaven. They want reassurance. They want to see, to touch, to know with their eyes what they feel in their hearts. Isa answers with wisdom. Fear God, if you are truly believers. But still, he does not reject their plea. He turns to his Lord and prays, O God, our Lord, send down to us a table from the sky, to be a feast for us, for the first and the last of us, and a sign from you. This prayer is full of humanity, not arrogance, just longing, the desire to feel close, to be certain. And God answers. He says he will send it. But if they turn away after such a sign, the consequences will be heavy, not because he is harsh, but because to see and still deny is not a small matter. When a sign is given that clear, the heart must respond with depth. The weight of the gift carries the weight of the responsibility. This table is more than food. It is the fulfillment of faith. It is a reminder that divine grace can descend into daily life, that miracles are not always about spectacle. Sometimes they come in the form of sustenance. Sometimes the most sacred things arrive on a plate, God feeding his servants, not through thunder, but through bread. The surah then returns to Isa, speaking gently of what will come on the day of judgment. God will ask him, "Did you tell people to worship you?" And Isa will answer with humility and clarity, "Glory be to you. I could never say what I had no right to say. You know what is within me, and I do not know what is within you." Isa affirms his role, a messenger, a servant, a guide, not divine, but beloved, not to be worshipped, but to be followed. This conversation is not one of accusation. It is a moment of truth, a setting right of the record. The Quran brings it to light not to belittle others, but to clarify, to affirm that every prophet, every teacher of the truth pointed to God, not to themselves, that the goal has always been to draw people upward, not to gather praise, that the true leaders of faith lead away from ego and toward surrender. The chapter closes with hope, with the reminder that God owns all, that he forgives whom he wills, that to him belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, that he is powerful over all things. This ending is not a warning, it is a comfort. It says that even with all the struggle and the mistakes and the confusion, the one who made you still holds all power, and he is merciful. As your eyes grow heavy and your breathing slows, let these verses rest in your chest like a soft glow. You are not being judged as you lie here. You are being remembered. These words were sent for you, for your doubts, for your mistakes, for your return. The table of mercy is still being set. You are still invited. There is no gate, only a voice calling gently in the night. Come back. Come close. You are seen, you are heard, and you are loved. The Quran does not rush you to perfection. It walks beside you in the dark, step by step, whispering reminders, holding you when you need to be held, lifting you when you feel small. The words of this surah were not sent for scholars alone. They were sent for hearts, for your heart, for this very moment. Sleep now. Rest under the shade of a truth that never fades. The table has been spread. The invitation remains. In the stillness of night, the surah begins with the remembrance of the one who created the heavens and the earth. It begins where all things begin, not in human stories or ambitions, but in the wide canopy of sky and the low, firm stretch of land. The chapter does not declare its truths with thunder. Instead, it draws your gaze to what you already know and often forget. The sun that rises without your command, the stars that guide without asking to be seen, the rain that falls without needing applause. These are not just accidents or scenery, they are signs. They are letters from the one who made you, written not in ink but in light and water and soil. The surah calls you to witness, not to argue or debate, but simply to look and feel and know. Every breath you take, every sound in the wind, every blade of grass that bends under your step has a source, a will behind its movement, a mercy behind its continuation. The Quran does not demand you believe in a mystery that hides. It invites you to remember what you already sense, that this world is not ownerless, that it was shaped and balanced with care, that behind the turning of the galaxies and the unfolding of a leaf is the same hand. The chapter then brings your attention inward. If God were to seize your hearing or your sight, who could return them to you? If he were to remove your soul, who could restore it? These questions are not threats. They are reminders of dependence. The point is not to make you feel small in fear, but small in awe, to place you not beneath cruelty, but within a shelter. You are not alone. You were never self-made. And your weakness is not a flaw. It is a doorway. Through it, you come to know the one who needs nothing, and yet gives everything. This surah is full of echoes, the echoes of people before you who asked for signs, who demanded miracles and proofs, who said, if this is truly from God, Then let us see it with our eyes. Let the earth split open. Let the angels descend. Let the sky drop gold. But the Quran answers with quiet confidence. The signs are already here. The earth is already split to grow your food. The angels are already recording your deeds. The sky already weeps rain. If hearts are closed, even thunder will not open them. And if hearts are open, even a single verse will feel like a flood of light. It reminds you of the messengers who came before, men not made of fire or miracle, but flesh and spirit like your own. They were mocked too. They were rejected too. They were told they were mad or liars or misled, but they continued because they knew what they carried. The truth is not weakened by denial. It waits, it stays. It calls again and again, not with shouting, but with the patience of a parent watching a child wander. Come back. Remember, you were made for more than this. And then, as if to comfort the listener directly, the surah speaks to the prophet. It says, you are not responsible for their turning away. You are not accountable for the choices of others. You are a warner, not a controller. Say what is true, live what is true, and leave the hearts to God. This lesson flows gently to every listener too. You are not here to force change. You are here to be sincere, to keep your lamp lit even when the night is long, even if no one sees you, even if you are mocked or misunderstood. Your light is not wasted. The surah then touches upon the strange certainty of those who deny. They say, if God had willed, we would not have done this or that, as if to blame fate for their own choices, as if to excuse error by pointing to destiny. But the Quran reminds them that guidance was given, prophets were sent, books were revealed. You are not lost in darkness without a candle. You are holding the candle and choosing whether or not to light it. Then the conversation moves to idolatry, to those who carve gods from wood or stone, or raise imagined powers in place of the one. It does not mock these practices. It peels them back. It shows their emptiness not through insult, but through reason. Can these idols speak? Can they see? Can they protect you from harm? Can they feed you or clothe you or guide you? They cannot even move. And yet, people give them prayers and hope and fear. The Quran is not just talking about statues. It is talking about anything you worship besides God. Money, ego, control, image, anything you place above truth, above mercy, above the inner voice that whispers right from wrong. Those are idols too, and they crumble just the same. But the Quran does not stop at rejection. It points instead to the alternative, to the simple, clear path. Say, my prayer, my sacrifice, my life, and my death belong to God, the Lord of all that exists. This is the path of Ibrahim, of Abraham, a man who searched the sky, who questioned the sun and moon, who rejected the idols of his people not out of rebellion, but out of love for the truth. And God chose him, not because he was perfect, but because he was sincere. That is what the Quran keeps returning to. Not perfection, sincerity, a heart that bends toward truth like a flower bends toward light. The surah speaks too of the fate of those who lie about God, who claim things he never said, who twist faith for gain or silence it for power. These people are not forgotten. Their words are recorded. Their actions are not erased. And yet, even for them, the door remains open until the last breath. Repentance is not for the pure. It is for the struggling, for those who fall and know they have fallen, for those who ache to return. The surah does not shut anyone out. It warns with love, not condemnation. And still the invitation continues. Come, reflect, walk the earth and see what came of those who denied. Look at the ruins. Listen to the silence left behind, not as a threat, but as a mirror. What do you want your story to be? What will you leave behind? Dust and regret, or something that still breathes light after you are gone? The surah also speaks of those who break the covenant, who take the words of God and treat them like cloth to be torn and reshaped to suit their desires, who split the religion into pieces, who choose what is easy and ignore what is hard. The Quran calls this playing with truth, and again, it warns with calmness. You can deceive others. You can even deceive yourself for a while. But the soul knows, and God knows, and nothing that is false will last forever. Throughout, the chapter keeps returning to one point. There is no God but God. He has no partners, no children, no rivals, no need. He was not born. He does not sleep. He does not forget. Everything you see and everything you do not see is in his grasp, and yet he is not distant. He is closer to you than your own veins. This is not a God of fear alone. This is a Lord of mercy, who writes down your good deeds, even your good intentions, who multiplies reward, who forgives endlessly, who turns to you before you even call. And so the surah brings you to a quiet understanding that faith is not a badge you wear or a claim you shout. It is a direction your heart faces. It is the whisper of prayer before sleep, the returning thought of God in the middle of joy or sorrow, the private moment when you choose kindness even when no one sees. It is not always loud. It does not always feel certain, but it lives. It grows. It softens. It changes how you walk through the world. As your eyes grow heavy and your breath slows, this surah speaks to you not like a command, but like a cradle. Rest, it says, but remember who holds you. You are not an accident. You are not forgotten. You are part of a story older than time, a story written by the one who shaped the stars and also shaped your smile, the one who gave the mountains their weight and gave your heart its longing. Let this surah settle in your chest like a warm light. It does not demand that you understand everything tonight, only that you trust that there is meaning, that your questions are seen, that your doubts are not dangerous but invitations, that your heart, no matter how tired, is still capable of turning, even now, even here, especially here. Sleep now, under the sky your Lord has stretched. Listen to the silence that speaks of his nearness. You are surrounded by signs. You are part of the plan. You are never alone. The surah continues its calm unfolding, not with disruption but with gentle remembrance. It turns your attention to those who came before, the messengers sent with light in their hands and patience in their steps. Each one carried the same truth, though they spoke in different languages, walked among different peoples, and bore different trials. But their message was one. Worship God alone, turn back to him, live in justice, and do not corrupt the soul he gave you. It speaks of Noah, who warned his people for years and years, never losing his resolve even as they laughed and turned away. It mentions Abraham, the man of reason and reflection, who stood against generations of tradition to seek only what was true. It brings up Moses, the boy once cast into a river who later stood firm before a king, armed not with wealth or army, but with the strength of revelation and the help of the unseen. Then it recalls Jesus, born without a father, yet full of mercy, calling people back to their Lord with gentleness and miracles, misunderstood by many but known by God. And it honors Muhammad, the final messenger, not sent to erase what came before but to confirm it, to be a seal, to bring clarity where confusion remained. Each prophet faced rejection. Each felt the weight of being alone, not alone in faith, but in company. They were mocked, accused, threatened, and sometimes driven out. And yet, they remained. They did not fight for position or power. They did not seek to rule over hearts by force. They simply spoke. Again and again they offered the message, even when few listened, even when it cost them dearly. Their stories remind the listener that truth is not always rewarded by the world. That sincerity often walks a path of hardship, but in the eyes of the Most High, every moment of sacrifice is seen and held. The surah gently turns then to the subject of human will. You are not a puppet pulled by invisible strings. You are not doomed to wander without choice. You were given a mind, a heart, and the ability to choose. And with that gift comes responsibility. God guides whom he wills, yes, but he does not guide those who shut their hearts and refuse to look. The guidance is offered like rain on open soil. If the soil is hard, the water runs off. If the soil is soft, the roots grow deep. The Quran calls again and again for reflection. For those who are willing to listen, there is always a path back. Even if you have strayed, even if your heart has grown heavy with regret, even if your past feels stained, the door does not close because of your weakness. It only closes when you choose to turn your back. Until then, there is hope. There is forgiveness more vast than the sky. The Quran never denies the depth of human failure, but it never gives up on the power of divine mercy. You are reminded not to despair, even when the world seems to reject what is right. The Prophet himself was told that if they deny you, they denied the prophets before you. You are not alone in being misunderstood. You are part of a long line of those who spoke the truth with gentleness, who were patient through mockery and trial, who placed their trust not in outcomes, but in the one who sees all outcomes. And the surah does not only speak to the believers, it addresses the doubters, the skeptics, the ones who mock and question. It speaks to them not with insult, but with invitation. Have you considered the end of those who denied before you? Have you walked among their ruins? Have you reflected on what remains of their power, their wealth, their laughter? The Quran does not gloat over their loss. It uses their stories as reminders, quiet echoes that say this life is not forever, and neither is falsehood. The idea of justice is woven through every verse. No soul will be wronged, not by even the weight of a speck. Whatever you earn, you will see. Whatever you hide, you will face. And whatever you repent, you will find forgiven. The scale is perfectly balanced, not because you deserve it, but because God is just. And his justice is not cold, it is wrapped in mercy. There is a tenderness in the way the surah presents divine mercy. It is not just a trait, it is a source of comfort. When you sin, you are not cast out forever. When you doubt, you are not disqualified. When you fall, you are not forgotten. You are called softly, like a mother calling a child who has wandered too far into the woods. Come back. It is not too late. It never was. That is the mercy spoken of here. It is not permission to do wrong. It is the promise that wrong does not have to be the end of your story. Even the polytheists are not treated with hatred. The Quran urges the Prophet not to insult their idols, lest they return the insult and harm begets harm. Respect, even for those who reject you. Civility, even in the face of blasphemy. This is not weakness. It is strength rooted in wisdom. The believer's character is not shaped by provocation, but by principle. And again, you are returned to the signs. The day and the night, the stars and the sea, the beasts that walk and the birds that fly. None of them created themselves. None of them function in chaos. Every pattern is deliberate. Every system is held by a will that does not tire. This is not a world abandoned. It is a world sustained moment by a creator who neither sleeps nor slumbers. You are part of that creation. You are not a mistake. You were formed with care and placed here with purpose. But the chapter does not paint an illusion. It acknowledges the pain of seeing people turn away. It speaks to the sorrow of the Prophet, whose heart felt heavy when others refused to hear. If it were possible, he would reach into their hearts himself and plant the seed of belief. But that is not his role. That is not yours either. The role is to speak, to show, to pray, to walk in truth, even if you walk alone, and to remember that the one who created hearts is the one who can open them, in his time, not yours. The surah calls to those who are ready. If they listen, they will hear not just words, but their own souls echoing back. It will feel like remembering something they already knew, like returning home. For the Quran is not just a book, it is a mirror. It reflects who you are and shows who you can become. It also reminds the listener of gratitude. Do not forget the one who gave you hearing, sight, and understanding. These are not random gifts. They are entrusted to you. Use them well. Look at the world with care. Listen with compassion. Think with clarity. Your senses are a mercy and a responsibility. They are tools to draw you nearer to truth, not distractions to be dulled with noise. In these verses, the concept of accountability is not something to fear and dread. but something to prepare for with hope. Your deeds are not lost. Your kindness is not unnoticed. Your silent prayers, your quiet charity, your restraint when you could have retaliated, all of it is known. And on the day that matters most, it will rise before you like a field of light. There is a verse where God says that He has forbidden injustice upon Himself. Think of that. The one who has all power, who could have shaped reality in any way, chose justice. Not just as a command for others, but as a rule for Himself. This is the one in whom you place your trust. Not a tyrant, not a distant force, but a Lord of balance, mercy, and perfect knowledge. And as the chapter draws this section to a quiet pause, it reminds you that the Quran is not to be forced upon anyone. There is no compulsion in this truth. Let there be clarity. Let there be reflection. But let hearts come freely. That is how faith lasts. That is how faith grows. Anything planted in fear will not bear the fruit of love. But what is planted in understanding, in awe, in longing, that will endure. So the words of Surah Al-An'am flow not like a storm, but like a river, gently but with depth, slowly but with certainty. It does not seek to conquer your thoughts. It seeks to awaken them. It does not call for blind obedience. It calls for thoughtful submission, the kind that comes not from pressure, but from peace. Let these verses settle in your chest as the night deepens around you. You are not alone in your questions. You are not alone in your striving. There were prophets who stood before tyrants. There were believers who waited their whole lives for relief. There were souls who found God not in miracles but in moments of quiet truth, and there is room for you among them. The journey is not about being perfect. It is about turning back, again and again, with humility, with hope, with the trust that your Creator sees your struggle and welcomes your return. There is a solemn quiet that falls over the pages as Surah Al-Araf begins. It is the kind of quiet that prepares you for the sound of ancient echoes. This is a chapter that walks slowly through the ruins of civilizations and invites you to listen, not to the noise of crumbling stones or wind through broken walls, but to the voices that once filled cities with certainty, with pride, with denial. And it lets you see, with calm but clear eyes, what became of them. It begins not with accusation, but with remembrance. The Quran gently turns your heart toward the truth that revelation is not new. It did not begin with this prophet. It has always come, again and again, whenever people forgot. Guidance was never withheld. Prophets were sent, books were given, signs were shown. But human hearts grow heavy sometimes, not because they are broken, but because they are full of themselves. Pride can fill a heart so tightly that truth finds no place to settle. So the stories begin, one after the other. They are laid before you like stones on a path, not to scare you, not to entertain, but to awaken you to something deeper. You are shown the people of Noah, who laughed at him while he built a ship on dry land. He warned them not with anger, but with sorrow. His voice must have trembled as he called them back, day after day, year after year. Yet their eyes stayed shut, their hearts closed. When the water came, it was not sudden. It was the result of 1,000 ignored chances. And Noah, the man who tried so long to save them, watched as the world was washed clean. You are shown Hud, a prophet among the people of Ad. They were strong, proud of their might, builders of towering structures. They believed their strength made them untouchable. But Hud stood before them not with fear but with conviction. He told them that real strength is not in stone or wealth. It is in humility before the one who gave you both. They mocked him, called him foolish, but the wind that came was not foolish. It came without mercy, and when it passed, there was no laughter left, only silence. Next comes the story of Salih and the people of Thamud. They demanded signs, and they were given one. A she-camel, emerging from the mountain as a miracle. Gentle, pure, a creature that asked nothing but water and peace. But they saw her not as a sign, but as a threat. And so they harmed her, thinking perhaps the silence of the sky meant there would be no reply. But silence is not absence. Sometimes, It is mercy giving you space to change. When their time ran out, the earth itself trembled, and once again what remained was not the pride of a people, but the lesson they left behind. Then comes Lot, living among a people lost in corruption. He warned them with words that ached. He pleaded with them to return to purity, to kindness, to what they knew deep down was right. But his voice was drowned in mockery. He was driven out not for harm, but for holding on to truth. And when the end came, it came with sorrow. Not because they were destroyed, but because they never reached for mercy when it was right there beside them. Then Shuaib is remembered, sent to a people who worshipped wealth and trickery. Their scales were dishonest, their hearts hardened by greed. He did not curse them, he tried to guide them. He asked them to be fair, to remember that wealth is a trust, not a god. They threatened him, dismissed him, tried to silence him. But truth does not need noise to endure, it needs only patience. And when their buildings stood empty, when the marketplaces grew quiet, the lesson remained. Through all these stories, the thread is the same. Prophets are not sent to be celebrated, they are sent to be heeded. And often, their truth makes people uncomfortable. Because truth unmasks false comfort. It demands change, it calls for reflection, and that is not always welcome, but it is always needed. This chapter does not present these stories as distant history. It brings them close. It whispers, these were people like you. They laughed, they loved, they built, they hoped, and yet they fell, not because they lacked signs, but because they closed their hearts to them. That is the danger the Quran wants you to see, not the wrath that followed, but the arrogance that invited it. It reminds you that every soul is given a chance. No one is punished without warning. No city is seized without having heard. The message always arrives before the consequence. That is part of the mercy, part of the justice, and part of the trust that lies between Creator and creation. But the surah does not leave you in ruins. It lifts your eyes to the balance. Just as there are stories of denial, there are stories of faith. There are those who heard the message and held on to it. Quiet hearts who wept in prayer. Gentle souls who walked in humility. They are not named in thunder. They are honored in light. There are people who did not have wealth, or titles, or fame, but they had sincerity, and that was enough. The Quran often lifts them, quietly, so that you may see what truly matters. That you are not measured by what you build or own, but by what you carry inside, by how you treat those around you, by whether you bow in thanks or boast in pride. The chapter makes it clear that truth does not belong to any one nation or group. It is not a possession, it is a trust. The children of Israel were given great blessings. Prophets walked among them. The sea was parted for them. The manna and quails descended for them. But blessings are not guarantees. When they strayed, they were reminded. When they returned, they were embraced. Their stories are not told to shame them, but to show all of us how closely guidance follows those who seek it, and how quickly it departs from those who turn away. Moses appears again, tender and firm, a leader who carried a burden heavier than most could imagine. He spoke with God directly, yet even he had to remind his people constantly. He led them through the sea, only to find them worshiping a calf while he was away. And yet, he did not give up. He pleaded for their forgiveness. He climbed the mountain seeking commandments, and returned bearing laws meant to free them, not burden them. But even with miracles, some hearts resisted. That is what the surah gently teaches, that faith is not built only through seeing, it is built through choosing. A heart that wants truth will find it even in silence. A heart that rejects it will not be moved by fire from the sky. You are reminded again and again that this Quran is a continuation, not a replacement. It does not erase the past. It carries it forward. It confirms what came before. It respects those who held the truth before you, and it calls you to be part of that chain, not by name, but by action, not by pride, but by sincerity. As the verses unfold, there is a sense of responsibility that grows. You begin to feel that these stories are not just records, They are invitations. They call you to ask, where do I stand in this pattern? Am I the one who listens or the one who scoffs? When I hear truth, do I resist it or reflect on it? Do I walk with the weight of humility or the armor of arrogance? The surah encourages reflection not just on history, but on the self. It teaches that the fall of nations begins in the heart of individuals, when gratitude is replaced by entitlement, when trust is replaced by trickery, when remembrance of God is replaced by worship of the self. But even now, the tone is not heavy with despair. It is woven with hope. Hope that you will choose better, that you will take these stories as mirrors, that you will walk through their ruins not with fear, but with wisdom, that you will hear in their echoes the soft voice of mercy still calling you home. As the night deepens and the verses soften into stillness, let the stories settle in your heart, not as distant warnings but as gentle reminders. You are not so different from them, but you are still here. And that means you still have time. Time to listen, time to change, time to return. As the chapter continues, you are brought to a place between places, a space suspended not only between earth and sky, but between hope and regret. This is where the people of the heights stand. They are not yet in paradise, and they are not of the people of hell. They stand between the two, waiting, looking, longing, and as they gaze upon both sides, their hearts are filled with memory. These are the ones whose scales of deeds are balanced, not quite heavy enough to enter the garden, not quite light enough to be cast away. They are caught in the middle, in the hush of divine justice, where nothing is rushed and every action is weighed. From their position, they see what many never imagined: the bliss of those who passed the test, and the anguish of those who turned away from it. You can imagine the stillness of that place, not loud, not chaotic, a still air filled with prayer. They call out to the people of paradise, not with envy but with yearning. "Peace be upon you," they say, as if those few words are enough to make their waiting more bearable. Their eyes rest longingly on those who are welcomed into gardens beneath which rivers flow. They hope, still. They do not despair, because they know God is not unjust, and they know He sees what no one else sees. Their hearts are heavy with self-reflection. They remember moments when they could have done more, when they could have spoken kindly, turned away from arrogance, given a little extra, walked with more humility. They are not lost, but they are learning what it means to be truly aware. The people of the heights are perhaps among the most honest souls in this picture, not shielded by delusion, not distracted by denial. They know exactly who they are and where they fell short, and still, they hope. Then your attention is drawn to those whose scales tip too far in the wrong direction, the people of the fire. The Quran does not describe them with cruelty. It describes them with sorrow. They are not mocked. They are remembered as those who turned away from signs again and again, even when those signs were clear and close. They ridiculed the messengers. They laughed at warnings. They followed pride, not because it made sense, but because it made them feel powerful. Now, that power has vanished. The fire is not just flames, it is the weight of truth that they had ignored. They cry out to the people of paradise, asking for a drop of water, just one drop. Something small, something basic, something they used to take for granted, but it will not be given, not out of cruelty, but because justice has come full circle. They are told plainly that they denied these very signs. They scoffed at the reminders. They told themselves they would never be held to account. And now, they ask for mercy not because they have changed, but because their comfort has ended. The scene shifts again, back to the stories that warn gently through memory. Moses and Pharaoh return, not as distant tales, but as threads woven through the present. Moses stood before the greatest worldly power of his time. He came not with violence, but with a call. Let the people go. Free them. Recognize your limits. But Pharaoh could not bear to be challenged. His heart had become swollen with control, and control can become a kind of blindness. So Pharaoh demanded signs, and signs were given. One after another, the signs arrived, clear, impossible to dismiss. But Pharaoh and his followers called them magic. They refused to believe what was right before their eyes. It was not lack of evidence. It was pride, the same pride that made them feel that submission was weakness. But it is not. In truth, submission is strength. To bow is not to fall. It is to rise in the right direction. The chapter reminds you that even when Pharaoh rejected Moses, others believed. Among his own people were hearts that trembled with truth, but fear kept them silent. The fear of being harmed. The fear of losing position. Sometimes knowing the truth is not enough. It must be spoken. And yet, God knows every heart. He knows who struggled inwardly. He knows who wanted to speak but held back. And he knows who tried, even when it cost them. The story of Moses is more than confrontation. It is about faith under pressure. It is about leading a people who often struggled to trust. Even after miracles, the sea was parted for them. The mountain hovered above them. Manna and quails were sent to them. And yet they faltered. They asked to see God with their own eyes. They grew impatient. They clung to the past. But Moses did not abandon them. He remained firm, even when their complaints grew loud. He prayed for them, pleaded for them, taught them. He returned with commandments, clear guidance carved into stone, rules not meant to burden, but to bring order and justice. But hearts are strange things. Even with clarity, they can grow hard. They can twist truth to suit comfort. And so, some among them changed the words. Not all, but some. And still, the Quran does not paint with a broad brush. It does not condemn a people as a whole. It distinguishes between those who believed and those who betrayed that belief, between those who upheld their covenant and those who broke it. The chapter moves on to speak of the Sabbath, a day of rest, a sacred trust. But among those given this law, there were some who tried to work around it, to catch fish by tricks and loopholes. They did not break the rule directly, but they twisted it, just enough to feel clever, and that cleverness became their downfall. The Quran does not highlight this to shame them. It reminds you that every law is a test, not just of obedience but of honesty. Will you follow it in spirit, or try to bend it while pretending you haven't? There is a pause in the flow, a reminder that not all who came before failed. Among the people of the past, there were always those who stood firm, who called others to truth even when they were ignored, who spoke even when they were mocked. These are the ones who are honored, not with statues but with remembrance, not with wealth but with light. They are the quiet heroes of every generation, the ones who remind you that one voice, spoken with sincerity, can echo longer than an empire. Then, there is the whisper of returning, of how, after all of this, God still calls, even those who disobeyed, even those who strayed. If they turn back, if they seek forgiveness, if they walk toward the light they once turned away from, the door remains open. That is the mercy that underlies every verse. The kind of mercy that never gives up, that waits at the edge of your heart with patience. But the surah also warns that there are those who know the truth and still hide it, those who twist revelation for their own gain, who sell guidance for a fleeting profit. They read the words but do not live them. They wear the garments of knowledge but keep their hearts empty. The Quran calls them not with hatred but with sorrow, because they had the tools, they had the chance, and they chose shadows instead. As the chapter flows toward its end, it invites reflection, not through fear but through awareness. It tells you of a people to whom a clear sign was given, but they turned away. Their hearts were not ready, and so they were left with knowledge but no wisdom, with rituals but no soul. The Quran says they became like donkeys carrying books, not because they were evil, but because they carried something sacred without understanding it. Then, perhaps the most subtle warning of all, that of those who were once close to God but let desire pull them away. They knew the signs, but they preferred comfort, and so they slipped, not suddenly, but step by step, until the light was behind them, and they walked into the fog. The image given is of someone who shed their skin, like a snake, as if they left behind their protection, not because it was taken from them, but because they cast it off. Even in this, the Quran does not say they are doomed forever. It speaks to the reality of human weakness, but also of divine justice. There comes a point where the heart no longer turns, where it chooses to forget. That is the moment of loss, not when the punishment arrives, but when the soul no longer cares that it's drifting. Still, the surah ends with the firm reminder of God's majesty, that He alone creates, that He alone gives life and takes it, that He alone knows what is in the heavens and the earth, and that to Him is the return, always, without fail. It calls on you not just to reflect, but to respond, to listen with the heart, to remember that your place in these stories is not fixed. You are not yet among those judged. You are still among those being shown the way. Let the people of the heights remind you of balance. Let the people of paradise awaken your longing. Let the people of the fire stir your caution. And let the prophets and their stories draw you closer to your Creator, through truth, through patience, and through love. It begins with a question, not a question of doubt, but one of fairness and longing. The believers ask about the spoils of war, those leftover things in the aftermath of battle. But the answer does not focus first on distribution. It reminds them that the real ownership belongs to God and the messenger, because what matters more than the spoils is the soul behind the struggle. This chapter does not glorify violence or conquest. It brings attention to what war really is, a test of hearts, a test of intention, a battlefield not just of swords, but of truth and obedience. The chapter surrounds the events of Badr, the first real conflict the young Muslim community faced. It was not something they chose lightly. They had left their homes. They had been driven out. They had been persecuted. And yet, when the moment of resistance came, many were unsure. They had hoped for a peaceful interception of a caravan, not a face-to-face war with an armed force. Still, they followed, not because they were ready in number, but because they were ready in faith. God reminds them of this moment, how they were few, how they were unarmed, how they feared what was ahead, but still, they stood, and in that standing they were given support not seen but felt. Angels descended, not for spectacle, but to strengthen, to remind the believers that they were not alone, that beyond the limits of the physical world, help was already written, not because they deserved it without effort, but because they humbled themselves and asked. The victory at Badr was not a celebration of blood. It was a moment of clarity. That belief matters more than numbers, that sincerity overcomes preparation, and that even when fear whispers in your chest, you can still rise. It was not about defeating an enemy. It was about proving that truth, when carried with courage, has weight far beyond the material. But with victory comes danger of a different kind, the danger of pride, of assuming that success means superiority. So the Quran speaks directly to the believers. It warns them not to let their hearts become hard, not to think that the spoils of war are the reward. Their reward is deeper. Their reward is purification, forgiveness, and closeness to their Lord. So they are told to remain obedient, to stay together, to avoid turning their backs when battle begins, to never flee unless it is part of strategy or regrouping, to remember that every victory is a gift, not a guarantee. Then comes a lesson in restraint. War is not to be pursued for its own sake. It is not a way to dominate or enrich. It is a last resort, and when it is done, it must be done with dignity. Prisoners are to be treated fairly. Agreements are to be honored. Those who incline toward peace must be given peace. The ethics of war are outlined with clarity, not to promote aggression, but to protect justice. The believers are told that God could have destroyed their enemies without a single arrow, but that was not the point. The point was the test, so that each person may know their own heart, whether they would stand firm or fall back, whether they would trust what they could see or rely on what was unseen. War was not glorified. It was used to expose the soul, and to teach the believers that in every hardship there is refinement. The prophet is reminded of his role. He is not to decide who receives God's mercy. He is not to chase those who betray treaties unless they break them first. He is not to act from emotion. He is to follow the command, and always to consult. Even in war there is compassion. Even in strategy, there is prayer. The Quran speaks again of the spoils, this time with fairness and structure. 1/5 is to be set aside for God, the messenger, the orphans, the needy and the traveler, not for personal gain, but for the care of those often left behind. The rest is to be shared equally among the fighters. And yet, even in this, the lesson is not about wealth. It is about responsibility. That what you hold in your hand is not yours by right, but by trust. There is a soft rebuke for the believers who hesitated, who wavered, who questioned, but it is not to shame them. It is to wake them, to remind them that guidance comes with accountability. They are not to be like those who saw the truth and still walked away from it. They are to be better. They are to rise. As the chapter moves on, the believers are shown what kind of community they are meant to be. One that listens and obeys. One that prepares, but does not rely only on preparation. One that stands together. That does not argue in the ranks. That does not boast after victory. That does not hoard wealth or power. They are told that unity is strength, that hearts must be tied before hands. That trust in God does not mean abandoning action, but that action without trust is hollow. The non-believers, by contrast, are described not with hatred but with sadness. They plot, they lie, they fight without purpose. They are driven by pride, not principle. And in that pride, they are left empty. God reminds them of their own history, how they were the ones who broke pacts, who attacked first, who mocked the message. They are not condemned for their disbelief alone. They are held to account for their choices. But even here there is a call, a door still open. If they repent, if they seek truth, if they come in peace, then peace will be given. No one is beyond forgiveness unless they walk away from it themselves. And even then, the path remains open so long as breath remains. A quiet moment returns to the battlefield, when the prophet prayed under a tree, when the night before the battle brought calm and rain, when fear trembled, but faith held firm. These moments are not about war. They are about human nature, about trust in God when everything else seems uncertain, about how leadership is not about command, but about prayer, about how courage is not loud. It is steady. It is found in those who know they are weak, but walk forward anyway. The disbelievers are shown again in their illusion, how they thought they were right, how Satan whispered to them, telling them that no one could overcome them, that they were too strong, too many. But when the battle began, he stepped back, because arrogance cannot protect, it can only deceive. And when the veil is lifted, those who trusted arrogance are left alone. There is a reminder to the believers: do not be like those who say they would never do wrong, then fall into it. Do not be like those who speak of God, then forget Him. Do not be fooled by appearances. What is hidden matters more than what is seen, and what God sees is not your strength, but your sincerity. Then the chapter turns again to justice. Those who betrayed treaties are warned. Those who persecuted others are given notice. But it is not blind revenge. It is principled. Only those who broke trust are to be confronted. Those who remained faithful to their agreements are to be treated with honor. This is not about war for its own sake. It is about protecting the right of people to live, believe, and speak without fear. There is guidance on preparation. The believers are told to gather strength, to be ready, to train their horses, to build a presence strong enough that others think twice before attacking. But even this is not about aggression. It is about deterrence, so that peace may be protected, so that justice may stand without being crushed. But again, if the enemy inclines toward peace, you must incline too. Do not pursue war if the door of peace opens. Trust that God will support you, even when it seems uncertain. He is enough. He will bind hearts together. He will give courage to those who believe, and belief is more powerful than armor. The chapter ends with a vision of the kind of people the believers are meant to be. Those who respond when called, who give, even when they have little, who trust, even when the path is steep, who fight not out of anger, but to uphold truth, and who forgive, when forgiveness brings more healing than harm. You are shown that the spoils and the battles are temporary. What lasts is the intention, the mercy, the trust, the unity, and above all the remembrance of God in every moment, in fear, in victory, in loss, and in love. It begins without the softness of a blessing. This surah opens without the usual phrase that begins the other chapters, not because mercy has been removed, but because the message now carries the sharp weight of consequence. There are times when comfort must be set aside to speak clearly. This is one of those times. A declaration is made. Agreements with those who repeatedly broke their promises, those who betrayed their treaties and mocked the sanctity of peace, will no longer be honored. These verses do not announce cruelty, but closure. They do not promote vengeance, but justice. The time of deception is ending. Now comes truth without disguise. The chapter reveals itself in the context of the 9th year after migration. It was a time of decisive movements, a time when the early Muslim community was no longer weak or scattered. The hearts had been tested. The lines had been drawn. Treaties had been signed in good faith, but many were broken not by accident, but by intention. This chapter addresses those who abused trust, those who attacked the vulnerable even while peace was offered. They are given a time frame to consider, a chance to walk back from the edge. But if they choose war, then war will meet them, not out of rage, but out of duty to protect. And yet, right after this firmness, the doors of repentance are left wide open. If anyone, even among those who stood against truth, chooses to surrender their hostility, turns back to what is right, and makes sincere amends, then they are not only to be forgiven, but welcomed. This is the balance. Accountability paired with mercy, a path for return placed right beside the warning of consequence. This surah speaks to the reality of a world where not all people seek peace. It does not ask believers to be naive. It does not instruct them to lay down their values in the face of betrayal. It tells them to stand, to defend, and to respond in proportion to the harm that was committed, but always with the door of repentance open, always with the possibility of change held close. The disbelievers of Makkah had waged years of war. They had driven the Muslims from their homes, surrounded the city, broken truce after truce. Yet even for them, God says, if they repent, then they are your brothers in faith. All that is past can be left behind, if their turning is sincere. The surah moves from treaties to trust, from politics to purity of heart. It addresses the hypocrisy that had begun to infect the community from within. Not everyone who called themselves a believer truly stood with the cause. Some whispered doubts. Some made excuses when hardship approached. Some pledged allegiance with their tongues but carried resentment in their chests. These were not harmless. They were dangerous, not because of open opposition, but because of hidden betrayal. The Quran names them, not by their faces but by their patterns. They delay, they ridicule, they withdraw when it matters most. They smile in gatherings, then mock behind closed doors. This is not just about one group of people. It is a lesson for all communities, that the strength of a nation lies not only in numbers, but in sincerity. When the call came to march with the Prophet to the Battle of Tabuk, it was in the heat of summer. The journey was long, the opposition uncertain, the hardship real. Many of the faithful rose and prepared. Some sold their only possessions. Some gave what little food they had. They were poor, but their hearts were full. Others, however, found every excuse to stay. They claimed the heat was too great. But they had forgotten that the fire of this world fades. The fire of the next cannot be escaped by delay or denial. Still, even here, God's mercy is not far. Those who turned away and later felt regret, who wept at their own hesitation, who wanted to give but had nothing to offer, are not shamed. They are lifted. Their sorrow is seen as a sign of faith, their tears as a form of repentance. The Prophet is told to take charity from the believers, not just as material support, but to purify their hearts. Giving is not just an act of service, it is an act of cleansing. What you part with reveals what you value most. When people give from love, their giving is never forgotten. The chapter continues, not just with laws and expectations, but with images of community life. Some of the faithful came forward seeking to join the expedition, but lacked the means. Their names are remembered in heaven, even if they were left behind on earth. Some hypocrites built a false mosque, not to worship, but to create division. They claimed it was for the weak, for those who could not travel far. But God exposed the lie. Places of worship are not only defined by walls, they are defined by hearts. A mosque founded on sincerity, even if it stands on rough ground, is better than one raised on deceit. At every turn, the surah balances warning with invitation. It does not excuse wrongdoing. It names it. It does not erase betrayal. It confronts it, but it also makes room for change. Even those who stayed behind in shame are not cut off. When the Prophet returned from the expedition, some of them came with false excuses. Others, knowing they had failed, remained silent. Among them were 3 men whose repentance was delayed. They did not deny their mistake. They confessed it openly. For days they were isolated. For weeks they wandered in grief, uncertain whether they would be forgiven, until at last, God revealed that their truthfulness had saved them. Their hearts had been tested, and they passed not by perfection, but by honesty. This chapter teaches that accountability does not mean cruelty. Repentance does not mean perfection. The best among the believers are not those who never fail, but those who rise again with sincerity. The Prophet is instructed not to seek forgiveness for those who die in hypocrisy, not because he lacks compassion, but because some hearts have sealed themselves completely. It is not a judgment for him to make. It is a truth already written. Mercy must be real to be received. The surah also reminds the believers to put God and the messenger before their own desires, to prefer truth over comfort, to love what is eternal over what is temporary. It asks them to be willing to give even the things they hold most dear, their homes, their families, their wealth, their lives, not because God wants them to suffer, but because only through detachment can freedom be found. When love for God becomes greater than love for the world, the heart becomes unshakable. As the message flows, the believers are praised not for loudness but for steadfastness. Those who stand in prayer at night, those who give quietly in the day, those who fast, who remember, who guard their promises. Both men and women are honored equally. Their worth is in their deeds. Their reward is in their devotion. They are promised gardens beneath which rivers flow, not as luxury alone, but as symbols of eternal peace. The chapter also addresses the fate of those who continue to resist truth with stubbornness. They are not to be fought unless they initiate hostility, but once they break trust, the believers are not to remain silent. There is a call to action not rooted in conquest but in courage. Faith must not be passive. It must be willing to stand, to protect, to uphold what is right, even when it is unpopular or difficult. In the end, the surah returns to its core, tawbah, repentance, the turning of the heart back to God. It is never too late. So long as the soul breathes and the heart yearns, the door is open. God accepts repentance from his servants. He knows their weaknesses, he knows their pain, and when they turn to him with sincerity, he turns to them with forgiveness, again and again. Even the prophet is reminded of the burden he carries, that his heart grieves for those who reject, that his compassion sometimes exceeds what is fair to himself. He is told to trust, to deliver the message, to hold fast to those who believe, to be patient, to walk with hope, not sorrow. The journey of truth is not without cost, but it is not walked alone. The words continue, flowing with the weight of truth and the ache of reality. Not everyone who walks among the believers truly walks with them in heart. There are those whose prayers are performed only to be seen, whose charity is not offered with love but with resentment. They believe they deceive the faithful, and perhaps even deceive themselves, but they forget that nothing is hidden from the one who formed their hearts in the first place. This portion of the surah draws back the veil from those who wear the garments of faith yet tremble at every hardship. falter at every call, and vanish when the struggle begins. Their lips speak of loyalty, but their feet flee the moment discomfort appears. When the Prophet announced the expedition to Tabuk, many in the community rallied. But there were others who whispered quietly to one another, questioning why they should leave their homes in the intense heat, pretending concern while covering cowardice. They thought their comfort would save them, not realizing the greatest fire is not the one that burns in this world, but the one that awaits those who turned away from truth knowingly. They laughed at the call to struggle. They ridiculed those who took it seriously. But the Quran meets their mockery not with equal scorn, but with a mirror, reflecting their own hollow hearts back at them. The believers, by contrast, are shown in clear light. Their ranks are not marked by perfection, but by perseverance. Some came with tears in their eyes, unable to join the Prophet because they lacked even the means to ride. They were not dismissed. Their sorrow was seen and recorded. And then there were those who stayed behind without excuse, without regret, without shame. The Quran does not erase their names. It preserves them, not to condemn the person, but to warn the pattern. Among the most painful stories is that of the 3 men who did not join the expedition, though they were known to be sincere. They did not lie. They did not invent excuses. They admitted their failure openly. But truth, even when painful, has its reward. Their isolation from the community was not out of hatred but as a mercy, a space for reflection. For 40 nights they lived in grief, cut off even from their wives, until at last revelation came. Their repentance was accepted. Their honesty had lifted them above the noise of hypocrisy. God, in His mercy, had turned toward them. What this teaches is that failure does not destroy a person, but dishonesty might. And that sincerity, even delayed, can bring healing to the heart and a return to grace. In these verses, the Prophet is taught not only to lead in battle, but to lead in healing. He is told to accept the repentance of the believers, to pray for them. His prayer is not just words. It is a comfort for them, a shelter, a mercy. His leadership is not one of command alone, but of deep concern for the well-being of every soul that walks beside him, even those who falter, even those who hesitate. But the warnings remain firm for those who repeatedly lie, who use religion for gain, who seek to divide and distract. A group among the hypocrites secretly built a structure they claimed was for worship, a place close to the Cuba Mosque. But their intention was to sow discord, to create an alternative center of influence that would weaken the community. They invited the Prophet to pray there, hoping to lend it legitimacy. But revelation came, exposing their plan. He was instructed not to stand there. The foundations of a building matter less than the foundation of the heart. A place built on righteousness will stand. A place built on deceit will crumble. The believers are reminded that their lives and wealth are not their own. They are a trust. They are offered to God in exchange for something far greater: paradise. Not a paradise built of stone or gold, but one flowing with peace, one filled with the presence of the one they longed for in this life. They are promised forgiveness, gardens, honor, not because they are flawless, but because they strive. They pray, they give, they remain loyal. They do not sell their conscience for comfort. They do not hesitate to speak the truth, even when it costs them dearly. There is also a deep reminder about timing. When the call comes, when the truth becomes clear, that is the time to rise. Delay is not neutral. It carries its own consequences. Some among the hypocrites approached the Prophet after the campaign was over, swearing loyalty, fabricating regrets, hoping to be seen in a better light. But sincerity is not something that can be performed. The surah makes it clear. Words without truth are like dry leaves. They crumble at the touch. There is a softness, however, for those who genuinely regret. Not all who stayed behind did so with arrogance. Some had fallen into despair. Some were overwhelmed. Their shame was real. Their longing to be restored was not for appearances, but for peace. For them, the door remains open. The Prophet is told to take their charity, to cleanse their hearts through it, and to offer prayers for them. What seems small in the eyes of others becomes monumental in the eyes of God when it comes from a broken but honest heart. These verses teach the weight of community, that a society built on trust must be guarded, that truth must be cherished, not only in words but in actions, that it is not enough to speak of faith. One must walk in it, stand with it, hold it close when the path is steep and the sky is silent. The hypocrites wanted ease without effort, recognition without sacrifice. Their presence in the community was not just a burden, it was a warning that faith without integrity is no faith at all. At the same time, the surah does not forget those who are still finding their way. Some are new to belief, some struggle with doubts, some are weak but not insincere. They are to be treated gently, guided, not judged, welcomed, not condemned. The prophet is told to be firm with the liars but patient with the sincere. The message is not just about rules, it is about hearts. It is about building a people who reflect the values they claim to uphold. The final verses of this surah come like a soft tide after the storm. They describe the messenger not as a warrior or judge alone, but as someone who grieves over the suffering of his people, who carries their burdens, who longs for their salvation, who feels pain when they are hurt and joy when they rise. He is described as full of kindness, full of mercy, not just toward the believers who follow him, but even for those who turn away. His concern is not for power, it is for souls. His mission is not one of conquest, it is one of calling. He is a light in the darkness, a shepherd in the storm, a heart that never closes. The chapter ends by calling all to place their trust in God. If they turn away, if they reject, if they walk alone, then let the prophet say, God is enough for me. There is no God but him. Upon him I rely. He is the Lord of the mighty throne. This is the seal of strength, not a clenched fist, but an open hand raised to heaven. Not despair, but certainty. Not anger, but peace. When the revelation of Surah Yunus begins, it reminds the listener that the Quran is a message sent with purpose, not confusion. It speaks directly to those who doubt. Some wondered how a human being like themselves could be chosen to receive such words. But the answer is not one of miracles alone. It is one of signs, of reflection, of a world filled with reminders. The rising sun, the flowing rivers, the alternating of day and night all point to the hand that guides them. Life begins with him and will return to him. Everything in between is a test of heart, intention, and response. The surah gently opens the door to a wider understanding. Some believe only when they are afraid. They pray when danger approaches, when the waves rise and the wind grows fierce. But when safety returns, they forget. They walk as if they were never vulnerable, yet the one who answered them in fear is still the one present in ease. Belief should not be something that flickers only in crisis. It should be a light carried always, burning quietly within. The people of the past are remembered here not as distant characters but as lessons. Noah preached for years and was met with mockery. The people of Pharaoh saw signs but chose pride. They turned their backs on the truth even as it stood clearly before them. But there is one exception, the people of Jonah. They disbelieved at first, as others had. But when the warning became real, their hearts shifted. They turned back to God before it was too late. Their repentance was accepted. Their destruction was lifted. This was rare, and it is mentioned not only as history but as hope, that turning back is always possible when it is sincere. The surah makes it clear that no soul believes except by God's permission, but that permission is not random. It meets the soul that is open, that seeks truth with humility. Those who reject, despite clarity, despite understanding, are not pushed away but left to their choice. Freedom is respected, even when it leads to ruin. The Quran does not seek to control. It seeks to illuminate, to guide those who are willing, to call them gently, persistently, again and again. It reminds the listener that all affairs return to God, that nothing is hidden from him, that injustice may occur in this world, but it does not escape the final judgment. The prophet is comforted in these verses. He is told not to grieve over those who mock or turn away. His duty is to deliver. The rest belongs to the one who sees what is in every heart. The message is one of calm trust. That truth has its time. That patience is part of belief. That justice will come, not always when we wish, but always when it is right. As the surah closes, it asks the prophet to declare, "I follow only what is revealed to me. I do not invent. I do not distort. I stand in clear light." And it tells all who listen to reflect, to look at what has come to them, to see in it a mercy, a healing, a guidance. It is not a burden but a gift, a light in the darkness, a reminder that the one who created them has not forgotten them. He speaks to them still. Then comes the beginning of Surah Hud. Its tone deepens. The message becomes heavier. It carries the weight of truth delivered through generations. The stories of past prophets are told here not as simple narratives but as waves of warning, encouragement, and clarity. The prophet is reminded again that he is not the first to face rejection. He walks a path worn smooth by those before him. Their lives were filled with challenge, but their hearts were filled with certainty. Noah appears again, but with greater detail. His story stretches out, longer now, more intimate. He pleaded with his people. He warned them again and again. But they laughed, they argued, they refused. When the command came, he built the ark in open daylight, mocked for his effort, ridiculed for his faith. But the sky did open. The earth did release its waters, and those who had mocked were swept away. Only those on the ark survived, and even among them grief remained. For his own son, despite the call of a father's voice, chose to remain behind. He climbed a mountain, thinking it would save him. But no mountain stands tall enough against a command from God. Noah cried out, but he was told gently that this was not just about blood or family. It was about belief. And so the waves carried away not only a people but a sorrow. The story ends not in triumph, but in reverence, in submission to the will of the one who knows what hearts conceal. The people of Hud come next. They were strong, powerful, proud of their structures, their might, but they had no humility. Hud stood among them, one of their own, speaking plainly, asking only that they turn to the one who gave them breath. They replied with sarcasm. They thought his words were madness, but he did not waver. He told them he stood with clear evidence, that he feared not their threats, that he relied on God alone. And when the punishment came, it came as a roaring wind, invisible but crushing. It tore through their pride and left only silence. Hud and those who believed were saved. The rest became a memory. Each of these stories is not only about destruction, they are about a pattern. A message arrives. It is met with denial, pride, mockery. A few believe. The majority dismiss. Time passes. Then, without fail, the truth becomes visible. Sometimes in mercy, sometimes in consequence, but always in justice, and always in wisdom. The prophet is not only being told history, he is being told his place within a larger rhythm. He is not alone, he is not the first, and he is not without support. Patience is praised in these verses, not as passive waiting, but as active trust, a steady heart in the face of storm, a calm voice in the sea of disbelief. This is the path of the prophets. There is also tenderness here, a reminder that believers do not need to be many, that even a single voice of truth, if sincere, is weighty in the eyes of God, that fear should not silence the truth, that rejection, even from family, is not a failure when the message is carried with honesty. As the surah unfolds, it weaves these lessons together. Each prophet is like a lantern, lighting the path ahead. Each rejection is a test, but every test carries the seeds of clarity. The Quran is building an understanding here, that faith is not a smooth road. It is a journey filled with choice, that the choice to believe, to speak, to stand firm, is the greatest expression of trust. The wind that brought ruin to the people of Hud had barely settled when the story shifted to another prophet, to another stubborn people, the people of Thamud. They lived among valleys carved by time, mountains etched with their own hands. Their homes were firm, Their lives appeared secure, but their hearts were dry with pride. Salih was sent to them, not as a stranger but from among their own. He asked not for riches or titles. He simply called them to recognize the one who had shaped them from dust, who had given them the skills they used to build their world. Their test was clear, yet strangely simple. A she-camel, miraculously brought forth, was to be respected, given space to drink, left in peace. A creature not born through the ordinary order of things, but a direct sign from the one who created all life. But the people did not honor it. They conspired. They slaughtered it in defiance. They laughed at warnings, and so their joy turned into stillness. The ground beneath them shook. The cry from the sky silenced their arrogance. The mountains stood, but the ones who carved them were gone. The story does not glorify their end. It laments it. It invites reflection, not revenge. Then the verses shift again, this time to a different place. To Abraham, visited by guests who at first appeared as men. He welcomed them, as any good host would, and brought food to them quickly. But they did not eat. He felt a flicker of unease, and then they revealed who they were. Angels, sent with a message. A child would be born to him, even in his old age. His wife, standing nearby, laughed in disbelief, not out of mockery but surprise. Could such a thing happen now, after all these years? The angels comforted her. With God, all things are possible. The one who gives life does not forget. Time is no barrier to his will. But their visit was not only one of glad tidings. It carried also a warning. They had been sent to a people lost in sin, the people of Lot. A people who had abandoned not only natural order but all boundaries of decency. They had lost shame, lost courtesy, lost reverence, and they had become violent in their defiance. Lot had preached among them, lived among them, but his words were ignored. When the angels reached him, still in the form of men, the evil of the town was quickly revealed. The people surrounded his home. They demanded to violate the guests. Lot was overwhelmed. His heart broke. He pleaded. He offered protection. He begged for reason, but they would not listen. Then the angels revealed their true nature. They told Lot to leave, to take his family and go in the dark of night. But not all would be saved. His wife, bound by disbelief or divided loyalty, would remain. The punishment came as a reversal. The ground turned over. The heavens rained down. What had once been a thriving town became a scar on the land. But the story does not linger on the destruction. It focuses on Lot's grief, on his obedience, on his pain. The prophets are not stone figures. They feel, they love, they lose, and they trust even in sorrow. Then comes the tale of Shu'aib. His people thrived in trade. They knew weights and measures, profits and prices, but they cheated. They lied in business. They cut corners and called it cleverness. Shu'aib stood before them with honesty. He asked for fairness, for clarity, for justice in the marketplace. But they laughed. They mocked his prayers. They told him to leave. They could not see how religion had anything to do with business. But truth is not to be divided into compartments. What is right must shine in every corner of life. The consequence came quietly but firmly. A cry from the sky, an overpowering sound that stilled their movement, silenced their deception. Again the believer was saved, and the denier was lost. And the land was left with only echoes. These stories are not mere warnings. They are mirrors. They reflect the ways in which pride blinds, in which familiarity breeds arrogance. The prophets were not strangers. They were kin, and still they were rejected. The verses now speak to the Prophet Muhammad himself. They acknowledge the weight on his shoulders, the sorrow he feels when his people reject him. The Quran tells him, "Your chest tightens, but you are not alone. The same happened to those before you." The hearts of the messengers broke too, but they did not break apart. They held firm, because they knew what carried them was not their own strength, but the truth they were chosen to deliver. He is reminded to remain steady, to not be impatient for judgment. The stories just told are not there to satisfy curiosity. They are placed like stones in a path. Each step is guided. Each account is meant to help him walk through his own struggle. The Quran is not a collection of tales. It is a guide, a lantern in the dark, a voice that knows the weight of disbelief, but also the promise of light. God tells him he is not unaware of what they do, that no deed is hidden, that even the flicker of intention is known, that those who believe and do good will be rewarded beyond what they can count, and those who mock and harm and lie will be met with truth, even if they do not see it coming. The scales are balanced. The hand of justice is never absent. It simply moves with wisdom and time. There is comfort in knowing that even the greatest of messengers faced rejection, that their sincerity was not always met with warmth, that their mission was not measured by popularity but by endurance. The prophet is told not to grieve over what is beyond his control. He is asked to hold to the path, to recite the book, to remain among those who believe. This is not a story of despair. It is one of courage, quiet courage that persists through storms. As the surah moves to its conclusion, the Quran reminds its listener of the life of this world. It is temporary. It is adorned with beauty, but it fades. Like crops after rain, they grow, they shine, and then they wither. What remains is what is planted in the soul. The verses ask gently, what are you growing within yourself? What seeds are you tending? What harvest will you take with you when all the leaves fall? The chapter ends with both a soft call and a strong reassurance. Those who seek their Lord with truth will find him near. He is not distant. He is not hard to reach. The path to him is not through endless struggle, but through sincerity, through turning again and again, even after mistakes. He is forgiving. He is patient. He is aware, and he is enough. This is the story of a dream, a boy, and the winding road of destiny. It begins with Joseph, a young son of Jacob, beloved by his father and blessed with a vision. One night, Joseph came to his father, his voice filled with wonder, and told him he had seen 11 stars, the sun, and the moon bowing down to him. Jacob understood the weight of such a dream. He knew it was no ordinary vision. He felt the stirrings of a divine path, but he also knew that not every heart can hold such truths with grace. So he warned Joseph to keep his dream quiet, especially from his brothers. Those brothers, older and stronger, had long carried envy. They saw the love their father had for Joseph, the way his eyes softened when the boy entered the room, and bitterness took root. They whispered among themselves, wondering how to rid themselves of him. They did not see a brother, they saw a rival. They did not see innocence, they saw a threat. And so one day they asked their father to let Joseph come with them to play. Reluctantly, Jacob agreed, though his heart resisted. In the wilderness, far from home, they carried out their plan. They threw him into a deep well. Alone in the darkness, Joseph could not have known what lay ahead, but he was not forgotten. His Lord watched. A caravan passed. Thirsty travelers drew water, and with it, a boy. They took him as a slave, not knowing they had lifted a future ruler. He was sold in Egypt for a small price, a few coins. Those who bought him saw only a servant, but God saw more. He was taken into the house of a high official. There he grew in grace and wisdom, but with beauty came trial. The wife of the official, drawn by desire, sought to tempt him. Joseph resisted, not once, but with steady resolve. He fled from what was wrong, though it would have been easier to give in. She accused him, falsely, and the truth was clouded by status and shame. In the end, he was thrown into prison, though he had done no wrong. Even in prison, Joseph's light did not dim. He carried himself with dignity, and soon others turned to him. 2 men came with dreams. One saw himself pressing wine. The other saw birds eating from his head. They asked for meaning, and Joseph, with gentleness, explained. He did not take credit. He reminded them that true knowledge belongs to God alone. One of the men would return to serve the king. The other would not. Joseph asked the one who would be freed to mention him to the king. But time passed, and he was forgotten. Years later, the king himself had a troubling dream. 7 fat cows consumed by 7 thin ones, 7 green ears of grain and 7 dry ones. None of his counselors could explain it. Then the man who had once been in prison remembered Joseph. The king sent for him. Joseph, dignified even after years in confinement, came not with bitterness but with clarity. He explained the dream with calm. 7 years of abundance would be followed by 7 of hardship. Store wisely, he said, and the land would survive. The king was struck not just by his insight but by his integrity. He wanted Joseph close, but Joseph did not rush. He asked that his name be cleared first. The truth came out. The women confessed. He had not strayed. He had stood firm. The king appointed him to manage the wealth of the land. From the darkness of a well to the throne of Egypt, Joseph's journey was one of patience and trust. Then came the famine. Back in Canaan, his brothers were struggling. They traveled to Egypt seeking grain. They did not recognize the man before them. The one they had thrown away now stood in power. Joseph knew them, but he did not reveal himself. He tested their hearts. He asked them to bring their younger brother. He placed a cup in the bag of one and called out theft to see how they would respond. Were they still the same? Would they abandon the younger brother as they had him? Their words revealed change. Their hearts had softened. They spoke of their father's sorrow. They showed remorse. Joseph could hold back no longer. He brought them close, tears in his eyes, and said, "I am Joseph. I am the one you cast away." Their faces fell. Guilt flooded them. But Joseph did not seek revenge. He said, "There is no blame on you today. God has forgiven. So will I. Go to our father. Tell him I am alive." Jacob, old and nearly blind with grief, wept when the news came. When he held the shirt of his son, his sight returned. He had always believed. Even when the world said Joseph was gone, his heart whispered otherwise. The family came to Egypt. They were reunited in peace. The dream Joseph saw as a boy had come true. His brothers bowed before him, not in worship, but in honor. The stars, the sun, and the moon, each piece of that dream, unfolded exactly as it was meant to. But the story does not end with triumph. It closes with perspective. This is not just a tale of betrayal and reunion. It is a lesson in patience, a mirror of trust. Joseph never stopped believing, even in the pit, even in prison. His heart stayed tethered to the one who sees all, even in silence. And Jacob, though struck by sorrow, never gave up hope. The one who loses everything may find more than he ever imagined. The one who is cast aside may rise higher than those who mocked him. This surah is called the best of stories, not because of drama or suspense, but because it carries peace. It calms the restless. It softens the heavy-hearted. It tells you that your journey too has meaning, that even when the well is deep, the rope of mercy reaches down. Even when you are forgotten, the one who remembers you does not sleep. The delays, the detours, the doors that close, they are not punishment. They are preparation. Joseph's life is a reminder that beauty is not just in reward but in restraint, in choosing truth when lies are easier, in choosing mercy when revenge would feel good, in standing firm when no one sees. And when at last the truth is revealed, it comes with healing, not bitterness. The heart that waits with trust will not be left empty. The one who walks with God walks with light. The verses of Surah Ar-Ra'd begin like thunder on the edge of the soul, rolling through the skies of the heart. They call attention not only to the sound that rumbles above, but to the quiet truths that echo within. Thunder is not just noise, it is a sign, a reminder that power rests beyond our control, and that mercy and warning are sometimes wrapped in the same voice. Rain falls where it is destined to fall. The earth absorbs what it needs. The seeds, hidden and silent, split open into green. All of this happens not through chaos, but through will. Everything has a measure, and every measure belongs to the one who commands the heavens. The message turns to the book itself, the Quran, which descended with truth, not only in content but in purpose. It is not meant to simply be read, but to be absorbed like rain into parched ground. Some hearts are soft, and when the words fall upon them, faith blossoms. Others are like rock, where water runs off the surface and nothing grows. The contrast is not in the message, but in the heart that receives it. The surah speaks to those who seek signs. They look to the sky, the movement of the sun and moon, the alternation of night and day. They see but do not reflect. The ones who truly see are not those with sharp eyes, but those whose hearts tremble when they hear truth. They know that God expands and restricts provision with wisdom. They know that what seems delayed is not forgotten, that what is withheld is sometimes protection, not punishment. There is a peace given to those who trust in their Lord. Their hearts find rest not in outcomes but in remembrance. The Quran repeats this truth with gentle certainty. Truly, in the remembrance of God, hearts find rest, not in the world's noise, not in the pursuit of more, but in the stillness of returning. The surah then draws a picture of gardens beneath which rivers flow, of people who keep their promises, who are patient in trial, who respond to harshness with calm. These are not idealized saints. They are real souls walking the earth with dignity, anchored in a greater truth. They are not reactive but deliberate. When pain comes, they endure. When joy comes, they remain humble. Their faith is not seasonal. It holds through drought and bloom. And yet, there is warning too. Those who break ties, spread corruption, and mock the signs are not unseen. Their end is not always in this world, but justice is not a fleeting thing. It finds its time. The earth may shake, and the heavens may groan, but what is written will unfold. The message does not hide its weight. It reminds the prophet that even if disbelief surrounds him, his duty is to deliver. Guidance is not his to control. It is God who guides the hearts, and he knows who is open and who turns away. Then comes the image of the thunder itself. It praises God, though few understand its praise. Even the angels tremble at his command. The thunderbolt can strike, but it does not strike without purpose. The contrast between power and patience runs through every verse. The Quran does not just reveal, it reminds. It brings the past into the present, not for curiosity but for clarity. That bridge leads us into the story of Abraham in Surah Ibrahim, a surah that opens with the image of light breaking into darkness. It tells of a scripture sent to bring people from shadow into clarity, not just in the outer world but in the inner path. The message of this surah is steeped in gratitude, in remembrance, and in the deep roots of belief. It brings forth the words of Abraham, not just as a prophet but as a father, a migrant, a servant. He stands in the dry valley of Makkah, long before it would become the place of pilgrimage, and he makes a prayer. His voice, full of hope and humility, rises not in complaint, but in longing. "My Lord," he says, "I have settled my children near your sacred house, far from any crop, in a place of desert, not for wealth or ease, but so that they may establish prayer." He asks not for comfort, but for hearts to incline toward them. He asks for sustenance, not for luxury, but to give thanks. This prayer is a window into faith that looks forward. Abraham does not ask only for his sons, he asks for his descendants. He asks that they remember, that they turn their faces not toward the idols of stone, but to the one who gives life and returns it. He does not speak in pride, he speaks with reverence. "My Lord, accept this prayer. Forgive me, my parents, and the believers on the day the truth is laid bare." The surah reflects on the signs of the past. It reminds of the messengers who came with clear speech and the people who turned away, saying they were only human. But those who rejected did not reject for lack of clarity. They turned away because truth unsettled their pride. They preferred illusion over accountability. They wanted power without responsibility. The people of Pharaoh are mentioned again. Their hearts were hardened by arrogance. They mocked Moses, questioned the signs, and clung to the life of palaces and false gods. But the end came not with warning but with drowning. Their wealth did not save them. Their high walls did not shield them. The surah brings the story not to frighten, but to warn with compassion. These stories are not just about them. They are reminders for us. There is a tree whose roots go deep and whose branches reach the sky. It gives fruit in every season by the will of its Lord. This is the parable of a good word, a word of truth, a word of faith. Spoken sincerely, It grows in ways unseen. It strengthens the soul, it shelters the weary, it feeds those who come near. And then there is the opposite, a word that is rootless, uprooted from the earth. No stability, no fruit, no lasting value. One gives life, the other leaves behind only dust. The surah speaks to those who believe. It tells them not to be deceived by the passing pleasures of this life. What is with you ends, what is with God remains. So spend of what you have, speak truth, be gentle, uphold ties. Gratitude is not just a feeling, it is a way of walking in the world. When you give thanks, more is given. When you deny, you shrink the space of your soul. Gratitude enlarges the heart. It turns hardship into growth. It turns sufficiency into contentment. The Quran reminds that not every heart will turn. Some will be blind to the signs even when they lie open in the sky. But this should not cause despair. It is not numbers that define truth. It is not popularity that confirms the path. Even if the world seems to drift, the one who holds to faith holds to something that cannot be broken. At the end of the surah, the day is described. The day when every soul will see its deeds, when no intercession will be accepted unless granted. The Prophet is reminded that his role is to convey, not to control outcomes. He is told to be patient, for the promise of God is true. Do not think he is unaware of what is done in darkness. The delay is not neglect. It is part of the unfolding. When that day comes, the eyes will widen in horror for some and soften in joy for others. But for those who believe, who remember the prayer of Abraham, who let gratitude guide their steps, there is safety, there is light, there is the reward of gardens and the peace of reunion. The surah ends as it began, with remembrance. A heart that remembers its source does not fear the storm. It hears the thunder and finds in it a voice that reminds, you are never alone. The surahs of Al-Hijr and An-Nahl invite the heart into reflection, into quiet certainty that this message has been preserved not only in script but in spirit. Surah Al-Hijr begins with a reminder so simple and yet so powerful. This is a book that has been revealed by the one who watches, who knows, and who does not forget. There is a calm finality in the statement that he is the one who sent the reminder and he alone will guard it. That protection is not only of ink on paper, but of meaning, of recitation, of a living breath that moves from heart to heart without change, without distortion. In a world where things fade, where stories are rewritten and memories dissolve, the preservation of the Quran becomes a shelter for the soul. It tells of those who rejected not because they misunderstood, but because they could not accept something outside of their own pride. They asked for angels, for signs in the sky, for things to shake their senses. Yet their hearts remained hard even as the message stood in clarity before them. The Prophet is reminded not to let his soul be worn thin by their denial. It is not failure to be rejected by those unwilling to see. Al-Hijr brings forth the story of creation, how Iblis refused to bow, not out of confusion but out of arrogance. He saw the clay of Adam and could not accept that honor could be granted to something formed from earth. Yet it was not the material that carried worth. It was the soul breathed into it. Iblis swore to lead mankind astray, and even then the reply came with assurance that the sincere would never follow him. Those anchored in remembrance, in gratitude, would be protected. The surah then paints the quiet miracles in the world. The earth spread out, mountains like pegs, rain descending in measure, seeds bursting forth and orchards giving fruit in symmetry. These are not mere observations of nature. They are signs. They are the soft fingerprints of divine mercy all around. Yet still, some look and do not see. Some eat and forget the source of their sustenance. The Quran reminds that these provisions are not accidents. They are wrapped in care, in precise balance, in mercy beyond measure. When the surah recalls the people of the stone, the people of Al-Hijr, it is not to tell of ruins for curiosity's sake. It is to remind that those who built strong homes into mountains, those who mocked prophets and thought themselves safe, were brought low not by a visible enemy but by their own dismissal of truth. Their structures still stand, silent and hollow, but the spirit of arrogance that built them was swept away. The message is gentle and firm. Safety is not in walls, but in humility. Then the Quran returns to the Prophet with comfort. It tells him that even if they mock, he is held in care. Recite what has been revealed. Worship with devotion. Trust in the one who created. Through every trial, through every rejection, there is a wisdom being written. The Quran is not just a message for others. It is a healing for the bearer of the message too. Surah An-Nahl continues this stream with a shift from the awe of protection to the bounty of blessings. It begins with a firm reminder that the command of God will come. Nothing can stop it. So do not seek to rush it, and do not forget to prepare. The world is full of signs that call the heart to gratitude. From the grazing animals to the ships that glide across the sea. From the stars in the sky to the bees that craft hives with unseen instruction. Each creature, each function, is purposeful. The surah lingers on the bee not just as an insect, but as a marvel. From within its belly comes a drink of varying colors in which there is healing. The bee does not speak, yet it follows command. It does not boast, yet it brings sweetness to the world. This is a lesson for the soul. Obedience to the Creator brings blessing even if unnoticed. Humility bears fruit, even if in silence. Then the surah draws attention to how the blessings of life are so many, they cannot be counted. The breath in the chest, the warmth of the sun, the alternation of night and day, families, shelter, water that flows and quenches thirst, livestock that provide clothing, nourishment, and service. Every small detail is part of a system that serves human life. And yet, man is often forgetful. When trial comes, he turns to God in desperation. But when relief comes, he attributes it to his own doing, or turns back to his distractions. The Quran calls people to reflect, to walk on the earth and see what has come before them. Those who denied the truth had greater power, greater wealth, and still they perished. It was not lack of resources that destroyed them, but lack of humility. God does not wrong people. People wrong themselves. There is a recurring theme of speech. The tongue is a gift. With it comes the power to declare faith, to call others to truth, to express gratitude. But the same tongue can lie, can cover up what is true, can wound. The Quran honors those who speak with honesty and justice. It lifts those who stand for truth, even if their numbers are few. Those who migrate for the sake of God, who leave behind comfort to protect their faith, are not forgotten. Their sacrifices are recorded. Their steps are honored. The surah gives reassurance that every soul will be compensated in full for what it has done. There is no fear of injustice, no chance that a deed will go unseen. Even the smallest kindness is known. Even the quietest prayer is heard. And then the message shifts to the very act of revelation. The Quran is not the work of men. It is spirit brought down by the angel, clear and precise, to guide, to awaken, to remind. Those who fabricate lies about God are warned. They are not only harming others, they are severing their own connection to the source of life. The punishment is not just in the hereafter. It begins in the hollowness of the heart, in the instability of the soul, in the fear that creeps in when one knows deep down they are walking away from truth. But for those who believe, who act with integrity, who remain patient through trial and grateful in ease, the reward is layered. It is peace in this world, peace in death, and peace in the world to come. The angels descend upon them, not with judgment but with comfort, saying, "Do not fear and do not grieve. Rejoice in the promise you were given." The Quran does not hide the difficulty of life. It acknowledges that hardship will come, that injustice will occur, that the path is not always smooth, but it gives something deeper than ease. It gives clarity. It gives the strength to endure. It gives the sweetness of meaning. The Prophet is told to call to this path with wisdom and with gentle speech, to invite, not to force, to argue in ways that uplift, not break down. For the one who walks with God is not afraid of storms. He knows that every step, even when misunderstood by others, is seen and valued by the one who matters most. The message closes not with finality, but with motion. Be patient. for God is with those who are patient. Do not think that rejection is a sign of failure. It is a test of sincerity. And in the end, it is the truth that will endure. Every verse, every sign, every whisper of revelation continues to echo not just in words, but in the lives of those who carry it forward. The journey begins in the stillness of night, the darkness not as a veil but as a stage upon which light descends. Surah Al-Isra opens with an event so magnificent it cannot be contained by reason alone. The Prophet is taken from the sacred mosque in Mecca to the farthest mosque in Jerusalem, not by foot nor by mount, but by the will of the one who governs all time and place. This night journey is not just travel, it is elevation. It is the unfolding of realms hidden to the eyes of most. It is the honoring of a messenger, and through him, the honoring of a people, a path, and a promise. In this surah, there is a current of duality, the outer world and the inner world, the seen and the unseen, the ancient covenant with the children of Israel and the new revelation sent to Muhammad. The surah moves gently between history and now, between justice and mercy, between divine command and human response. It reminds that the past holds lessons not for nostalgia, but for accountability. The children of Israel were given signs, favored with guidance, but when arrogance and injustice crept in, that favor was not an armor against consequence. The Quran speaks of corruption upon the land, and how twice they were humbled. Yet even in that humbling, there was room for return. If you do good, it is for your own selves. If you do wrong, it is your own loss. The soul is not a vessel for punishment, but for awakening. The one who turns back is never rejected, but the one who persists in blindness walks into his own shadow. There is no cruelty in the decree, only clarity. The surah lays out guidance like gentle threads woven into everyday life. Do not associate partners with God, for that fractures the core of who you are. Be good to parents, especially when they reach old age. Lower the wing of humility to them. Speak softly. Pray for them, for they cared for you when you were helpless. Give to relatives, the poor, the traveler. Do not be stingy, and do not be reckless. Balance is beloved. Preserve life with dignity. Do not take what is not yours. Do not walk with pride in your step, for the earth beneath your feet is not yours to command. And in the middle of this beautiful, grounded morality, there is a conversation with the soul. Do not follow what you have no knowledge of. Your hearing, your sight, your heart, all will be questioned, not in harshness, but in truth. The surah becomes a mirror, each verse a reflection. Are you walking with awareness? Are your words tied to truth? Are your actions rooted in remembrance? The Quran does not merely inform, it invites the soul to examine itself. The surah then returns to the Quran itself. It is described as something that descends gradually, with wisdom, as the need arises. It is not a flood to drown the listener, but a steady stream that nourishes over time. This gradual revelation is mercy. It is calibration. It is care. The Prophet is told not to rely on others for validation, but to hold firmly to what has been revealed. For in the end, it is not numbers that matter, but sincerity. The people demand signs. They want treasures, gardens, angels walking beside him, but they do not ask from wonder. They ask from disbelief. Their hearts are not searching for truth, but for excuse. And still, the Prophet is told to respond with patience, to say, "Glory be to my Lord. Am I anything but a man, a messenger?" It is a quiet answer, but it echoes with power. The truth is not dependent on spectacle. It stands on its own. The Quran continues to highlight the connection between people and the message. It is said that when the Quran is recited, there is a barrier placed between the disbelievers and understanding it. Not because they are unworthy, but because they have chosen blindness. Their arrogance becomes their wall. Their denial becomes their prison. And still, the Prophet is told to say, "Call upon God or call upon the most merciful. No matter the name, to him belong the most beautiful names." The path is still open. The night and day, the rising and setting of the sun, the passing of seasons, all are signs. each one a whisper from the unseen to the soul. Do you see? Do you reflect? Do you remember? The surah honors those who fall in prostration when they hear the verses. Their hearts soften, their tears flow, not because they are weak, but because they are awake. The surah does not shy from acknowledging the temptations of the world. Wealth, power, distraction, all pull at the soul. And yet, what is with God is better and more lasting. The parable is given. What is the value of this life but a fleeting moment? The hereafter is where true justice lives, where every deed is weighed not with human bias but divine fairness. No soul will be wronged. The prophet is told to walk this path, to stay steady, to not waver. The Quran warns him that had he inclined even slightly to their demands, the foundation would crack. But he did not. He stayed firm. And for that, the message lives. The surah closes with the command to pray as the sun declines and through the night, with a special focus on the dawn recitation, for dawn is witness. And from there, the prayer grows into something more, a longing, a hope. Say, "My Lord, cause me to enter with truth and to exit with truth, and grant me from yourself a supporting authority." This is not only about movement through places, it is about movement through life, from one state to another, from hardship to ease, from silence to expression, from doubt to clarity. This is the night journey of the soul. And just as the prophet ascended through the heavens, each believer too is invited to ascend through patience, through reflection, through trust. And so the surah ends where it began, in praise. Say, all praise is due to God, who has not taken a son, who has no partner in dominion, who has no need of a protector from weakness. It is a return to purity, a return to the essence of monotheism, not as a doctrine but as a living truth. The soul is called to mirror that clarity, to walk in light even when surrounded by darkness, to know that the journey begins not with steps, but with surrender. In the cool hush of a world that often moves too fast, there is a story that begins with retreat. Surah Al-Kahf opens not with commands or warnings, but with gentle praise. All praise belongs to the one who sent down the book, a message free from crookedness, clear and upright, a reminder to warn of consequences and to give glad tidings to those who do good. It does not leap into fear. It grounds itself in mercy, in hope, in the simple grace of a path made straight. The surah begins to paint the picture of a world where truth is often hidden beneath the noise of wealth, pride, and arrogance. The heart of its early story is a group of young men, youth not defined by age but by resolve. These are souls who saw the falsehood around them and quietly turned away. They did not stand in the square to shout. They did not argue endlessly. They slipped into a cave, a quiet space, a place to protect their belief. Their hearts were firm. Their prayer was soft. They asked for mercy and guidance in a world that felt heavy with corruption. This retreat was not abandonment. It was preservation. The cave became a cradle. The sunlight bent around them with divine care, touching them only when needed. They lay in rest, not dead, but held in a state of pause, their bodies turning gently with time. It was as if the world was asked to wait, to slow down, to hold space for something more eternal than its cycles. They slept as kings rose and fell, as cities changed, as belief was tested and memory faded. And when they awoke, it was as though only a day had passed, or less. Time had not left marks upon their faces, but it had moved far beyond their world. When one of them was sent to the city, he carried a coin no longer in use, a symbol of just how long they had been away. But more than a marker of time, their story became a sign, a clear proof for a people who questioned life after death. Here were young men preserved by God, untouched by decay, sheltered through the span of centuries. The dog at the entrance of the cave sits quietly in the verses, a reminder of the small details that are not lost in divine care. It lies with 4 legs outstretched, a symbol of loyalty and stillness. Some debated how many they were. Was the dog the 4th or the 5th? The Quran brushes aside the numbers with a quiet reminder. Say, "My Lord knows best." Not every detail must be dissected. Some stories exist to soften the heart, to inspire trust, not to satisfy every curiosity. The message rests in the moral. In a time when power can be loud and falsehood dressed in confidence, sometimes truth lies in stillness, in young men who ask to be shown mercy, in a cave lit not by torches but by grace, in the slow turning of bodies asleep yet protected. The Quran reminds that God does not forget. He does not sleep, and what he protects, no hand can reach. The surah speaks also to the Prophet directly. It reminds him not to say, "I will do such and such tomorrow," without remembering to say, "if God wills." It is a gentle correction, not a rebuke, but a training of the tongue to stay rooted in remembrance. Even plans must bow to the wisdom of the unseen. What seems certain can shift. What seems distant can arrive swiftly. The Quran teaches awareness of the divine in the mundane. Even speech becomes a place for humility. The youth in the cave become more than a tale. They become a symbol for all who carry belief in hostile lands. For those who feel alone, outnumbered, uncertain, the cave becomes more than a space. It becomes a sanctuary for the soul, a metaphor for retreating from noise, from pride, from the pull of a world that asks you to forget who you are. Their sleep becomes a metaphor too. Sometimes, the answer to chaos is not movement, but trust, not argument, but prayer, not force, but stillness. This first part of Surah Al-Kahf is a gentle invitation. It does not rush. It lets the verses breathe. It gives time to the reader, as if to say, "Slow down. Let the world fall away for a moment. Find your own cave. Let your faith stretch its limbs in the quiet. Trust that even in sleep, even in stillness, you are held." In the second half of Surah Al-Kahf, the rhythm of the surah continues its calm, flowing movement, gently unfolding stories that speak not just to the intellect, but to the heart and to the soul in search of stillness. The surah begins to bring forward the story of two men, one rich and confident, the other humble and grounded in faith. It is a contrast as old as time, between wealth and wisdom, between pride and contentment. The first man is given two beautiful gardens. They are lush and fruitful, with rivers running between them and no lack of provision. He walks through his land and boasts, believing that his wealth is eternal, and even doubts that the day of judgment will ever arrive. And if it does, he imagines he will return in a better state than before. His heart, though full of things, is empty of remembrance. The other man, with far less in his hands, holds much more in his heart. He responds not with envy, but with quiet truth. He reminds the arrogant one that everything is from God, that the one who gave can take away, that gardens can dry up, that wealth can vanish overnight. And it does. In the blink of an eye, the proud man wakes to find his riches turn to ruin. His hands wring together in sorrow, but it is too late. No helpers remain, no shelter stands. The ground that once bore fruit now holds silence. The story closes softly, without triumph or ridicule. Just a quiet echo that wealth alone cannot protect. That pride builds no shelter. From there, the surah moves to the tale of Musa and Khidr, a story woven with the threads of patience and mystery. Musa, the prophet of strength and law, asks to follow a man whom God has granted a special kind of knowledge, not the knowledge of books or commands, but the kind that sees the hidden threads behind events. Khidr agrees to let Musa follow, but with a condition. He must not question until the time is right. Musa accepts, but the journey tests him. As events unfold, they seem, at first glance, to be unjust. A hole is made in a boat that belongs to poor fishermen. A young boy is killed. A wall is repaired in a town that refused hospitality. Each time Musa speaks out, unable to stay silent in the face of what appears to be harm or injustice. But Khidr reminds him of the condition. In the end, Khidr explains. The boat was damaged to protect it from a king who seized every good vessel by force. The boy was killed because his future held harm for his parents, and God would replace him with one better for them. The wall hid treasure belonging to orphans, and it was rebuilt to keep it safe until they came of age. The story humbles the mind. It teaches that wisdom is not always in what is seen, that mercy can wear the mask of harm, that the knowledge of God weaves through events in ways we may not understand. It reminds even a prophet that the world contains layers, and some doors are opened only by patience. Finally, the surah introduces Dhul Qarnayn, a ruler gifted with strength, knowledge, and justice. He journeys to the east and the west, and at each point, he deals with people in fairness. But it is his encounter with a group who ask for protection from the tribes of Gog and Magog that stands out. They offer payment, but he refuses wealth. Instead, he builds a strong barrier of iron and molten copper between two mountains, sealing the dangerous tribes behind it. He does so not for power or praise, but in service of what is right. And he reminds the people that when the promise of God comes, even this great barrier will crumble. The three stories, placed one after the other, speak to three great trials: the trial of wealth, the trial of knowledge, and the trial of power. In each one, the Quran offers a different path, not a formula, but a direction. The arrogant man is reminded of humility. Musa is reminded of patience. Dhul Qarnayn is reminded of responsibility. And in each case, the deeper message is the same. Everything in this world is a test. What you are given and what you are denied both ask a question of your heart. As the surah draws to a close, the tone remains gentle, yet firm. It reminds the prophet not to grieve too deeply over those who reject the truth. That guidance is from God, and the heart cannot be forced. It speaks of this life as fleeting, that the things people chase will one day be dust, but it also offers hope, that those who believe and do good will be welcomed into gardens where no fear touches them, where peace is not just a word, but a condition of being. And so the surah ends as it began, with gentle praise, with a reminder that the words of God are limitless, that even if the sea were ink, it would run dry before his words did, that nothing compares to him, and yet he is near, listening, watching, waiting for the heart to return. It begins with a whisper, almost a hush, as if the chapter itself wants the listener to lean in, a prayer in the dark. An old man with white hair and a trembling voice, speaking not to a crowd but to his Lord, alone in the quiet corners of the temple. Zachariah, faithful and devoted, long without a child, carries a sorrow that only God can see. And from that hidden place of longing, he asks not for comfort, but for legacy, a child who will carry on the message, who will be pleasing to his Lord. It is not the loudness of the plea that moves heaven, but its sincerity. And so, from silence, Yahya is promised, a boy like no other, pure in heart and firm in truth. A child born not from youth and strength, but from mercy and purpose. Then comes the story of Maryam. The Quran lingers on her solitude, her purity, her retreat from the world. She does not chase greatness, it finds her. The angel appears, not in chaos but in calm, and delivers a message that shakes her to her core. She will bear a son, though untouched by man. And when she asks how, the answer is simple, that such a thing is easy for God. She conceives, and in time, delivers alone, leaning against the trunk of a palm tree, weeping not just from pain but from the fear of shame. But from the stillness of that desert moment, miracles unfold. A stream bubbles up, the tree lowers ripe dates, and then the newborn Jesus speaks from the cradle, defending his mother and proclaiming who he is, not the Son of God, but a servant of God, a prophet, a sign, the child of a miraculous word, born not to erase the past but to guide the future. As the surah continues, it draws a thread between prophets, Ibrahim confronting his father with gentleness and reason, turning away only after patience runs dry. Musa and Harun sent with signs and words to a hardened Pharaoh, Ismail keeping his promises, Idris raised to a high station, all of them united by devotion, though their times and trials differed. They are not distant legends, they are reflections of what humanity can become. They walked the earth, but their hearts belong to the heavens. And then, it shifts, from past to present, from prophets to those who follow them. It speaks softly but firmly to those who come after, who recite the words but forget their weight, who inherit the book but not the spirit. Yet it does not close the door. It offers return, a reminder that the gates of mercy are open to those who walk back with sincerity, no matter how far they have strayed. It ends not with warning, but with promise, that those who believe and do good will find love placed in their hearts by God Himself. The story continues with Surah Taha, and the voice of the Quran becomes warm and embracing, like a father speaking to a beloved child. It calls directly to the Prophet, not to burden him, but to comfort him. This book was not sent to make life heavy, but to lift the heart, to show the path. It invites him to remember the story of Moses, not as a distant tale, but as a mirror to his own journey. The life of Moses unfolds slowly, not rushed or loud, but steady like a river. A voice calls to him from the burning bush. He is told to remove his sandals, not because the ground is special on its own, but because it becomes sacred when God speaks. Moses trembles, not in fear of harm, but in awe. He is not perfect. He stutters. He feels inadequate, so he asks for help. His brother Harun is appointed to stand beside him, and together they face Pharaoh. The miracles are not just power. They are signs, meant to open hearts. The staff becomes a serpent. The hand shines white with light. But Pharaoh turns away, arrogant in his certainty. The magicians, though, see the truth. They fall in prostration not after threat, but after clarity. Even when they are punished, their peace remains. They have seen what is real, and no power on earth can make them unsee it. The story moves to the crossing of the sea, to the fear of the people, to the moment when the waves rise and the path opens. It is not just a story of rescue, it is a story of trust. That when all seems lost, God makes a way. That even the sea can part, and even the mountain can shake, and still the heart of a believer can stand firm. And yet, even after all that, the people fall again. A calf of gold, a return to idol worship, and Musa returns from the mountain to find what he hoped had been left behind. He is not gentle in that moment. He is fiery and fierce. But once the anger cools, he prays again. And his prayer is for forgiveness, not just for himself, but for his people. He knows that faith is not a straight road. It bends, it breaks, but it can be repaired. The surah does not stay in the past. It turns gently back to the Prophet, to his mission, to his weariness, and it reminds him, you are not alone. You are walking a path many have walked. Speak with patience, turn to prayer, and trust that truth is not measured by numbers but by sincerity. Then comes Surah Al-Anbiya, the chapter of the prophets, and it opens with a whisper of urgency. Time is drawing close, but most people live unaware. They hear, but they do not listen. They see, but they do not perceive. Yet the Quran does not shout. It tells stories. It gathers the names of prophets like pearls strung on a single thread. It does not focus on drama, but on consistency, on the shared thread of truth. Ibrahim is remembered again, not as a rebel, but as a thinker. He looks at the stars, the moon, the sun, and says, this cannot be God. He breaks the idols, not out of anger, but out of reason. And when he is thrown into the fire, God makes the fire cool. It is not spectacle, it is lesson. That when truth is clear, even the flames cannot harm it. Lut is mentioned, with a heavy sorrow, a prophet among people who had lost all sense of shame. Anew is remembered, building a ship in the face of ridicule, carrying the faithful on waves that swallowed the rest. Dawood and Suleiman are shown not just as kings, but as men of judgment, men of worship. Ayub is held up as a sign of patience, whispering his pain only to God, never letting go of gratitude. Yunus, the man of the whale, the one who left too soon, is not forgotten, but he is not condemned. He is remembered because he returned. Because even in the belly of the darkness, he turned back and was saved. The message is not that prophets never falter, it is that they always return. The chapter ends with a promise that this book, this Quran, is a mercy, a light for those who believe, that the prophet is not a poet or a madman. He is a messenger, and the path he brings leads to life, not just after death, but even now, in the world of the heart. It begins with a trembling of the earth, the kind that shakes not just buildings but hearts. Surah Al-Hajj opens with a call to all of humanity, not just believers, not just those of one land or language, but everyone. It tells of a day that is drawing near, a day so intense that a mother forgets her child and people seem drunk though no drink has touched their lips. It is not a warning meant to frighten, but to awaken. It is the reminder that this world is not permanent, and the ground we walk on with such confidence will not always hold steady beneath our feet. But even within that shaking there is meaning. The surah invites the listener to reflect on the stages of life, how a human is made from a tiny drop, then shaped in the womb, how limbs and senses grow, how the soul is breathed in, how the same body that was once hidden and helpless begins to walk the earth, speaks with pride, thinks with certainty, and one day returns to dust. This cycle is not random. It is layered with signs, each moment guided by a will greater than ours. It's not only the end that matters, but the way we live between beginnings and endings. The surah centers on pilgrimage, not just the physical act of walking to Mecca, but the spiritual journey it mirrors. Abraham is remembered not as a prophet of the past, but as a father of faith. He is shown building the Kaaba with his son, not with grand tools, but with sincerity. He calls people to the house of God, and though his voice might not have reached far in his time, it was carried forward through the centuries. Today, millions respond to that ancient call, standing where he once stood, wearing simple cloth, speaking the same prayer. Hajj is not about travel alone. It is about stripping away pride, comfort, and distraction. It is about facing oneself in the heat and dust, and realizing that beneath the clothes and names and titles, everyone stands equal. The rituals are not empty. They echo with the footsteps of prophets. The standing in Arafat, the circling of the Kaaba, the stoning of the pillars, the sacrifice, all of it is a physical remembrance of spiritual truths. And behind it all is a simple call: submit to God, walk with humility, and remember that greatness lies in surrender, not in status. But not everyone sees this. The surah speaks of those who argue about God without knowledge, who turn others away from his path with arrogance. It speaks of hearts that are closed, of ears that do not hear, and yet it never closes the door. It always leaves room for return. The one who submits finds peace, while the one who turns away finds only noise, and between them lies choice. Sacrifice is not just about animals. It is about intention. The meat does not reach God. The blood does not reach him. What reaches him is the taqwa, the awareness and humility in the act. It is this inner offering that matters, and it is this inner offering that builds a life of meaning. Then the tone softens and turns toward the believers in Surah Al-Mu'minun. It begins not with warning, but with quiet assurance. Successful are the believers, not because they hold power or wealth, but because their hearts are steady. They pray with humility. They avoid idle talk. They give what they can, not for praise, but from faith. Their gaze is guarded. Their promises are kept. Their prayer is constant. These signs are not heavy or unreachable. They are gentle marks of a heart tuned to something greater than itself. From there, the surah shifts to creation again. It reminds us how we were made, how the seed grows in stages, how the womb holds life in darkness, how breath comes and with it, the first cry. The same God who made the stars made the veins in your hand, and it asks the listener, can you create what you eat? Can you send down the rain? Can you bring the dead to life? These are not accusations. They are questions of awe, the kind that press gently on the heart until it opens. The surah walks through stories of past peoples. Noah, who called his people for centuries, yet only a few followed. The water rose not in rage, but in consequence. Then came other messengers, each one bringing truth, each one met with resistance, and yet the message was the same. Worship God, live with honesty, treat others well, listen to your conscience, follow the light when it appears. And in the present, the prophet is reminded that the rejection he faces is not new. Those who mock now are not the first. But patience is the answer. Steadfastness is the way. God is watching. And the truth, no matter how veiled today, will be clear in the end. Whether it is on the day when the trumpet sounds and the sky is split, or in the quiet turning of a single heart back to its Lord. The surah closes with a kind of whispered hope, a prayer for forgiveness, a call to mercy, a recognition that people slip and fall and forget, but the one who created the soul also knows its weaknesses, and to him belongs the final return, the final justice, the final rest. It begins with a declaration, not whispered but firm, carrying the weight of moral clarity. This surah was revealed at a time when a lie had been spread, a rumor so damaging that it wounded hearts and tested a whole community. It concerned the dignity of a woman beloved by the prophet, a woman whose silence became a trial, and whose innocence would be proclaimed not by voices in the street but by verses from above. The surah came to restore truth, to bring stillness after the storm, and to remind the believers of the importance of restraint, honor, and justice in the unseen world of speech and suspicion. The opening speaks with firmness. If someone accuses another of wrongdoing, there must be proof, not feelings, not gossip, but witnesses and clear testimony. Otherwise, the accuser carries the weight of slander. This sets the tone for what follows. It is not merely about punishing wrongdoing. It is about building a society where dignity is guarded, where words are used with care, and where people do not let their tongues run ahead of their hearts. It is a call for a culture of mercy rooted in truth. At the center of this surah is the story that shook Medina. A noble woman, falsely accused, bore the weight of silence while the community churned. The revelation cleared her name, but it also taught the believers something greater, that even the most believing hearts can fall into error when emotions are stirred and clarity is lost. That forgiveness is better than vengeance, that withholding judgment is not weakness but strength, that before repeating a story, one must ask, would I want this said about me? From the wounds of that test, the surah flows gently toward healing. It begins to shape a vision of society where the private and the public are both sacred. It introduces laws not for the sake of control, but for the sake of peace. It speaks about homes, about knocking before entering, about privacy even among family. It teaches that the human soul deserves space, that people should not intrude even with good intentions, and that modesty is not only about clothing but about conduct and awareness of others. Then comes the verse of light, a verse that many recite with reverence, though few fully grasp. It speaks of God as the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is described through an image, not for the sake of physical comparison, but to offer something the heart can feel even if the eye cannot see. It speaks of a niche holding a lamp, the lamp within glass, the glass glowing like a star, kindled from a blessed olive tree, neither of the east nor the west. This layered image speaks to a kind of inner light, one that guides not only actions but intentions. It is the light that fills the heart of a believer. It is clarity. It is mercy. It is wisdom that does not burn but warms. After light comes shadow, but not as contrast. It is to explain that some hearts reject light, not because they are evil at the core, but because they are veiled. Some are like waves over waves, layered darkness, lost in confusion. Others are like deserts where a mirage deceives, where thirst is mistaken for truth. These images are not to mock, they are to awaken, to show the listener the inner condition of those who turn away from guidance and to invite them back. The surah continues with rules about relationships, about conduct between men and women, about modesty in speech and dress, but the tone remains rooted in care. These instructions are not about restriction. They are about protection. They preserve the sacred bond of marriage. They foster trust. They create a space where beauty is not exploited, where the soul is not sold for momentary attention. Even the guidance for men is direct. Lower your gaze, guard your heart, carry yourself with dignity. Marriage itself is treated not just as a contract, but as a means to purity and balance. Those who cannot marry are encouraged to remain chaste, to seek help, to have hope, and those who have fallen into difficulty are not condemned. There is space for return, for support, for grace. The surah acknowledges human weakness without giving it power. It reminds the faithful that God is kind, and that every command carries within it a door to compassion. Slavery is addressed in this surah too, not as an endorsement of the practice, but as part of the reality of the time. The surah speaks about freeing slaves, about giving them a path to independence, about encouraging dignity and fairness. Even in the context of power dynamics, it is the voice of mercy that rises above. In households, the surah encourages respectful behavior. Children are taught to knock before entering their parents' space. There are times when even closeness must yield to privacy. This teaching builds respect into the home itself. It plants seeds of consideration that grow into lifelong habits. And in the wider community, those who are weak or blind or poor are not excluded from togetherness. They are included in the language of belonging, in the invitations to eat, to visit, to live without shame. At the close, the surah shifts its tone again. It addresses the true believers, those who say, "We hear and obey," those whose hearts are not hard but open, those who put the prophet before themselves, who follow not just his words but his way, those who do not act from pride but from sincerity. The surah draws a line gently but firmly. Not everyone who says they believe is truly committed. Actions must align with the heart, and when they do, God sees, God knows, and God rewards. In its final moments, the surah teaches that every act, every whisper, every glance is recorded, not as a threat but as a comfort. Nothing is lost, no kindness forgotten, no injustice unseen. And for those who believe, who live with humility and strive to walk in light, there is a promise of something better, not just in the next life, but even in this one, a peace that grows in the soul, a harmony that spreads from one home to another, a society built not just on rules but on reverence. It begins with a single word that defines all others, the criterion, a line drawn between light and shadow, truth and deception, right and wrong. The surah opens with a celebration of the one who sent down this criterion, the Quran, not as a poem or song but as a lifeline to those drowning in confusion. It warns against those who belittle the message, who say it is old tales or magic or inventions, forgetting that the one who brought it lived a life of simplicity, of loss, of silence pierced only by the weight of truth. It paints the picture of those who mock and those who listen, those who claim that a prophet should have treasures, angels, or palaces, and forget that it is not gold that gives weight to a message, but the truth carried within it. The prophet is told to speak gently, to walk among them without pride, to live not as a ruler but as a reminder. And still, some cover their ears and walk away, lost not because they lack proof, but because they fear what that proof will demand. The surah speaks of the day when the sky is torn open and the mountains crumble, and the wrongdoers will wish they had taken the path with the messenger, but regret will come too late. Their excuses will dissolve. Their laughter will turn to silence, and the words they tossed aside will stand before them, clear and inescapable. Still, it offers hope. It describes the servants of the merciful not by title or status, but by their character. They walk with humility. They respond with peace. They avoid vain speech. They give with balance. They honor life. They do not lie or betray. And when they err, they turn back, knowing that forgiveness is not withheld from those who seek it with sincerity. Surah Ash-Shu'ara continues the journey through the stories of the past. One after another, it recounts the warnings delivered by messengers, not to entertain or frighten, but to mirror the present. Moses stands before Pharaoh, trembling yet firm, asking not for thrones but for freedom. He is mocked, threatened, yet he holds his ground. His staff splits the sea. His people walk where there should be no path. And yet even among the saved, doubt flickers, and hearts still struggle with trust. Then comes Abraham, gentle in speech but unshaken in belief, standing before his father and his people. He speaks not with fire but with clarity, He breaks the idols not to harm but to awaken. His voice is one of reason, but it is met with rage. Still, he leaves with peace, knowing that faith sometimes means walking away. Noah is remembered, pleading for centuries, his words met with mockery, his ark ridiculed until the sky opens. Hud, Salih, and Shuaib each call their people with love, not fury. They ask for honesty in business, kindness in conduct, balance in living, and each is dismissed. Their stories are not just history, they are signs. For those who listen, they reveal that truth rarely arrives with applause. It arrives quietly, and it is often rejected by those too proud to bow. Surah An-Naml continues with the subtle beauty of Solomon, the prophet king who commands the wind, the birds, and even the ants. His power does not corrupt him. Instead, it humbles him. He listens to a creature as small as an ant and changes the course of his army to avoid harm. His rule is vast, but his awe before God is greater still. The Queen of Sheba enters with dignity, not defiance. Her story is not one of conquest, but of insight. She sees the truth not through fear, but through signs, and she chooses to submit, not to a man, but to the Lord of the worlds. Later, the surah returns to the lessons of Moses and Pharaoh, and the fate of the disbelievers. But it is not revenge that is highlighted, it is mercy. It is the repeated chances given, the signs made clear, the gentle patience of a Lord who does not rush to punish but waits for hearts to soften. The surah ends with the affirmation that this message is for those who reflect, for those who see not just with their eyes but with their hearts. Surah Al-Qasas opens with a return to Egypt, not to the palace, but to a mother's trembling hands. She places her infant in a basket, trusting the river more than the tyrant. Moses is raised in the house of the very man who seeks to destroy him. He grows, not with wealth, but with a yearning for justice. When he defends a man and flees, it is not shame that follows, but purpose. In the desert, he finds his voice. At the burning bush, he finds his Lord. He is told to go back, not for revenge, but for deliverance. The surah traces his journey, his fear, his excuses, his growth. It shows how prophets are shaped not by ease but by exile, not by comfort but by challenge. It reminds the listener that guidance often begins when everything else falls apart, and when Moses returns, he returns not with anger but with light. Pharaoh is offered truth. He rejects it not out of ignorance, but arrogance. The downfall comes not in one blow but in a series of signs ignored, of warnings mocked. Yet the surah is not just about Moses. It is about the unseen plan that weaves through every hardship. It is about the believer in Pharaoh's court who speaks out when silence is easier. It is about Karun, the man with treasures so vast that people envy him until the earth swallows him whole. The message is clear. Wealth without gratitude is a trap. Power without humility leads only to ruin. And those who seek the next life, who give and trust and wait, will never be forgotten. These surahs, flowing one into another, teach not only through command but through story. They do not just tell us what to do, they show us who we are. They remind us that belief is not a claim, but a way of being, that every prophet was once underestimated, that truth walks softly, that light does not scream, that in every story there is a mirror, and that mirror asks us not to admire but to reflect. It begins with a question disguised as a test. Do people think they will be left alone to say, "We believe," without being tried? The opening of Surah Al-Ankabut does not hide the truth. Faith is not a decoration. It is not a shield from hardship. It is the very thing that will be tested. And so, the surah speaks directly to the soul that suffers and still holds on. It recalls those who were tested before, whose struggles were not signs of rejection but proof of sincerity. Noah, who preached for 900 years, still had few followers. Abraham, who shattered idols and faced the fire, walked alone but never without his Lord. Lot, who stood against a city, was ignored by his own people. These stories do not pity the prophets. They elevate them. They show that hardship does not mean failure. It often means that truth is present and clashing with falsehood. There is comfort woven into these verses, a reminder that this world is like a spider's web, beautiful, delicate, but fragile. What we build with pride may not last a gust of wind. And so, the surah calls the listener not to cling to illusion, but to build on something real. Prayer is mentioned, not as a ritual alone, but as a force that pulls one away from shame and evil. It is a rope tied between the soul and the sky. And the Quran itself is described not as a text of stories, but as something living, something recited and reflected upon, something that speaks directly to those who listen. The transition into Surah Ar-Rum shifts from the trials of individuals to the signs scattered across the earth. The Romans have been defeated, but they will rise again, and in that rise there is a sign. For those who think only in the moment, defeat is the end. But for those who trust in a greater pattern, even a setback is part of a longer arc of meaning. The surah looks outward now. It invites the heart to see the proof of the Creator in the alternation of day and night, in the diversity of tongues and colors, in the sleep that takes you at night and the thirst that rain quenches. These are not accidents. They are verses without ink, signs that whisper constantly to the thinking heart. The surah speaks of a people who know the outer layers of this worldly life but are heedless of the hereafter. They study the stars, build ships, cultivate lands, but forget the one who gave them minds to think and hands to create. And so, the reminder continues, that arrogance crumbles, that the proud cities of the past are now dust, that corruption on land and sea comes not from divine injustice but from the hands of man. Yet, even then, mercy is offered. Return, the verses say, before it's too late, before the soul realizes what it lost. Then comes Luqman, not a prophet, but a father, a man of wisdom whose voice reaches across time. His words to his son are gentle but firm. Do not associate partners with God, for it is the greatest wrong. Be grateful, for gratitude benefits the one who carries it. And honor your parents. Even if they do not share your faith, still treat them with respect. But if they call you to stray, you do not follow. There is a line drawn between kindness and compromise. And Luqman teaches his son that God sees even the weight of a mustard seed hidden in a rock, deep within the earth. Nothing escapes his notice. The advice continues in tones of care. Establish prayer. Call to what is right. Forbear what may come. Do not turn your face away in pride. Walk with humility. Lower your voice, for the ugliest of sounds is the braying of a donkey. These words are not lofty theology. They are lived wisdom. They are what a parent hopes to pass down to a child in a world full of noise and distraction. And so these surahs, in their own rhythm and scope, shift between hardship and gratitude, between the grandeur of creation and the stillness of a father's words. They show that guidance does not always come in thunder or revelation. Sometimes it comes in the quiet patience of one who suffers and endures. Sometimes it is found in the voice of a parent trying to shape the heart of a child. And above all, it teaches that faith, no matter how small or shaken, is never hidden from the one who knows all things. Surah As-Sajda opens with quiet authority. It draws the listener to a truth that lies deeper than surface belief. It speaks of a book sent down without doubt from the Lord of the worlds, not meant to be dismissed lightly. Those who hear it and fall in prostration are not merely following ritual. They are responding to something that moves through the marrow of the soul. The prostration mentioned here is not just of the body but of the heart, a recognition, a surrender, the kind that comes when truth is felt more than argued. The surah walks the listener through creation itself, from dust to a fully formed being, fashioned by a will unseen. Then it pulls the gaze upward, to the heavens managed with purpose and order, where the span of a day stretches across thousands of years by our counting. The one who shaped this world sees all of it, and nothing escapes him. This surah speaks of those who reject such signs and live as though this life is the end. It warns that when the soul tastes death, and the veil is lifted, then they will beg to return. But what they denied will now be what they cannot escape. Yet for those who believe, who leave their beds at night in quiet prayer, who give from what they love in secret, there is promise. Their eyes will shine with what no soul has imagined. The rhythm here is one of contrast, of warning and reward, of those who see and those who turn away. But it is always returning to the one who sees beyond the veil of things. Surah Al-Ahzab shifts the voice of revelation to the domain of law and society. It reminds the prophet to place his trust in God, not in the noise of those who oppose. It calls the believers to obedience, not in fear, but in clarity. The roles of spouses, the laws of modesty, and the responsibilities of the prophet's household are not meant as mere rules. They are guidance for a community seeking stability. In this surah, the prophet is described not only as a messenger but as an example, a mercy, a beacon in dark times. The surah revisits the trench, the moment when allies gathered against the Muslims and fear shook the hearts of many. Yet the true believers stood firm, saying, "This is what we were promised." And in that steadfastness the soul is tested, proven, and purified. The wives of the prophet are spoken of with honor and caution. Their place is not one of privilege, but of deep responsibility. They are called to speak with dignity, to act with purpose, to remember that their actions echo through generations. This is not the voice of control, but of reverence, of knowing that those closest to the flame must carry its light carefully. The surah calls all believers to guard their gaze, to speak plainly, to wrap themselves in dignity. It is a message not of restriction but of presence, a reminder that honor lies not in what is shown, but in what is protected. Then comes Surah Saba. It begins with praise, unshaken and majestic, to the one who knows what enters the earth and what comes from it, who hears even the whispers of the heart. The stories of David and Solomon return here, not as distant tales, but as mirrors. David sang praises and the mountains echoed him. Solomon spoke and the wind obeyed. They were given gifts beyond measure, but they did not forget their Lord. The surah reminds that gratitude preserves blessing, and when denial creeps in, even the gifts crumble. The people of Sheba lived in a land of gardens, their lives wrapped in ease, but they turned away. So their comfort became rubble, their ease became a warning. The surah also speaks to the skeptics of resurrection, those who say, "How can dust be brought to life again?" The reply is simple: the one who created the first time will do it again. There is no fatigue in his ability, and to those who mock revelation, the answer is that they will soon see, for every soul will stand before what it denied. Surah Fatir continues the theme of signs around and within. The winds, the rain, the orchards of different fruits from the same soil. These are not random, they are verses. Evidence for those who reflect. Angels with wings in pairs and more are mentioned, not as fantasy, but as part of the unseen order. The surah speaks to the weight of knowledge, saying only those who truly fear God are those who know, and knowledge is not confined to books, but to hearts that bow when they hear the truth. The world is described again as a place of layers, where those who chase it find it empty, and those who trust in the unseen find fullness. The surah urges people not to be deluded by the life of the world. It is passing, and its glitter is not gold. The true inheritance is with the Lord of mercy, the one who opens the door of forgiveness over and over, the one who responds to every turning back. Surah Yasin arrives like a heartbeat. Shorter verses, rhythmic, direct. It begins with the letters Ya and Sin, mysterious but charged. The prophet is affirmed, not as a madman but as one guided upon a straight path. The surah revisits the city where messengers were rejected, and a man came running from the farthest end to support them. His words are simple: follow those who ask for no reward and are guided. When he is killed, he is told to enter paradise, and still, he wishes he could tell his people. His compassion does not die with his body. The surah shifts to signs in the world: the dead earth brought to life by rain, the ships that sail by God's favor, the night that covers and the sun that moves in precise course. These are not science lessons. They are soft knocks on the door of a sleeping heart. The one who made all this can certainly bring the dead to life. The one who began it all can return it with ease. Yasin is often called the heart of the Quran, not because of length or volume, but because of how it pulses with meaning. It speaks directly to the soul, brushing aside argument and going straight to the core. It ends with a picture. A dry bone is held in a hand and mocked. Who will bring this back to life? The answer comes, not as a debate, but a truth. The one who made it the first time, and he does not forget. The surah closes with glory. Everything bows to him. When he wills a thing, he says to it, be, and it is. These surahs do not stand apart. They flow into each other like rivers joining at the ocean. From the call to prostration, to the laws of dignity, to the stories of prophets, to the signs etched in nature, and the clear voice of Yasin that echoes through time, the message is layered yet whole. For the soul that listens with an open heart, these words do not just inform, they awaken. Surahs as Safat to as Zumar carry a stirring voice that pulls the heart into reflection. The verses shift between the vastness of the unseen and the nearness of individual accountability. They begin with the ranks of angels, standing firm in obedience, never swaying in their loyalty. These beings are not imagined, they are real, and they act according to the commands of their Lord. The surah calls the listener to picture them in rows, firm and ready, surrounding the throne, glorifying without pause. This vision is not meant to intimidate, but to offer clarity. There is order in the unseen. There is a reality greater than the noise of this world. The surahs revisit the stories of prophets, not as old lessons, but as living truth. Noah called to his people with patience. Abraham shattered idols and turned his back on a world that turned its back on God. Moses stood before Pharaoh, not with wealth or army, but with conviction. Each prophet carried a message that echoed into eternity. Their people often responded with ridicule. And yet, the outcomes were never determined by numbers or power. They were shaped by truth and the one who defends it. Jonah is remembered here too, swallowed by the great fish not as punishment, but as mercy. His cry from the darkness was not in anger, but in recognition. There is no God but you. His return to his people was marked not by shame, but by grace. The stories remind us that even in failure there is a door. The path is never closed to the heart that returns sincerely. Then the surah turns its gaze toward the future. The trumpet will be blown, the sky will split, mountains will vanish, and people will be raised. In that moment, the soul will be surrounded by what it brought forward. There will be no mask, no distraction. The arrogant will realize their greatness was only a shadow. The humble will shine. There is a vivid picture drawn of the day when each soul will face its book, laid open, nothing missing, every whisper, every kindness, every betrayal, every tear. And yet in this moment of unveiling, mercy is not absent. For those who feared God in private, who turned to him in silence, the gates of the garden will open. They will be greeted with peace, with joy, with eternal welcome. Surah Sad continues this reminder through the story of David, a king, a prophet, a man of deep strength and even deeper repentance. When two disputants came into his private chamber, the moment was not about legal judgment. It was a test of self. David understood this and turned to his Lord in remorse. He was not above error. He was not too mighty to bow. The story invites the listener to recognize that power without humility is a danger, that even prophets are refined through their own mistakes. Solomon follows, gifted with speech to the birds and the wind. His command was vast, yet his surrender even more vast. When he saw the throne of the queen brought before him, he did not gloat. He said, "This is from the grace of my Lord to test me. Will I be grateful or will I turn away?" This question lingers in every heart, for every blessing, whether seen or hidden, asks this silently. Job is mentioned, struck with affliction from every side, but he does not curse his Lord. He calls in pain but without rebellion. The response comes not with delay. Touch the ground and find healing. This is not just a cure of the body, but a restoration of dignity. Job's story speaks to those who suffer in silence. It assures them they are not forgotten. Then the surahs speak of the day that is coming. The fire calls out. The garden waits. The companions of the left and the right are divided not by wealth or fame, but by intention and truth. The reminder is not told with cruelty, but with solemn truth. The fire will ask, "Are there more to come?" And the garden will say, "Peace be upon you for what you did." This contrast is not for drama. It is to stir the soul from sleep. Surah Az-Zumar then opens with weight and stillness. The book is revealed with truth. There is no crookedness in it. Worship is meant for God alone. Sincerity is the key, not rituals without meaning, not belief inherited but not examined. This surah returns again and again to the image of hearts softened by the remembrance of God. It describes people who fall in prostration not from pressure but from awe. Their skin trembles, their eyes weep, not from fear alone but from recognition. They know where they came from. They know to whom they return. The surah paints the image of death with gentleness and gravity. The soul slips from the body as if drawn gently, wrapped by angels who call out with kindness or sorrow, depending on what is known of that soul. And then the journey begins. The trumpet sounds. The earth shakes. The mountains dissolve. The souls rise. Then comes the moment where every person is led, either toward mercy or justice. Each soul stands before the truth of itself. No excuses, no escape. But even in this, the gates of the garden are described with warmth. Those who feared God will be brought in groups, and the gates will open. The angels will welcome them with peace. This is what you were promised. This is for your endurance. This is home. There is a quiet beneath the words of these surahs, a heartbeat of meaning for those who listen without pride. They do not ask for perfection, but for sincerity. They do not call for fear without hope. They invite the heart to remember that it was made for more than this world. They urge the soul to rise, to kneel, to walk in light even when surrounded by shadow. The surahs from Ghafir to Fusilat hold the voice of both warning and comfort. They open with the beauty of forgiveness, not as a distant hope but as an ever-present offer. God's mercy comes before His wrath, and this truth is the thread that holds these chapters together. They speak to the heart that trembles after sin, that stumbles and wonders if the door is still open. The answer is yes, always, if the turn is sincere. Surah Ghafir begins by describing a Lord who knows every whisper, every betrayal, yet offers chance after chance to return. The angels who carry the throne do not only praise, they pray for those on earth. They ask for forgiveness for the ones who believe. They ask for paradise to be given to them, for their faults to be overlooked, for their families to be joined with them in peace. These are not words meant for the righteous alone. They are for those who struggle, who feel broken but still look up. In the midst of Pharaoh's court, there was a believer who hid his faith. He spoke with courage when Moses was accused. He reminded them that all Moses wanted was clarity and justice. He warned them not to reject what they could not yet understand. His voice was almost lost in the noise, but God recorded it in the Quran forever. Sometimes faith is hidden, but not weak. Sometimes truth is spoken quietly, but its echo outlives kingdoms. The surah continues to show that those who turn away from truth are not simply ignorant. They choose to block the signs, to mock the warnings, to cling to power even when the ground shakes. The destruction of past nations is retold not to cause fear, but to awaken hearts that sleep. The heavens and the earth bear witness to truth. Creation is not random. The sun rises with purpose. The stars are not decoration. They are signs. The winds, the rain, the growing seed, the shifting sea all whisper that there is a creator behind the curtain. Surah Fusilat deepens this reminder. It begins with the revelation of a book whose verses are clear. This is not a text of riddles or secrets. It speaks directly to the soul. The Quran is described as a healing and guidance for those who listen with humility. For others, it only increases distance, not because it is harsh, but because they do not wish to hear. Some turn away, not out of reason but arrogance. The surah gently tears away the excuses people make. When the verses are recited, some cover their ears. Others call it old tales. But when night falls and the noise fades, the verses remain. They knock on the door of the heart. There is a powerful image of the skin bearing witness on the day of judgment. When the tongue denies, the body will speak. The hands will say what they touched. The feet will say where they walked. The skin will speak what it saw. A person will ask their own limbs, "Why did you speak against me?" And they will answer, "The one who gave us form gave us voice." There will be no lies on that day. But even here, the door of mercy is not closed. Those who turn to God, who let the Quran soften their hearts, will be embraced by a peace beyond imagining. In these surahs, the Prophet is reminded that his role is to convey, not to convince. The hearts are in God's hand. The messenger is told not to let their rejection break him. He is assured that many messengers before him were mocked, and yet the truth always found its path. Patience is praised, not as passive waiting, but as strength in movement. Hold firm. Speak truth. Step forward. Leave the result to the one who sees all. Surah Fussilat returns to the vision of the sky. It describes how the heavens were once smoke, and God shaped them. He said to the sky and the earth, "Come willingly or unwillingly." They said, "We come willingly." Every atom listens except the one who forgets why he was made. The stars are called lamps. The sky is a protected roof. It is not just a canvas. It is part of a system that reflects order and intention. For those who ponder, it is full of signs. For those who resist, it is merely background. The surahs speak of those who said, "Our Lord is God," then remained firm. Not perfect, not without struggle, but firm. The angels descend upon such people, comforting them in life, in death, and in what follows. They say, "Do not fear, do not grieve, and receive the glad news of the garden." These words are not for prophets alone. They are for anyone who walks the path with sincerity. They are for the one who prays in silence, for the one who forgives in pain, for the one who says the truth when it costs them comfort. These surahs are a mirror. They reflect the soul back to itself. They ask simple questions. Are you listening? Do you see the signs around you? Will you be among those who turn away or among those who turn back? The Quran is not here to decorate shelves or fill recitations. It is a guide for the living, a shield for the wounded, a lamp for the one lost in the night. It comes with stories, with warnings, with comfort, and with truth. And at the heart of these chapters is the invitation. Come back. The door is not locked. The path is not erased. No matter the weight you carry, the voice that created the stars also hears your whisper. Speak to him. Return to him. Let the words of these surahs settle not just in the ears, but in the heart. The chapters from Ash-Shura to Al-Jathiyah carry a flow of deep wisdom, gentle warnings, and reminders placed like lanterns on a road leading toward truth. These surahs are quiet in their tone, yet powerful in their message. They invite reflection without force, and draw the listener closer to the soul's core by reminding it of the source from which it came. Surah Ash-Shura opens with the truth that God speaks to his servants in three ways: through direct revelation, from behind a veil, or through a chosen messenger. But all revelation is a mercy, not a burden. The Quran was sent down with God's permission as a light to guide. It is a rope reaching down from the heavens to lift those who are willing to be lifted. The chapter speaks softly to the Prophet, telling him that he does not guide whom he loves, but God guides whom he wills. This is not cruelty, but clarity. The hearts are not ours to command. God speaks of the heavens nearly touching from above, layered and vast, yet held firm by his will. In this world, the thunder praises him. The angels tremble before him. The stars are not only signs of time or beauty, but of power that flows through the universe with meaning. When people dispute truth out of pride, they are told to reflect on the mercy that falls from the sky. Rain does not choose the righteous alone. It falls on the patient and the rebellious alike. That is mercy. That is God. This surah and those that follow remind the listener that whatever was taken from them unfairly will be returned in full. That justice is not forgotten. It may be delayed in time, but not in truth. Those who are wronged are not alone. Even when the world is silent around them, God hears every suppressed cry. He counts every tear. He weighs every deed. What seems lost is not lost to him. Surah Az-Zukhruf speaks to those who mocked the Prophet and called him merely a poet or a man like themselves. They questioned why a treasure had not been sent down with him or why angels did not accompany him. The response is firm yet patient. If gold and silver had been poured at his feet, they would have followed him not because of the message but because of the wealth. But the test is greater when the truth is wrapped in humility. Pharaoh too rejected Moses because he came without power or glory in the worldly sense. Yet it was Moses who stood firm when the sea opened and Pharaoh drowned in his arrogance. The surah gently mocks the idea that idols or lesser gods could intercede without permission. It says, had God willed, none of them would have been worshipped. But he allowed choice, so that truth would be pursued by those who seek it, not inherited by habit. When the end comes, even the idols will disown their worshippers. Every false comfort will shatter. Only sincere connection to the Creator will remain. Surah Ad-Dukhan brings the night when the Quran was revealed, a night of weight and clarity, wrapped in stillness. It speaks of people distracted by wealth, by laughter, by indulgence, unaware that the earth could tremble beneath them. When the punishment came to Pharaoh, it was not sudden in God's view. Warnings had come, but the heart grows dull when it turns away from light. Still, even in destruction, God's mercy remains for those who return. Even the smoke that covers is a sign, a veil waiting to be lifted. Surah Al-Jathiyah carries its name from the scene it paints, every nation kneeling. The day of judgment is not spoken of with fire alone, but with stillness. There is no need for force when truth speaks. Every soul will kneel, not from oppression, but because the weight of reality cannot be borne standing. The records will be opened. Nothing will be missing. Not a glance, not a whisper. The surah says, do you not see the seas, the heavens, the alternation of night and day, and how all are in harmony? That is not chance. That is message. That is witness. This chapter speaks to those who take religion lightly, who turn it into debate and pride, who listen only to mock or to win arguments. They are warned that the heart hardens when knowledge is not received with humility, and when the soul is filled with pride, it refuses to kneel even when the sky itself speaks. But even then, the Quran leaves the door open. Repentance remains until the final breath. These surahs speak to those who ask questions, not out of faith, but to delay faith. They ask why the world is imperfect, why evil exists, why good people suffer. And the answer is not always in form of direct explanations, but in gentle redirection. Look deeper. Look longer. Life is not the end. This world is not the full picture. The visible is just the edge of the real. The test is not comfort. The test is trust. Throughout these surahs, there is a steady call to remember, to look, to listen, to think. The intellect is not the enemy of faith, but its pathway. What destroys people is not lack of intelligence, but arrogance. They think they know enough. They think they see clearly. But even stars burn out. Even kings turn to dust. The Quran invites the soul to kneel willingly before it is made to kneel in awe. And so these chapters become a mirror again. What do you kneel to? What do you worship in silence when no one is watching? Is it wealth, approval, fear, pride? Or is it the one who gave you hearing, sight, and a heart? The one who lets you wake each day when many do not? The one who placed the stars above you not just to measure time, but to remind you of light even in the darkest sky? These surahs are not distant. They are close, like a whisper inside the rib cage. They carry the voice of compassion, of reminder, of return. They are not trying to impress. They are trying to awaken. For those who feel alone, they say you are not. For those who feel lost, they say the map is in your hands. For those who feel unworthy, they say mercy was written before judgment. And for those who seek, they say come. Surah Al-Ahqaf begins in the shadow of the mountains. These are not only great structures of rock and time, but signs of strength and witness. They have watched over civilizations that rose and fell. They remain firm as the people beneath them forget. This chapter tells the story of the people of Ad, those who thought their power was without limit. They mocked the warnings. They ridiculed the messengers. And when the wind came, it came not as breeze but as force. The very sky turned against them. The sand became a flood, and the roar of the storm silenced every voice. Yet still, the lesson is not in fear alone. God does not punish without cause. Warnings come, mercy comes, but the heart must choose to open. The chapter shifts to speak of the Quran as a guide for those who truly listen, not those who hear with ears alone, but with hearts. Those who reflect, who walk humbly through the world, who know that strength without gratitude becomes a curse. The surah speaks of the duty to one's parents, the burden of carrying a child, the tenderness of care, and how that too is worship. For in service to those who raised you, you serve the one who created you. The message is not distant. It is embedded in daily life, in patience, in truth, in silent endurance. Surah Muhammad continues with a tone of consequence. It is not the story of war, but the story of choices, of what happens when faith is met with arrogance or submission. The surah speaks of those who turn away after truth has been made clear, and it warns of the danger in a heart that tastes guidance but then prefers its own way. The imagery is subtle but piercing. Hearts sealed, eyes that do not see, ears that do not hear. It is not the senses that fail, but the will to use them sincerely. When good is done, it benefits the soul. When evil is done, it corrupts from within. Yet the invitation to return never disappears. There is always a road back, as long as breath remains. Then comes Surah Al-Fatiha, the victory. But the triumph is not of battle alone. It is the victory of patience, of a treaty signed when others wanted war, of a people holding back for peace when they had strength for conflict. The Prophet and his companions are praised not because they conquered with sword, but because they conquered themselves. This is a victory of discipline, of trust, of long-suffering hope. The chapter speaks of forgiveness, of reward, of a path made clear. It tells of trees under which oaths were sworn, hearts aligned, and angels recorded. It was not a grand conquest, but it was a moment that would echo, because victory often comes dressed in stillness before it comes in song. Surah Al-Hujurat draws the gaze inward. It is not about nations, but about people. It speaks softly but with firm instruction on how communities should be built. Do not raise your voices above the voice of the Prophet. Do not mock others. Do not call each other by hurtful names. Do not assume the worst. Do not spy or backbite. These are not small things. They are cracks in the foundation of faith if allowed to spread. Faith is not only belief in the unseen, it is respect for the seen. It is how you greet your neighbor, how you respond when anger rises, how you speak about someone when they are not in the room. The surah reminds that all humans are from the same origin, created from a single pair. What separates them is not race, language, or wealth. It is consciousness of God. That alone is the scale. In between these chapters is Surah Al-Hujurat's gentle conclusion, where God says he knows what is in the hearts. He knows who believes and who merely says the words. And so the work is not in appearance, but in inner transformation. Let those who believe, believe deeply. Let them live their faith not in noise, but in character. Surah Al-Ahqaf to Al-Hujurat walk through storms, through battles, through whispers, and through community ties. They are not only a message for the distant past, they are a mirror held to every heart that listens today. In them, mountains tremble, jinn listen with awe, and communities are told to heal themselves before trying to change the world. They invite the reader not only to read, but to live with humility, with honor, with patience, and with clarity. For the road ahead is not paved with power, but with peace. And peace begins with how one treats the nearest soul. Surah Qaf begins in silence, a single letter. Then it opens with the truth of resurrection, the earth that receives the dead, the sky that stands witness above, and the heart that dares to doubt. It speaks not in threats but in reminders, that the Creator who shaped bones in the womb can surely bring them back from the dust, that the soul is not forgotten, that the records are kept without flaw. Two angels near, one to the right and one to the left, neither missing a word. Every thought is noted, every breath remembered. The surah calls attention to creation as proof, the sky above without cracks, the earth spread with purpose, rain falling, seeds sprouting, gardens blooming, all of it ordered, all of it guided. And if nature follows his will, what of man? Will he deny when all around him submits? The trumpet shall be blown, hearts will tremble, eyes will widen, the truth will no longer be hidden. Paradise will be near for those who feared their Lord unseen. Hell will be exposed to those who lived for themselves. It will not be unjust. It will be exact. Not a soul will be wronged. Surah Ad-Dariyat continues this breath of truth. It begins with the wind, carried across time and land, a force unseen but felt. It scatters seeds. It stirs the air. It brings life and it warns. The surah draws on oaths of motion, wind, clouds, ships, angels, all in service to divine decree. Every movement follows command. The world is not chaos, it is discipline. Order veiled in mystery, and within this rhythm is a reminder that people have been warned before. Prophets came, they spoke clearly, but pride often clouded ears. It revisits stories not to entertain, but to awaken. Abraham receives guests. At first he fears, then he learns they are angels. They bring news of a child. They bring word of judgment. Lot's people are remembered for what they chose to ignore. The prophets of Thamud and of Pharaoh come back in mention. These are not just historical events. They are echoes. Echoes of what happens when arrogance rises and the call to truth is silenced by laughter. In the midst of these stories comes the comfort that the earth is a cradle, the sky is a ceiling, and between them, sustenance flows. What is given is not given by chance. What is taken is not lost without reason. People are reminded of their purpose, not to compete in greed, but to remember their Creator. The surah says plainly, He did not create jinn and mankind except to worship Him, not with rituals alone, but with heart, with intention, with awareness of the unseen. Sustenance does not come from man's toil alone. It comes from the one who never tires, who owns the treasures of all that exists. The tone of these surahs is both grand and intimate. They speak of vast skies and trembling hearts, of angels and whispers, of ancient ruins and present souls. They build a world where everything testifies. The trees, the clouds, the breath in your chest, the quiet voice inside that knows when it is drifting. The path is laid not with force but with signs. Every step of nature is a step of guidance. When you read these chapters slowly, they feel like waves, each verse washing over the soul, not to drown it, but to cleanse. The doubt begins to loosen, the noise of this world softens, and in that stillness, the truth is clearer. You are not forgotten. You are not here by chance, and the one who gave you breath, who created the winds, who shaped the mountains, He is near, nearer than your own veins. The soul breathes because He allows it, and the return to Him is not to be feared but understood. It is not a threat, it is a homecoming. These surahs whisper to the heart while the world sleeps, and in the quiet of night, when you listen not just with your ears but with your inner self, they become more than words. They become a mirror, a reminder, a breath of something eternal. Surah At-Tur opens with the image of the mountain, a place where revelation once descended, a place firm and silent and strong. It begins with oaths that echo through time. The mount, the scripture written, the house frequented, the sky lifted, the sea filled. These are not just images but signs layered with meaning. They are meant to settle the heart and shake it at once. For those who deny, it reminds them that punishment is not imagined. It is near, not near in time, but in certainty. And for those who believe, it is a promise that reward waits with even more certainty than the sun's rise. The people of paradise will recline. They will laugh. They will be served by youth. They will remember the life they had and speak about it with a soft smile. They will say they were once fearful, and now that fear has been replaced by peace. They will remember the nights they cried out and the Lord who answered them. And in their ease, there is no arrogance, only gratitude. The prophet is reminded to be patient, to stay firm when the tongues of the mockers cut sharp, to not rush the promise, to leave the doubters in their games. The Lord of the heavens and the earth is enough. The one who created all things is not forgetful. He sees the hearts and the steps. He guides those who walk toward him. The wind that pushes ships, the stars that guide, the heavens that rise without pillar, all are signs that the one who made them has not left mankind alone. Then comes Surah An-Najm, the star. It does not stray, nor does it fall by mistake. The star rises with precision, and so too did the revelation. The prophet is told he did not speak from desire. What he said was not from himself. It was what he was taught, shown, and taken through. The journey to the heavens is remembered, the moment he stood near the lote tree at the farthest boundary, and there he saw what cannot be described. This surah speaks of power and beauty and proximity to the divine. It corrects the worship of idols. It reminds the listener that names without reality carry no weight. The idols carved by men cannot respond. They cannot see. They cannot act. But Allah sees, knows, forgives, and guides. Those who deny are asked to reflect. Were they created by nothing? Did they create themselves? Can they give life or take it? The answer sits silent in their hearts. Surah Al-Qamar speaks of the moon, that it was split as a sign, yet the hearts of the deniers were not moved. It brings the tales of the past: Noah, Ad, Thamud, Lot, Pharaoh. Each one met the truth and each one turned away, and each one was destroyed not out of cruelty, but after repeated warnings. The phrase repeats like a drumbeat. We made the Quran easy to remember, so is there anyone who will remember? It is a call, gentle but steady. The Quran is not locked, it is open, but it waits for someone who will soften their chest to it. Surah Ar-Rahman is the song of mercy. It speaks to jinn and humans. It reminds them of blessings. One by one they are named: the sun, the moon, the trees, the seas, the fruits, the heavens, the balance. And after each gift comes the question, which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? It repeats again and again, not to burden the ears but to pull the heart back to gratitude. The surah paints paradise in colors the soul can feel: shade, fountains, cushions, companions, fragrance, not of lust, but of serenity, of reward earned by sincerity. Then Surah Al-Waqi'ah comes like a soft warning wrapped in poetry. The day will come. No one can deny it. People will be sorted, some to the right, some to the left, and some brought near. Each group known by its deeds. Those brought near will drink from sealed nectar. They will sit in ease, in gardens of delight. Their reward is not by accident, but by effort. Those of the right will be given peace, joy, and abundance. Those of the left will face heat, smoke, and despair. The surah ends by pointing to the signs: the seed in your hand, the water you drink, the fire you light. Did you make these or were they given? Surah Al-Hadid then brings the truth to a sharp focus. Everything in the heavens and the earth glorifies Allah. He is first and last, seen and hidden, the one who gives life and death, the one who created the heavens in 6 days and knows every secret within them. The call is clear: believe in Allah and His Messenger. Spend from what you are given. Give before the day comes when giving will no longer be of benefit. It draws a picture of those who come too late, those who will say to the believers, "Wait for us, let us take from your light," but they will be separated. A wall will rise, and the cry will come from the other side: "Were we not with you?" And the believers will say, "Yes, but you waited, you doubted, you let your desires lead you, and you were deceived." The surah ends by telling believers to not be hard of heart, to let faith break through, to know that Allah gives life to the earth after its death, and He can give life to hearts as well. Across these surahs a rhythm forms: the power of the unseen, the beauty of reward, the certainty of resurrection, the warning of delay. The call is not to perfection but to effort. The stars, the mountains, the winds, the fire, the seeds, all tell the same story: that this life is not the end, that what is given is not given by accident, that the soul will return and stand before its Maker. In the silence of the night, when these words are recited softly, they become a mirror for the heart. They bring both comfort and awakening. They call the listener not to panic, but to reflect. The mount, the mercy, the iron of faith, each one waits for the soul that listens not just with ears, but with yearning. And when it hears, it remembers. She came alone, her voice quiet but firm. She brought a grievance, a plea, a question that seemed personal but would echo through generations. And so began the revelation of Surah Al-Mujadilah. Her conversation was not overlooked. Allah heard it. The one who hears all things responded from above the heavens to a woman's call. The surah opened a path for fairness and dignity, correcting an ancient wrong with words that settled disputes and guided hearts. In this surah, speech matters. Secrets whispered in corners are not beyond reach. Believers are reminded that gatherings should be rooted in purpose, not in exclusion or arrogance. The ones who plot in private are warned, and the ones who gather with good intentions are honored. Loyalty is questioned too. Who do you align yourself with? Not in outward gestures, but in commitment of the heart. The believers are not to take those who oppose faith as close allies. Even if bonds of family exist, the priority is truth. Faith is not passive. It stands and draws lines when needed, with clarity but not cruelty. As the discourse moves to Surah Al-Hashr, the echoes of war and exile are heard. A tribe once allied in falsehood is scattered. Their fate becomes a lesson, not in revenge, but in consequence. The believers are told to remember those who were displaced, those who welcomed them. Their bond was not political. It was deeper, one of brotherhood. Those who open their hearts to others are praised. They do not feel jealousy. They give preference even when in need. That spirit of sacrifice, unseen by many, is known to Allah. And then come the names. The surah closes with the mention of who Allah is. He is the knower of the unseen and the seen. He is the source of peace, the giver of security, the compeller, the majestic. He is the creator, the fashioner. The names roll like waves, soft and powerful. To know Him is to reflect. To reflect is to soften the heart. To soften the heart is to walk upright in a world where pride often clouds the path. Surah Al-Mumtahana turns to matters of loyalty and wisdom. Believers are told not to ally themselves with those who fight them unjustly. But they are also told not to turn away from kindness and justice when others do not show hostility. The distinction is careful and thoughtful. It teaches balance. The surah also shows tenderness. When women who believed came seeking refuge, they were not turned away without care. They were tested with dignity, protected from harm, and welcomed into the community with fairness. The Prophet is reminded not to hold firm to the ties that have been broken by disbelief. And yet, no command comes without mercy. These rulings were not cold. They were shaped by the reality of migration, separation, and the longing for a life that could hold faith without fear. The believers are told to be just, even to those who once stood in opposition, so long as they did not drive them out or fight them for their belief. In Surah As-Saf, unity is praised, but not just any unity, the kind that forms straight rows, like bricks laid side by side, solid and unmoving. Believers are reminded not to say what they will not do, to speak with care, to act with commitment. The surah praises the message of Moses and Jesus. It speaks of a prophet to come whose name would be Ahmad. And when that messenger came, some turned away despite recognizing him. The surah ends with a call that those who aid the cause of Allah will be aided, like the disciples of Jesus who said, "We are the helpers of Allah," a small group who believed and was strengthened. Believers are told they too can be part of that strength, not through noise, but through firm hearts and straight rows. Surah Al-Jumu'ah brings the rhythm of the week into focus. The Friday prayer is honored. The call to leave trade and gather in remembrance is not just ritual. It is a renewal of the heart and a reminder of purpose. Those who were given the Torah and failed to uphold it are used as a caution. The outward form means little if the inner life is absent. And when the prayer ends, believers are not told to withdraw. They are told to spread out in the land and seek the bounty of Allah. Worship does not remove the need to work, and work should never remove the soul from remembrance. The balance is the goal. The surah teaches presence in the mosque, in the market, in all moments. Surah Al-Munafiqun opens with the sting of falsehood, the ones who say what they do not mean, who swear by Allah but lie in their hearts. Their words are smooth, their appearance is impressive, but their souls are hollow. They fear exposure, not because they love truth, but because they love power. The Prophet is reminded that these people exist, and the community is warned not to hunt them, but to recognize the signs, to be cautious without falling into suspicion. Believers are told not to let wealth and children distract them. The life of this world is a trust. What is given is not forever. Spend before the moment comes when you would give everything, but it will be too late. This warning is not shouted. It is whispered with love, a reminder again and again that the soul's value is not in what it holds, but what it gives. Then Surah At-Tagabun, the day of gathering, the day when gains and losses will be laid bare. Nothing hidden, everything clear. Those who disbelieve will be shown what they denied, and those who believed will be forgiven and honored. Life is described not as ease or hardship, but as a test. Spouses and children may be a source of joy or trial. Each relationship must be navigated with patience and perspective. Forgiveness is better. Holding back anger is honored. Allah sees the heart that struggles and the one that submits. The Prophet is told to encourage the believers, to lead with mercy, to remind them that no soul is burdened beyond its ability, that Allah is aware of what each one can bear. Surah At-Talaq speaks of separation, of divorce done with respect, of endings that are not poisoned. Each step is described with care, not rushed, not cruel, observing waiting periods, allowing room for return, ensuring provision even when ties are cut. It is one of the clearest outlines of family law, but beneath the law is tenderness. Allah does not wish harm. He wishes clarity. Limits are not cages. They are lanterns on the road. Those who follow them will not stumble. Those who ignore them will walk in darkness. The surah repeats that whoever fears Allah, He will make a way out for them, provide for them from where they did not expect, and to those who trust, He is enough. Finally, Surah At-Tahrim brings the Prophet back into view. A moment of private life is revealed with gentle firmness. The Prophet is reminded not to forbid what Allah has made lawful, even to please others. The lesson extends to all who believe. The home of the Prophet was not without struggle, but even in its lessons, there is light. Believing women are told to turn to Allah in repentance. They are not defined by fault, but by their return. And believers as a whole are told to protect themselves and their families. The fire is not abstract. It is real, but so too is paradise. So too is mercy. The wives of Noah and Lot are mentioned. Their ties to prophets did not save them, and the wife of Pharaoh is praised. Her faith rose even in a palace of oppression. Mary is honored. Her purity, her belief, her strength. She becomes a symbol for all who seek closeness to Allah. A woman alone, but not abandoned. A heart steady in the face of trial. Together, these surahs form a picture of personal and collective responsibility, of arguments and alliances, of the limits of power, of the dignity in law, of the softness in faith. They call the believer to speak truth, to build homes on compassion, to walk in trust, and to stand firm even when few stand with them. They are not only verses, they are guidance for a life rooted in meaning and mercy. The one in whose hand is all dominion begins Surah Al-Mulk. Power belongs to Him, not borrowed or shared, but full and eternal. He created death and life to test who among humanity will do best in deeds. This life, fleeting as it is, has a purpose. The skies above are not chaotic. They hold layers and perfection. Look again and again. Your eyes will tire but find no flaw. The heavens are adorned with lamps, both beauty and protection, signs for those who reflect. The warnings are vivid. For those who reject truth, the punishment awaits. not in cruelty but in consequence. The guardians of the fire ask, "Did no warner come to you?" And they will admit, "Yes, but we denied and said Allah never sent anything. Had we listened or used reason, we would not be among those in the blazing fire." These verses are not just about others. They are reminders to each soul to use the gift of hearing and thinking, to recognize that this message is not noise. It is mercy in the form of words. And the one who made the earth manageable for you, walk its paths, eat from its provision. Return is not to the grave, but to him. The questions strike the heart. Can your armies help you against the most merciful? Can your wealth provide against his will? The birds in the sky, held up by none but him, are signs. Provision comes from above. Gratitude or arrogance is the choice each person faces. This world is not enough, and when it is taken, who will protect you? The surah ends not in fear but reflection. Say, "He is the most merciful. We believe in him. We trust in him. If the water you drink were lost deep in the earth, who else could bring it to you?" Surah Al-Kalam begins with the pen, the very tool that preserves knowledge. By the pen and what they write, the prophet is assured that he is not mad. He holds a great character. His truth is not measured by the words of mockers. Their curses fall back on them. The surah draws an image of a man who walks with dignity, while others circle in arrogance. Their wealth and children become their pride, but they are warned that their plots will fall, their knees will bend, and the truth will rise. A parable is told, a garden that belonged to men who forgot to say, "Insha'Allah." They believed they could strip it bare in the morning without giving anything to the poor. But a fire came and turned their greed to dust. They realized too late. Their regret did not change the ground, but it softened their hearts. So too are people warned not to assume that worldly gain is a sign of favor. The real success lies in submission. Surah Al-Haqqa comes with weight, the reality that will strike. It asks, what is the truth? It is not abstract. It is the day when everything stands clear. The fate of previous nations is mentioned. Thamud and Ad denied, and their strength did not save them. The sky was torn, the earth shook, the trumpet sounded, and the people were judged. The believer will be given his record in his right hand. He will rejoice and call others to see. His life will be celebrated. But the one who receives his record in the left will mourn. He will wish he was dust. The day is decisive. This surah does not soften the message. It lays it bare. The Quran is not poetry, and the Prophet is not a madman. These are the words of the Lord of the worlds. If the Prophet had fabricated anything, he would have been seized. But he spoke only what was revealed. So hold tight to the message. It is a reminder for those who are mindful and a certainty for those who seek truth. Surah Al-Ma'arij opens with the request for punishment to be hastened. The disbelievers mock the warnings, but they do not realize the nature of the day being called upon. It is a day that spans 50,000 years. The heavens and angels will rise in ranks. The hearts will be heavy. No friend will care for another. Each soul will be concerned with its own fate. The human being is created impatient, fearful when touched with harm, stingy when blessed, except those who pray, those who give, those who honor their trusts, those who are truthful and aware. These are the ones who will be safe. This surah reveals the nature of man and the qualities that raise him above that nature. The balance between warning and hope is maintained. The punishment is real, but the path to mercy is open. The heavens will be peeled back, the fire will burn, but those who cared for prayer, for truth, for the orphan, will be honored. Surah Anew turns the eye to a single prophet, a story of one man who called his people for 950 years, night and day, publicly and privately. He did not stop. He did not grow tired. He sought not wealth or status, only that they turn to their Creator, that they seek forgiveness, for He sends rain, gardens, rivers, children, blessings, yet they covered their ears. They clung to idols. They mocked. Anew begged for them, but in the end he asked for justice. His prayer was not made lightly. It came after centuries, and his Lord answered, the ship was built. The flood came, and truth was established. Surah Al-Jinn then opens another dimension. A group of jinn listen to the Quran and are moved. They declare their belief. They are not all the same. Some are righteous, others not. They understand their own accountability. This conversation between realms shows that the message of the Quran reaches where we cannot. The jinn, often feared or misunderstood, are presented here with reason and humility. They recognize the greatness of Allah. They deny the falsehoods of their old ways, and they return to warn their own kind. The Prophet is reminded that he only conveys, he does not control. Even the unseen is not open to him except by permission. The protector is Allah, the helper is Allah, and those who follow the light will find guidance. Others will stumble in the dark, but each soul will be dealt with in truth. Surah Al-Muzammil draws the Prophet into solitude. He is called gently to stand in the night, to pray, to recite, to carry the heavy word. The night is best for shaping the heart, for strengthening the will. The Prophet is told to be patient with what they say, to leave them, to retreat not in fear but in faith. Prayer is not just ritual. It is the place where burden turns into strength, where silence opens to understanding. The command to stand in prayer was not meant to break him. It was to prepare him. The message will grow heavy. The opposition will rise. But the one who stands with Allah stands firm. And as the surah ends, the instruction is lightened. Allah knows your limits. So pray what you can. Recite what you can. But never leave the connection. It is the soul's breath. Surah Al-Mudaththir continues this call. Now rise and warn. Purify your garments. Forsake unclean things. Do not seek favor expecting return. Be patient. The Prophet is shown his path, and others are warned of theirs. One who was given wealth and children but denied the signs is marked. He thought and plotted. His face darkened in scheming, and then he turned away in arrogance. He will be cast into Sakar, a fire that leaves nothing, watched over by 19. People mock the number, but the purpose is clarity. Believers increase in faith. Doubters find confusion. The heart is tested. The heart is refined. Paradise is shown through the eyes of those who entered. What brought you here? They are asked. And they say, we did not pray. We did not feed the poor. We mocked the day. We were lost. And now, none can help. Surah Al-Qiyamah brings that day into sharper focus. The resurrection is certain. The bones will be reformed. The fingertips restored. Man denies it. He rushes towards sin. He asks, when is the day? It will come when the soul is drawn to the throat, and it is said, who can save him now? The legs will be bound, and the journey will be toward the Lord. But the soul that struggled and purified will be at peace, looking at its Lord, radiant. The one who denied will be downcast, facing punishment. Man is told not to delay, not to make excuses. His own hearing, his own sight, his own skin will testify. This is not threat without cause. It is truth laid bare. Then comes Surah Al-Insan. Was there a time when man was nothing, created from a drop, tested, and given the gift of hearing and sight, shown the path? Some are grateful, some are ungrateful. The grateful are shown their reward, gardens of lasting shade, cups of flowing drink. They give food to the poor, the orphan, the captive, not for thanks, only seeking the face of their Lord. This surah paints Jannah not just as reward, but as a reflection of the soul's beauty. Those who are patient, those who fulfill vows, those who fear a day of difficulty. They are honored with what they could not have imagined. The final surah of this stretch, Al-Mursalat, is rhythmic and fierce. Sent ones move in succession. Storm winds, bringers of warning. What is promised will come. The stars will dim. The sky will crack. The mountains will scatter. The messengers will be gathered. The refrain repeats. Woe that day to the deniers, again and again, for the past nations, for those who mock, for those who say the bones cannot be revived. It is a response to arrogance. But between the warnings, signs are laid down. Did we not create you, set your feet on this earth, send water, seed, and balance? So fear your Lord, or face what comes, a day unlike any other, a day of judgment, a day of clarity. And again, woe that day to the deniers. From Surah Al-Mulk to Al-Mursalat, the voice of the Quran grows strong. It carries awe, mercy, beauty, and power. It warns, yes, but it also invites. It shapes the soul not with fear alone, but with remembrance of the one who created, sustained, and never forgets. It builds within the heart a sense of standing between earth and sky, answerable, yet loved. They ask about the great news, the day that cannot be dismissed or delayed, the day that shatters slumber and silences speculation. On that day, the earth will quake and mountains will become dust. The heavens will open and the angels will descend in ranks. Nothing of this will be unclear when it arrives. The sleepers who mocked will awaken. The hearts that turned away will face what they never imagined. Gardens await those who feared their Lord without seeing him, and blazing fire awaits those who denied every warning. The soul will remember then, but what good is remembrance after the end has begun? The ones who denied the meeting with their Lord thought life was play, but when the trumpet is blown, they will scatter like moths. The mountains will move like wool. The one whose scale is heavy will be pleased. The one whose scale is light will fall. The blazing fire will call out to those who neglected their soul, who rejected truth, mocked prayer, and followed their desires. The life of this world deceived them, but now they see. With clear vision, they know what they sent ahead and what they lost. When the stars fade and the sky is torn, when the oceans boil and the graves are turned inside out, each soul will know what it sent forward and what it left behind. The child will be asked what crime she was killed for. The scrolls will be unrolled. The sky will split. The fire will blaze, and paradise will draw near. The soul will stand in full witness to its truth. Denial will not help. Argument will fall silent. When the trumpet sounds again, they will rise from their graves. They will come in crowds, with eyes wide and limbs trembling. The disbelievers will say, "This is a difficult day." Long-forgotten prophets will be remembered. Long-hidden sins will be uncovered. The people of Pharaoh and Thamud will be mentioned not as legends but as proof. The day draws near. The hearts rise to the throats. No friend, no ransom, no escape. Only the mercy of the most merciful. When the moon is darkened and the sun and moon are joined, the human will ask where to flee. But there is no refuge now except to your Lord. The scroll will be opened. The deeds read aloud. The soul will testify against itself. Every glance, every step, every silence recorded. The one who feared that day and gave in charity, who prayed and wept, will be in peace. But the one who turned away, who hoarded and laughed, will burn. His wealth will not save him. His pride will collapse. The dawn breaks. It has a Lord. The night has a Lord. The stars do not rise without permission. Every oath in these verses carries weight. The people of Ad and Thamud had strength but denied their messengers. Pharaoh rose in arrogance and brought ruin, so your Lord poured upon them a scourge. He watches, nothing escapes him. When the soul is tested, man becomes desperate. When given ease, he forgets. The orphan is pushed aside. The poor are neglected. But prayer that does not shape the heart is mockery. True prayer, true faith, is feeding, clothing, and kindness. Not just ritual, but mercy in motion. This world is a pasture. It feeds, but it does not last. The soul must look beyond. The faces of the believers will shine on that day, looking at their Lord. The faces of the deniers will be dark, knowing their ruin. Death will come gently to some and violently to others. The soul that resisted guidance will cry out as it leaves. The legs will be bound. The return is to the Lord, not to power, not to pride, but to truth. By the winds that scatter, by the clouds heavy with rain, by the ships that glide, and by the angels who arrange the command, what is promised will come. The heavens hold truth. The earth is wide, but the soul cannot hide. The prophet is told to turn away from those who mock. They will come to know. They laugh now, but they will weep. They argue now, but they will surrender. Nothing escapes the command. All things are arranged in wisdom. The hour draws near. The moon split once, and they still denied. They said it was magic. They said it was madness. But they saw the signs and turned away. They followed their desires. Every nation that mocked was destroyed. They too will be seized. The fire is not far. The day will be when their faces are dragged. The believers, though mocked in life, will rejoice. Gardens will be their reward. Flowing water, secure shade, and peace that never fades. The Lord does not forget his servants. The merciful taught the Quran. He created man. He taught him speech. The sun and the moon run with precision. The stars and trees bow in submission. The sky is raised and the balance is set. Do not transgress. Measure with justice. The earth is laid out for creatures, fruits, palms, grains, and herbs. Which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? He created man from clay and jinn from smokeless fire. Two seas meet but do not mix. Pearls and coral come from them. Ships sail by his command. All will perish, but his face remains. Everyone in the heavens and earth asks of him. Every moment he is engaged in creation. He will judge, and on that day the guilty will be known by their marks. Their foreheads and feet will be seized. But the one who fears the station of his Lord will have two gardens, full of branches, springs, fruits, and peace. Which of the favors of your Lord will you deny? The event that shakes all things will arrive. No soul can deny it then. Some faces will be bright, joyful, rewarded. Others will be dark, broken, terrified. The earth will be flattened. The mountains shattered. The heavens split. The soul will be placed in its group. Those on the right honored. Those on the left in fire, their meals bitter, their thirst unquenched. The Quran is a noble word, not the speech of a poet or sorcerer. It is truth. Let whoever wills take a path to the Lord. By the stars, by the retreating ones, by the night as it falls and the morning as it breathes, this is the word of a noble messenger. The prophet saw what he saw. The message was clear. This is not the word of a devil. Where then are you going? It is a reminder for the worlds. For whoever among you wills to be upright, you do not will except what Allah wills. The sky will split, the stars will fall, the oceans will erupt, the graves will spill their secrets. Every soul will see what it has sent forth. O human, what has deceived you about your generous Lord? The one who shaped you, balanced you, and perfected you? The wicked will burn, the righteous will rest. The day of judgment will come. None will deny it. The record will be placed. The ones who receive it in their right hands will rejoice. Those who hide from truth will wish they had never been born. When the sky splits and listens to its Lord, it will obey. The earth will spread out. It will empty what is within. The soul will meet its deeds. The one who is given his record in his right hand will be pleased. The one who receives it behind his back will mourn. He lived among his people in joy, thinking he would never return. But his Lord was always watching. So recite and reflect. When the heavens split, when the soul stands bare, it will not be saved by argument or strength. Only faith, humility, and mercy will light the way. By the sky with its towers of stars, the fires that burn in the unseen heights, and the day appointed when witnesses gather and nothing remains hidden, those who harm the believers for their faith will know what they have done. The fire they lit for others waits now for them, but the believers who held fast to truth will have gardens beneath which rivers flow, and forgiveness that cannot be taken. This Quran rests on a preserved tablet, unaltered, guarded, and true. The sky full of great events swears by itself, and by the one who visits in the night. Do you know what the visitor is? It is the piercing star. Every soul has a guardian over it. Let man reflect from what he was created. From a fluid released, he was formed and shaped. The one who created him can bring him back. On the day secrets are exposed, no strength will help, and no helper will appear. This is a decisive word, not to be taken lightly. They plan, but Allah also plans. He is the best of planners. The heavens and the earth are called as witnesses to the story of destruction and denial. The people of Pharaoh and Thamud were warned and yet turned away. They denied and mocked. The truth is a heavy thing. Your Lord's grasp is firm. His punishment is swift but just. He begins creation and brings it back again. He is the most forgiving, the owner of the throne, doer of what he wills. This is a reminder. Let those who will take heed. Those who turn away will face the fire, but those who remember will be gathered near their Lord, honored and safe. When the earth is shaken and throws out its burdens, the human will ask what is happening. On that day, it will speak its news. The earth will testify, for its Lord has inspired it. People will emerge in scattered groups to see their deeds. Whoever does an atom's weight of good will see it. Whoever does an atom's weight of evil will see it. The balance will be set, and no soul will be wronged. By the galloping steeds that strike sparks, that charge at dawn and stir up dust, those who plunder for gain are reminded of what they forget. The human is ungrateful to his Lord and bears witness to it. Love of wealth blinds him. When the graves are overturned and secrets are laid bare, the Lord will be fully aware of all deeds. The earth will be flattened. The human will be shown the path he chose. He will regret, but the regret will not benefit him. The guidance was there, the light sent, but some turned away and others followed it. The Quran is not the word of a madman. It is the speech of a noble messenger, strong and trustworthy. He was not taught poetry. It is not poetry. It is a reminder, clear and preserved. Let those who are alive in heart take warning. The punishment will come suddenly. They mock, but when it arrives they will weep. The judgment is near. When the sun is wrapped up, when the stars fall and scatter, when the mountains crumble, when the she-camels are neglected, when the beasts gather, when the seas boil, when souls are paired, when the girl is asked for what sin she was killed, when the scrolls are spread, when the sky is stripped away, when the fire blazes, when the garden draws near, every soul will know what it brought forward. The oath is by the retreating stars, the night as it departs, and the morning as it breathes. This is the word of a noble messenger. He is not possessed. He saw what he saw at the horizon clear. This is a reminder for all the worlds, for those who want to walk straight. You do not will, unless Allah wills, the Lord of all that exists. When the sky splits and listens and obeys, the earth spreads out and releases all within, and obeys, then every soul will know what it has done. The one who receives his record in his right hand will be joyful. He will return to his people pleased, but the one given his record behind his back will wish for death. He lived with arrogance, thinking he would never return, but the Lord always saw him. The night and the stars, the signs above and below, remind the soul that it is not forgotten. By the stars that rise and set, this Quran is noble. It is not the word of a soothsayer. It is a revelation from the Lord of the worlds. If the prophet had forged anything, it would have been taken from him. But he speaks truth, not invention. Those who turn away are warned. The Quran is a reminder for the righteous, for those who walk straight. Its words are preserved. None touch it except the purified. It is sent from the Lord of all things. They ask mockingly, when the hour will come. When it does, their eyes will lower. They will cry, this is the day, but they will have no strength, no voice, no escape. The souls will rise in ranks. Some will laugh, some will mourn. Paradise will be brought close. The fire will be shown. The soul will meet what it earned. By the night as it covers, and the day as it appears, and the one who created the male and the female, your striving is diverse. Some give and fear Allah, and affirm the best. For them, ease will be made easy. Others withhold, act proud, and deny the best. For them, hardship will be made easy. Their wealth will not help them. The end is with Allah. He gives guidance. He gives without limit. The fire awaits the one who turns away. The righteous will be kept far from it. They give not for praise, but seeking the face of their Lord, and they will be pleased. By the morning light and the stillness of the night, the heart is reminded that abandonment is never from the Lord. He has not turned away, nor does he despise. The moments ahead will always be better than what came before. The heart that aches will one day rejoice. The orphan once lost will find shelter. The one who wandered will be guided. The one in need will be enriched. So never forget what you were. Do not wrong the orphan. Do not turn away the seeker. Speak of your Lord's blessings with grace, not pride. Have we not opened your chest and lifted the burden from your back? The one that bent your shoulders low has been removed. Your mention is raised in the heavens and the earth. With hardship comes ease. With hardship comes ease again. So when one task ends, do not sit in stillness. Rise again in effort. Turn your longing and strength to your Lord alone. By the fig, the olive, and the sacred mount, the human was created in the best form. Yet when he turns, he can fall to the lowest depths, except those who believe and do righteous deeds. For them is reward never cut off. What then makes one deny judgment? Is not Allah the wisest of judges? Recite the name of your Lord who created. He made the human from a clot clinging in the womb. He taught by the pen. He taught what no one knew. But man crosses limits when he feels independent. Surely to your Lord is the return. Have you seen the one who forbids a servant from prayer, even when he is upon guidance, even when he calls to piety? Let him beware. If he does not cease, we will drag him by the forelock, the lying, sinful forehead. Let him call his associates. We will call the guards of hell. Do not obey him. Bow down and draw near. Surely, we sent it down in the night of power. And what can make you know what the night of power is? It is better than 1,000 months. On it, the angels and the Spirit descend, by permission of their Lord, with every decree. Peace it is, until the rise of dawn. The truth comes when the clear day arrives. Those who deny will be scattered like moths. The mountains will be like carded wool. The one whose scales are heavy will be in a life well-pleasing. The one whose scales are light will fall into the abyss. What can make you understand what it is? A blazing fire. By the racing horses that pant and strike sparks, that charge at dawn and stir the earth behind them, man proves ungrateful to his Lord. He testifies to his love of wealth, but does not reflect on the graves being turned and secrets revealed. Surely, their Lord is aware of all they do. Woe to the one who cheats in measure, who, when he takes from others, takes in full, but when he gives less. Do they not believe they will be raised again? On a day when all stand before the Lord of the worlds? No, their hearts are rusted by what they used to earn. On that day they will be veiled from their Lord. Then they will burn in hell. It will be said to them, this is what you denied. Indeed, the righteous will be in bliss, seated on couches looking out. You will recognize on their faces the brightness of delight. They will be given pure drink, sealed with musk. For this, let the competitors compete. Its mixture is from Tasnim, a spring from which those near drink. Those who sin used to laugh at the believers. When they passed them, they would wink and mock. They would return to their people jesting. When they saw them, they would say, these people are astray. But they were not sent to keep watch. Today, the believers will laugh at the disbelievers from their thrones watching. Have the disbelievers been repaid for what they used to do? When the sky is torn apart, obeying its Lord, and the earth stretches out and casts out all within it, then every soul will know what it has done. O human, you are laboring toward your Lord, and will meet him. The one who receives his record in his right hand will be judged with ease and return to his people in joy. But the one given his record behind his back will cry for destruction and burn in a blazing fire. He used to be among his people joyful, thinking he would never return, but his Lord always watched him. By the dawn, the 10 nights, the even and the odd, and the passing night, is there not in these an oath for the thoughtful? Have you not seen what your Lord did to Aed, the people of the pillars, and Thamud, who carved rock in the valley, and Pharaoh of the stakes? They all transgressed and spread corruption. So your Lord poured upon them a scourge of punishment. Truly, your Lord is ever watchful. As for man, when his Lord tries him and honors him, he says, "My Lord has honored me." But when he tries him and restricts his provision, he says, "My Lord has humiliated me." No, you do not honor the orphan nor urge feeding the poor. You consume inheritance greedily and love wealth with great love. But when the earth is crushed and your Lord comes with the angels in rows and hell is brought near, on that day man will remember, but how will remembering help? He will say, "I wish I had sent something ahead for my life." So on that day none can punish like his punishment, and none can bind like his binding. O soul at peace, return to your Lord, pleased and pleasing. Enter among my servants, enter my garden. By the sun and its brightness, the moon as it follows, the day as it unveils, and the night as it covers, and the sky and what built it, the earth and what spread it, and the soul and what fashioned it, inspired it with good and evil. He who purifies it succeeds, and he who corrupts it fails. Thamud denied due to their rebellion. When the worst of them rose up, the messenger of Allah said, "Let her be, the she-camel of Allah." But they called him a liar and hamstrung her. Their Lord crushed them for their sin and made it equal upon all. He does not fear the consequence. By the night as it covers, the day as it brightens, the one who created the male and female, your striving is diverse. The one who gives, fears Allah, and affirms the truth, we will ease him toward ease. The one who withholds, acts rich, and denies the truth, we will ease him toward hardship. His wealth will not help him. The guidance rests with Allah. He guides the one who wills. He gives without limits. The fire awaits the one who turns away. The righteous will be far removed from it. They give seeking the face of their Lord, and they will be satisfied. By the forenoon and the still night, your Lord has not forsaken you, nor does he detest. What is to come is better for you than what is past. Your Lord will give and you will be pleased. Did he not find you an orphan and shelter you? Find you lost and guide you? Find you in need and enrich you? So do not wrong the orphan. Do not repulse the beggar. Speak kindly of your Lord's favor. Have we not opened your heart, relieved your burden, and raised your mention? With hardship comes ease. With hardship comes ease. When done, continue in effort and turn to your Lord alone. To the disbelievers from among the people of the book and the polytheists, there came no separation until the clear proof arrived. A messenger from Allah reciting purified scriptures, wherein are upright commands. Yet those given the scripture did not differ except after the proof came. They were only commanded to worship Allah, being sincere in religion, upright, establishing prayer, and giving charity. That is the upright way. The disbelievers among the people of the book and the polytheists will be in the fire forever. They are the worst of creatures. But those who believe and do righteous deeds are the best of creatures. Their reward with their Lord is gardens beneath which rivers flow. They will abide forever, pleased with their Lord, and he with them. This is for one who fears his Lord. When the earth shakes with its final shaking, and the ground throws out its burdens from deep within, the human being will ask, what is happening to it? On that day, the earth will tell its news. It will speak of everything it witnessed, every footstep, every injustice, every prayer. It will bear witness, because its Lord commanded it to do so. People will come forth in scattered groups to be shown what they did. Every person will see the weight of what they did, no matter how small. If it was as tiny as a mustard seed, it will be there. And if it was evil, that too will appear. No deed will be lost or forgotten. The earth, long silent, will have its voice. By the horses that charge with panting breath, sparking fire from their hooves as they strike the stones, racing at dawn into the midst of battle, raising clouds of dust and rushing into the heart of the fight. So is the heart of man, eager in pursuit, relentless in desire. Indeed, mankind shows deep ingratitude to his Lord. Though he knows it, he testifies against himself with every act. He clings fiercely to wealth, hoarding what he cannot take with him. Does he not know that when graves are overturned and secrets rise to the surface, everything hidden will be revealed. On that day, the Lord will know every intention, every buried whisper of the heart. The one who gives for the sake of Allah, who guards himself from wrong, and believes in the reward that lies with his Lord, will be eased toward ease. His path will be softened, his burdens lifted. But the one who withholds and turns away, who sees himself as self-sufficient and denies the ultimate good, his path will be made hard. Wealth will not benefit him. All things will return to the dust, and the only thing left will be the soul and its truth. A sudden catastrophe overwhelms, the striking event that leaves hearts trembling and voices stilled. What is the great calamity, and what can make you understand its weight? It is a day when people will scatter like moths in confusion, and mountains will crumble like tufts of wool. The one whose scale of good is heavy will find a life of contentment, but the one whose scale is light will fall into a bottomless pit. And what is that pit? A blazing fire, not symbolic but searing, where every act becomes flame. Competing for more has distracted you. You count and recount, gather and stack, until you visit the graves. But no, you will know. Again, you will know. If only you had knowledge with certainty, you would see the fire. You will see it with the eye of truth. Then you will be asked about every joy, every comfort you took for granted, every moment you forgot the giver behind the gift. By the passage of time, the human being is in a state of loss. All his striving, his planning, his seeking, it slips between his fingers. Except those who believe, who do good deeds, who speak truth, and who hold firm through hardship. Faith is not a thought alone. It walks in the footsteps. It lives in the hands and tongue. Patience is not silence. It is a fire endured with hope. Truth is not always easy. It may cost comfort, may stir rejection, but it remains. And through these few belief, goodness, truth, and patience, the human soul is lifted from loss into light. Woe to every backbiter and slanderer who gathers wealth and counts it, thinking it will last forever. He does not know that he will be cast into the crusher. And what is the crusher? It is the fire of Allah, kindled and rising, reaching to the hearts. It surrounds and closes in. There is no escape from it. Every lie told about another, every secret mocked in whisper, every prideful glance, every greedy hand, they will have their witness in fire. This fire is not external alone. It reaches inward to the place that bore the seed. Have you not seen how your Lord dealt with the people of the elephant? When an army came with elephants to destroy the sacred house, they were met not with soldiers of flesh, but with flocks of birds. Each bird carried stones of clay. The army was crushed like stalks of grass, eaten and trampled. That which was mighty in the eyes of men became dust by the will of God. It was not the size of the enemy that mattered, but the protection of what is sacred. Those who trust in numbers and strength forget that Allah is the protector. For the safety of Quraysh, for their winter and summer journeys, let them worship the Lord of this house. He is the one who fed them when they were hungry and gave them security when they were afraid. The blessings that surround are not born from merchants or markets, but from the mercy of Allah. He is the one who made roads safe and bread rise. He is the one who caused hearts to be drawn to Mecca. Worship is owed not to what the hand produces, but to the one who gave the hand its strength. Have you seen the one who denies the judgment? He is the one who pushes away the orphan and does not encourage feeding the poor. Woe to those who pray but are heedless in their prayer, who only do so to be seen by others, and who withhold even the smallest kindness. The orphan, the beggar, the neighbor, all are tests. And the prayer that does not soften the heart becomes ritual without truth. Generosity is not in grand gifts, but in small, unnoticed kindnesses. The soul that holds back from others has already starved itself of what truly nourishes. Indeed, we have given you abundance, so pray to your Lord and sacrifice. The one who hates you is the one truly cut off. This was given to the prophet, but its message lives on. What seems weak may hold the greatest strength. What is mocked may be chosen. The one who stands alone with God is never truly alone. The flow of goodness that comes from sincerity outlives empires and echoing voices. Say, O disbelievers, I do not worship what you worship, and you do not worship what I worship. I will never worship what you worship, nor will you worship what I worship. For you is your religion, and for me is mine. This is not a declaration of separation, but of clarity. Truth is not to be diluted for agreement. Faith is not a garment worn to fit in. It is a flame that must burn alone if it must. And respect lies in allowing difference without hatred. This is the strength of conviction paired with the peace of boundaries. When victory comes from Allah, and the conquest arrives, and you see people entering the religion in multitudes, then glorify your Lord with praise and ask for His forgiveness. Indeed, He is ever accepting of repentance. Even at the height of triumph, the heart is reminded to remain humble, to seek forgiveness, and to remember who granted victory. The end of the Prophet's mission neared, and the final signs were clear. But no victory is complete without turning inward, praising, and repenting. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of the daybreak, from the harm of what He has created, from the harm of the darkness when it settles, from the harm of those who blow on knots, from the harm of the envier when he envies. The rising light chases away what creeps in the shadows. It is not simply light against dark, but trust against fear. There are things in this world unseen and quiet, whispers that weave knots not in rope, but in hearts and minds. The soul trembles not because it is weak, but because it senses what the eyes do not. And the protection asked is not a shield of metal or stone, but a nearness to the one who knows all secrets. When jealousy poisons the air, when malice moves with cold intention, when spells are cast in silence, the believer turns to the Lord of Dawn. The one who splits the night and brings mercy with the sun is also the one who can split grief and bring comfort. In every knot that binds, there is a prayer that can loosen it. And even envy, the fire that burns in others, cannot reach what is covered in divine protection. Say, I seek refuge in the Lord of mankind, the sovereign of mankind, the God of mankind, from the evil of the whisperer who withdraws, who whispers into the hearts of mankind, from among jinn and mankind. Here, the protection is not from sword or storm, but from what touches the inner world. The whisper is soft, almost familiar, sometimes sounding like one's own voice. It speaks not in words but in suggestions, in doubts, in subtle shifts of desire. It comes and it goes, just as quietly, but the heart is not left helpless. The call for refuge is repeated: Lord, King, God. These names remind the soul that it is not alone in this inner battle. The one who rules all existence also rules within. The whisperer cannot remain where remembrance lives. The one who seeks refuge with Allah finds not only protection, but clarity. This is where the journey of the Quran closes, not with grand declarations, but with protection, softness, and intimacy. After laws, stories, warnings, and promises, what remains is the call to seek shelter in the one who created all. The Quran does not leave the believer in the arena of struggle alone. It circles back, quiet, firm, and close, reminding that after every victory, every doubt, every fall, and every rise, the path ends in surrender to the Lord of Dawn, the King of Hearts, the whispers undoing. The book opens with guidance and ends with protection, just as life begins with breath and ends with return. What began with, in the name of Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, has led through valleys of human history, oceans of meaning, battles of the soul, and now rests like the setting sun behind the words of a seeker asking for safety. This is not the end of the Quran's voice. It lingers, like perfume on clothing, like the echo of a loved one's steps in a hallway. Its verses become company in solitude. Its rhythm becomes the heartbeat of the believer. The last word is not closure, but connection. The Quran closes like a gentle hand on the back, guiding quietly toward the one who has always been near. There is something soothing in the way the Quran speaks about itself. It does not boast or shout. It does not demand attention like a trumpet. It arrives more like a breeze that touches the heart and lingers softly in the chest. It introduces itself as a friend, as a guide, as a healing for what is hidden. Each name it gives itself is like a gentle knock on the soul's door. You do not always answer at once. Sometimes you only listen and let the sound settle in. It calls itself the reminder, not to teach something new, but to call you back to something you already knew. Somewhere deep inside, before you were born, you stood and bore witness to the truth. You said yes to something greater, even before your lips could form words. And now the reminder comes, like a thread that pulls you back to that forgotten yes. It doesn't hurry you. It waits. It sits beside you in your silence. Then it says it is the guidance, not the map but the lantern, not the path but the light along the way. You may still walk through shadows, and the road may bend, but something stays lit ahead. Sometimes the light is faint, and you wonder if you're imagining it. But if you pause and breathe and listen, the glow returns. The Quran does not grab your hand. It waits for you to reach out first. Then it stays with you, quiet, steady. It calls itself the criterion, a mirror you can hold up when you are lost in voices. When the world is a fog and you cannot tell right from wrong, kindness from harm, truth from noise, it clears the mist. It does not shout, but it reveals, slowly, carefully, with the patience of someone who knows how easily hearts can break. It helps you see, not just with your eyes, but with something softer, the part of you that knows, even when the head does not. It calls itself the mercy. Just the sound of the word is a comfort. Rama, a word that cradles you, not the mercy of cold forgiveness or legal pardon, but the mercy of warmth, of presence, of someone who knows your weakness and loves you still. The Quran is mercy not just in what it promises, but in how it speaks. The pauses between the verses are mercy. The way it returns again and again to stories you thought you already knew is mercy. It never grows tired of reminding you gently. It calls itself the clear book, not because you will always understand it, but because it is never hiding from you. Even when a verse puzzles you, it stands open. It does not close its pages to you. It waits for your season. Some meanings bloom in spring, others need winter. The clarity is not always in the brain. Sometimes it is in the heart that softens. You may read the same words for years, then one night, in a quiet moment, the meaning will fall like rain. That is the Quran too. It says it is the healing, not always for the body, but for something deeper, for wounds you do not speak of, for memories you keep in the folds of your silence. It does not rush to fix you. It sits with you. Verse by verse, it whispers over your ache. It does not tell you that pain is weakness. It honors your grief. And sometimes, in the gentlest way, it teaches you how to hold your sorrow without being crushed. It teaches you to carry pain without letting it define you. It says it is the spirit, not a thing to be touched or measured, but something that breathes through you, something that moves when you are still, something that finds you in the spaces between thoughts. When the world has gone quiet and you lie in the dark, wondering if you are alone, the spirit is already there. The Quran speaks then, not always with words. Sometimes it is the weight of a verse you cannot name that keeps you from falling apart. That too is its voice. The Quran says it was sent down, not from a tower, but through the heavens like rain, piece by piece, not in thunder, but in rhythm, over 23 years, like the unfolding of a lifetime. And just as rain falls differently on mountains and valleys, the Quran meets each heart in a different way. Some verses fall like spring showers, others like a downpour that shakes you. Some are like dew you barely notice, but which gives life just the same. It says it is a light, not the light that blinds, but the one that makes things clearer, the kind of light that helps you see yourself without flinching. It shows you the cracks without shame. It shows you your mistakes without despair. It holds up your reflection, and even if you cry at what you see, you will find that the light does not leave. It is not a spotlight to expose you. It is a candle held gently so you can find your way back. The Quran speaks with a voice that does not age. No matter how much the world changes, its voice remains calm. It speaks to shepherds and scholars, to mothers and orphans, to travelers and prisoners. And no matter where you are in life, it finds a way to speak to you, not always in the way you expect. Sometimes it answers a question you didn't know you were asking. Sometimes it stays quiet, waiting for your heart to catch up. It calls itself the truth, but it does not force itself upon you. It invites. It opens the door, then steps back. It gives you time to think, to wander, to struggle, time to come back. The Quran is not afraid of your questions. It welcomes them. It knows that faith born through doubt is often stronger. It does not punish your hesitation. It honors it, then patiently shows the path again. When you read the Quran at night, it feels different, as if it too prefers the hush of the dark, as if the stars are listening with you. The verses stretch out in the quiet, and their meanings settle deeper. You hear echoes, you hear rhythm, you hear something that is not just sound. It is like breath. It is like the sky inhaling, and somewhere in that stillness, you feel that you are not alone. The Quran is not a book you read once. It is not a story with a beginning and end. It is a companion. It walks beside you through childhood and age, through certainty and confusion, through sorrow and peace. It grows with you. You may leave it sometimes, but it never leaves you. Its words stay tucked in the folds of your memory. A verse recited long ago may rise again when you need it most. And when it comes, it brings with it the scent of something timeless. So when the Quran says it is a reminder, a guidance, a mercy, a light, a healing, a spirit, a book, a truth, it is not giving you names for the sake of knowledge. It is offering you doors. And each night, as you prepare for sleep, you are invited to choose one. You are invited to rest beside the reminder, to walk a little further with the guidance, to sit in the stillness of mercy, to hold the healing like a warm cloth over your chest, to let the Spirit breathe through your quiet, and to fall asleep with the light gently covering your heart. Before words had meaning, before language took form, before time moved, there was a presence unlike anything imagined, not bound by shape or sound, not grasped by the eyes, not touched by the mind. And yet, from that presence came names, not names to define or limit, but names to draw hearts near. Each name is a door, and behind each one is a horizon that opens gently. The names of Allah are not mere titles. They are invitations to know, to feel, to be held. When you say Ar-Rahman, you do not only speak of mercy, you speak of vastness, of something that covers all things. It is the warmth that reaches even those who never ask for it. It is the sunlight on those who deny Him, the air in the lungs of the forgetful, the rain on the roof of the ungrateful. It does not wait for permission to give. It flows. It surrounds. It forgives before the mouth forms apology. It gives before the hand lifts in prayer. It is mercy without measure. Then comes Ar-Rahim, and with it, mercy that draws close, mercy that leans in and listens. This is the tenderness that knows you're trembling. It sees the single tear that you hide from others. It understands the prayer you cannot speak aloud. It is the mercy that sits beside the believer who feels unworthy and says, I know you, and I love you still. Where Ar-Rahman spreads, Ar-Rahim stays. It is not just wide, it is near. When you say Al-Malik, you speak of a king who owns all dominion, yet never grows distant. The throne of the heavens is His, but so is the sigh of a tired servant. He rules without arrogance. He commands without cruelty. His decree is not cold. His will is not blind. He governs the stars and still hears the footsteps of a mother in her kitchen. He is the king whose kingdom does not oppress, the king whose power does not falter. Al-Qudus is purity beyond our grasp. It is the perfection untouched by flaw. There is no dust on His majesty, no rust on His promises. His wisdom never errs. His justice is never delayed. He is pure not only in essence, but in all He gives. When you seek Him with a heart worn by the world, His nearness washes you, not to erase who you are, but to remind you of what you were always meant to be. As salam is peace in the deepest sense, not silence but safety, not calm but certainty. When the world shakes and you feel your knees falter, He is the peace that steadies you. When your thoughts race and your fears circle like birds above, he is the stillness beneath. He is the one whose presence quiets the storm. His peace is not absence of hardship, but the strength within it. The one who gives rest to a soul even while the body breaks. When you whisper Al-Mu'min, you remember the one who gives security, the one who wraps you in truth when lies surround you, the one who plants conviction in your chest when doubt grows wild. He is the guardian of belief, the source of trust. In a world of false promises, he is the promise that never breaks. He is the assurance that you are seen, that your sincerity is known, even if no one else notices. Al-Mu'min watches without tiring, not the watching of suspicion but of care. He sees not to catch but to protect, not to punish but to guide. His gaze misses nothing, yet it is never harsh. He sees the wound behind the anger. He sees the effort behind the stumble. He sees the goodness buried under the layers of regret. He sees, and still he loves. When you call upon Al-Aziz, you are calling upon strength that does not bend. He is might that never fades, glory that cannot be stolen. Yet he does not use this strength to crush. He uses it to uplift, to shield, to remind you that you need not be powerful to be loved by the most powerful. You need only be real. He will not abandon the weak. He honors the broken who turn to him. Al-Jabbar mends what has been shattered. He is not distant in majesty. He is near in repair. When your heart is in pieces, he does not tell you to be strong. He leans in with a softness you did not expect. He gathers the fragments with care. He does not scold you for falling apart. He honors your ache, and without noise, without force, he makes you whole again. When you speak the name Al-Latif, you are speaking of a gentleness that is almost invisible, the way a leaf turns just before the wind touches it, the way the heart is calmed before the danger is even clear. He works through subtleties, through kindnesses you do not even see until later, the delay that saved you, the stranger who smiled at the exact moment your heart needed it, the thought that comforted you out of nowhere. That was him, always him. Al-Hakim is the wisdom behind what you do not yet understand. When things fall apart and the pieces do not make a pattern, he holds the thread. What you call delay may be mercy. What you call loss may be protection. What you call silence may be him letting you speak until you are ready to listen. His wisdom is not always loud. Sometimes it speaks years later. Sometimes it speaks in dreams, but it always speaks. Al-Ghafur forgives with a depth we cannot reach. He does not count your stumbles to weigh you down. He does not look at you through the lens of your worst mistake. He sees the longing in your return. He accepts the tear before the apology. He accepts the apology before the words. He forgives again and again and again, not because he is unaware of your faults, but because his mercy is greater than them all. Al-Tawwab welcomes return, not with judgment but with joy. No matter how far you wander, how long you delay, how many turns you take, he never locks the door. He does not ask where you've been to shame you. He asks only so you can remember how it felt to be away from him. And when you remember, he says, "Come home." He never tires of welcoming you back. As Shakur magnifies the little, a small act, a whispered prayer, a drop of patience in hardship, and he multiplies it. He sees your efforts when no one else does. He counts what the world ignores. You may feel your deeds are dust, but with him, they are treasure. He is not in need of your worship, but he delights in your turning to him. When you say Ar-Razak, you name the one who gives with precision, not just what fills your stomach, but what fills your heart. He gives the exact conversation you needed, the exact pause that saved you, the right friend at the right time, the job you didn't know was a mercy in disguise, the delay that softened you before the arrival. He gives to the soul, not just to the body, and he does not give by mistake. The names of Allah are not distant descriptions. They are invitations. They ask you to come closer, to speak, to cry, to whisper what hurts. They are not names of power alone, but names of nearness. Each one is a balm. Each one is a promise. Each one is a mirror for the soul. You are not meant to memorize them just for reward. You are meant to feel them, to walk with them, to carry them like lanterns through your days and blankets through your nights. And when life presses hard and your chest feels heavy, let one name be enough. Let Ar-Rahman wrap around you. Let Al-Wadud remind you that you are loved. Let Al-Hadi guide you through the dark. One name, one whisper, that is often all it takes. And when you cannot even speak, when the tongue is silent and the heart is tired, remember that he is as Sami, the one who hears not only words but sighs, not only prayers but silence, not only what is said aloud but what is hidden in trembling. In those moments, let his name be the last thing you breathe before you sleep. Long before the first child cried, before the first fire was struck, or the first name was spoken on earth, there were beings fashioned from light. They do not sleep, nor do they tire. They move in silence, obey without hesitation, and live only to fulfill what their Lord commands. They do not choose rebellion. They do not speak falsely. They are not drawn to pride or possession. They are not male or female. They are not shaped for the world you see, but they are woven through it like breath. You cannot hear their steps or feel the air shift as they pass, but they are there. When a leaf falls in the forest unseen by any creature, they are present. When a mother weeps beside a crib and calls out to her Lord, they rise like sparks in prayer. When someone turns back from sin with even a whisper of regret, they rejoice and record it. Their wings do not move like birds. Their speed is not measured in distance. Some cover horizons with a single stretch. Others are small, gentle, countless, like dust glinting in sunlight. There is an angel who brings the message, Gabriel in another tongue. He does not speak on his own. He waits for the word and delivers it exactly as it was given, without adding, without removing. His arrival is weighty, never casual. When he came to the prophet, it was as if a mountain leaned into a man. The burden of revelation trembled through the bones, not from doubt but from sheer gravity. And yet, Jibril also came to comfort, to sit beside the prophet in sorrow, to walk with him through fear, to greet him with peace when the world gave none. There is an angel who stands ready with a trumpet, its mouth pressed but silent. Israfil waits, not with impatience, but with perfect trust. He does not know when the command will come. He simply holds. The breath that will shake mountains and flatten cities is not his to choose. But when it comes, he will blow without question, and the sound will ripple through every grave, through every sea, through every echo of the past. The end will come not with chaos, but with purpose. And he will blow again, and the dead will rise like seeds after rain. There are angels who guard the gates of paradise. They do not speak of themselves. Their joy is not in authority but in welcome. They open the gates for those who lived with sincerity, whose hearts stayed soft, whose prayers clung to their Lord in the dark. They call out greetings of peace, not as strangers, but as those who watched from the unseen. They saw the patience in secret, the charity given quietly, the moment a person walked away from anger when no one else knew. Their greeting is not ceremony, it is recognition. Others stand over the fire, stern in face, immense in form. Their mercy lies in their obedience, for they do not argue with the will of their Lord. They guard what must be guarded. Their presence is not cruelty, it is justice, and their silence is not indifference, it is witness. They were told to protect its doors, and so they do. They do not flinch, they do not forget. Angels come to the child in the womb. They write before breath begins, the span of life, the provision, the path. They do not create fate, they record it. They wait in tenderness, not as judges, but as scribes of truth. They attend the soul from its first moment, and they do not abandon it until it is returned to the one who sent it. There are angels on either side of every person. They do not sleep. They do not miss a word, a thought, a moment of kindness, or a glance of cruelty. They write, not with haste, not with suspicion, but with calm precision. One records what you strive toward, the other notes what holds you back. They do not condemn, they do not praise, they witness. And on the day when all else fades, Their scrolls will speak without embellishment. Some angels descend in waves on nights like Laylat al-Qadr. They descend not as watchers, but as carriers of peace. They fill the night with light the eye cannot see. They surround the one who kneels with tears, who lifts trembling hands, who whispers forgiveness into the folds of a pillow. They move between hearts, soothing, guiding, raising every sincere breath like treasure. Their presence is not to impress, it is to serve, to mark the night with mercy. There are angels who enter the house with every act of purity, with every word of remembrance. They flee from arrogance, from foulness, from cruelty spoken without shame. They draw near when the Quran is recited, when a bowl is passed with love, when a door is held open with quiet generosity. They are not drawn to fame. They gather where hearts soften. The angel of death does not come in darkness or terror for the believer. He comes gently, like a friend who lifts the burden from your chest. His hands do not steal, they receive. He is not one but among many, and when he arrives, he is not alone. He brings others whose faces shine like dawn. And if the soul was faithful, they say, "Come out, O beautiful soul, to a Lord who is pleased with you." The world fades, but the welcome begins. You may think of angels as distant, but they are near, not as protectors who replace effort, but as reminders that you are never alone. When you stand in prayer, angels stand with you. When you bow, they bow beside you. When you prostrate, they mark that moment. When you cry for what only your Lord knows, they record not the tears, but the reason behind them. And when you walk through the valley of grief, when you feel abandoned, when your prayers feel like drops in an endless ocean, there are angels above you and around you. They do not solve your trials, but they carry your prayers like flame in crystal, unshaken by wind. They do not forget. They are not distracted. Their loyalty is to truth. Their love is in their obedience. And in that there is peace. The angels are not to be worshipped. They do not desire praise. They do not ask for offerings. They serve, and in their service they teach. They teach that dignity is found in obedience, that power is not in rebellion, but in trust, that beauty is in being unseen, yet full of purpose, that even light bends before the will of its maker. If your heart has felt the warmth of prayer, the stillness of a sincere moment, the quiet comfort that rises without reason, perhaps you have felt the brush of wings, not to mystify, not to romanticize, but to remind you. The unseen world is not far. It is layered over this one, and those who move through it in light, they are not strangers. They are companions. You walk through a world where angels walk too. You sleep under a sky where they rise and descend without rest. You breathe air that echoes their praise. And if you listen, not with ears but with soul, you may find that your prayers were never alone. There are beings who live beside you, not seen but present, not myth, but part of what was created with purpose. They were made from smokeless fire, not the fire that burns in your hearth, but a fire that dances without form, heat without shape, life that flickers just beyond the veil of your vision. You do not find them with your eyes. You sense them in the shift of air, in the cold that comes without wind, in the silence that stretches too long, or in the echo that lingers after words have passed. They are the jinn, a creation older than you, made before the first clay was shaped into man. Like humans, they have minds. They have choices. They walk the path of will. Some are righteous. Some are lost. Some seek the truth, and others flee it. They build their homes where people do not settle, in the dry places, in ruins, in the corners where shadow settles too long. But they also pass through your cities, unseen, quiet, curious or watchful. They eat, they drink, they marry, they die. And when their life ends, their body returns to the fire from which it came. Among them are those who listen to revelation. When the Quran was recited in the valleys and the night stood still, they heard it. They were drawn not by force but by yearning. They gathered in circles, unseen by the Prophet and his companions. And when the words reached their hearts, they returned to their kind and said, "We have heard a book that calls to truth." Their testimony was not demanded. It rose from within, sparked by the purity of a message untouched by trickery. There are jinn who whisper. They do not know the unseen, but they guess, and their guessing spreads through hearts not guarded. They fear remembrance, for when the name of the Most High is spoken, they shrink. Their power lies in suggestion, in repetition, in the invitation to forget. They do not strike with force. They wait for weakness, but even they must bow to command. For the jinn, like all creation, answer to the one who fashioned them. There were jinn who ruled, kings who walked through palaces of illusion, sly and proud. Some gave themselves names to be feared. They taught men what was forbidden, whispered things of old magic, bound hearts to charms and knots and shadows. But they do not create. They cannot override what has been decreed. Their tricks are hollow for those whose hearts remain firm. When you begin in the name of your Lord, you are guarded. When you wash in His remembrance, you are veiled. And when you sleep with His words on your lips, you are sheltered from their schemes. Among them was one who rose in rank before he fell. He prayed with the angels, but was not one of them. He worshipped in the heights, but held pride like a seed within him. When the command came to bow to the new creation, he refused. He did not disobey from confusion. He disobeyed from arrogance. He could not accept that something formed from clay would be honored above one formed from fire. He became the first to rebel, the first to swear enmity, not against Adam alone, but against all his children. He asked for time to prove his defiance, to mislead, to draw others down with him. He was granted that time, not as reward, but as a rope long enough to wrap around his own pride. His whispers began then and have not ceased. Not all jinn follow his path. Some are believers who live with humility, who recite the words revealed, who pray in solitude and rise before dawn to remember their Lord. They do not seek harm. They pass unnoticed and leave no trace. Their righteousness does not flash. It is hidden like yours. They live among their own, with struggles and trials and moments of faith and doubt. But like you, they are judged by their intentions and their deeds. There are jinn who form pacts, who tempt those who crave hidden power. The man who speaks to the void, who offers in secret, who marks his skin with symbols or chants the forbidden, thinks he holds power. But in truth he is held. Every charm given by the jinn comes with chains. Every deal is debt. What seems control is often surrender. The jinn may lie to serve, but their loyalty is fleeting. And in the end, they vanish, leaving behind only ruin and silence. Your world and theirs touch in places, in the stillness before dawn, in the hush of abandoned rooms, in the wild corners of the earth where few venture. Sometimes they pass close, and sometimes they dwell afar. But they are not to be feared more than any other creation. You were given remembrance. You were given prayer. You were given words stronger than fire. When you enter with the name of your Lord, you are guarded. When you speak His protection, it is not symbolic, it is real. When harm is felt, it may come from them, but it may also come from within. Not all misfortune is caused by jinn. Sometimes it is your own heart, your own decisions, your own neglect. And sometimes it is a test from the one who sees. You do not need to chase shadows. You need only to stand in light, to begin your meals in His name, to speak softly before sleep, to trust that no whisper can uproot a heart that is anchored in remembrance. The jinn will be judged as you are. On the day when all stand, they too will be gathered. Their scrolls will be opened, their lives measured, their witnesses called. No creation is exempt from justice. No being, seen or unseen, is beyond the reach of the one who created all. They are not gods. They are not all-knowing. They do not hold destiny in their hands. They are creations, not creators. Some stray, some repent, some harm, some heal. And all are bound to the decree that none can escape. So live not in fear of what you cannot see. Live with awareness, live with remembrance. Guard your heart, guard your tongue, and do not step where arrogance dares. If the jinn draw near, let them see in you a soul lit with clarity, unafraid, anchored and aware, not because you are mighty, but because you walk with the one who is. Every soul that breathes will taste death. It is not a threat. It is a promise made at the very beginning, long before the womb, long before the soil of this world clung to your bones. You were never meant to stay. The earth was a station, not a destination. You entered through birth and will exit when your time is written to end. And when that moment comes, it will not delay. Not for love, not for wealth, not for tears, not for fear. It will come as gently or as sharply as it was meant, and it will not miss its mark. The soul departs, and the body falls behind. No matter how strong it once stood, no matter how fast it once ran, it becomes still, a weight with no voice. The warmth slips away. The eyes fix toward a sky they no longer see, and yet the soul rises. It ascends toward what it has known before, toward the realm unseen yet familiar. It is met by angels, beings of light whose presence is not felt by the living but surrounds the dying like a silent procession. For the believer, their faces are bright and their words gentle. They call the soul by its best names and wrap it in mercy. For the one who turned away, they are stern. Their voices carry the weight of judgment, and the soul resists, clinging to the flesh it once knew. This journey is not the end. It is the crossing, a doorway between what was and what is to come. It is called the barzakh, a partition, a veil not of fabric or stone but of state. A soul separated from the body, yet not yet judged in full. A place where time is different, where moments stretch and shrink, where visions come, where truth is clearer than it ever was in the world of sight. There, the soul waits. For some, the barzakh is wide and fragrant. It is a place of light, of gentle rest. It mirrors the garden, not in form but in feeling. The soul sees its place, smells its scent, and finds peace. No burdens press on it, no whispers reach it. It knows that the promise is near, and for others, the barzakh is tight and dark. A confinement that reflects what was planted during life. The soul feels its deeds pressing in. It senses what is to come. It does not rest. It hopes but with dread. It calls but finds no answer. What it receives is what it shaped for itself. The living do not hear the voices of the barzakh, but its presence is near. When you walk through a graveyard and feel something press softly against your chest, when silence feels fuller than it should, when you lower a loved one and the earth seems to listen, it is not your imagination. The souls are real. They remember. They are aware. They greet those who greet them. And though you do not hear the words, your prayers reach them. What the soul carries into the barzakh is not wealth, not title, not the praise of men. It carries only what it gave, the words it recited, the prayers it lifted, the meals it shared in secret, the hands it held, the tears it wiped, the nights it spent remembering its Lord when all others slept. These are the garments of the soul. These are its shelter. These are its companions when the body is alone in the earth. And yet, even here, hope is not severed. For some, the grave becomes a garden because of a single sincere repentance, a moment of return before breath ceased, a whisper of regret that was met by mercy. Others may face hardship in the barzakh but find relief because of the prayers of a child, the charity of descendants, or the forgiveness granted by the one who forgives all. It is not a place outside his mercy. It is a station within his plan. The angels question the soul, not to gather information, for they already know, but to expose truth. Who is your Lord? What was your way? Who was your prophet? And the soul answers not from memory but from its core. If it lived in truth, the words flow easily. If it lived in denial, its tongue stumbles. No scholar can recite for it. No companion can stand in its place. The soul speaks alone, and only what it truly believed will rise to its lips. This questioning is not cruelty. It is part of the unveiling. You lived with choice, and now the result begins to unfold. The grave is not silence. It is a prelude. Those who lived in faith find ease even in the darkness of the soil. Their rest is real, their sleep watched over. Those who lived in arrogance or neglect find unease, not as punishment, but as a reflection. The mirror is no longer in the sky, it is within. When you think of death, let it not paralyze you. Let it awaken you. Let it soften your speech, quiet your anger, and loosen your grip on what rusts. Let it remind you that every breath is borrowed, and every step is toward the end. But also let it give you peace. For the one who gave you life does not leave you to face death alone. He sends angels. He sends mercy. He sends promise. And he waits with forgiveness for those who turn before the door closes. When you bury your dead, remember this is not farewell. It is a pause, a silence before the call. The soul you loved is not lost. It has entered a realm where the unseen becomes clear, where illusions are shed, where reality deepens. Speak to them, pray for them. Honor them not only with flowers and stone, but with acts of kindness, with prayers at dawn, with charity that flows in their name. These reach across the veil. These ease the weight. These warm the cold earth. And prepare yourself, not with dread, but with readiness. Let your deeds be seeds. Let your faith be your covering. Let your remembrance be your perfume. So that when the angel comes, you will not flee, but rise, not in fear, but in yearning. For the believer, death is not the end of joy, it is its beginning. And the barzakh, though hidden from sight, is not a place of abandonment. It is the chamber before the king's court. It is where the soul waits, knowing the meeting is near. There will come a sound unlike any other, not music, not wind, not thunder. It will not echo, it will penetrate. It will not be heard through ears alone. It will pass through stone, water, sky, and soul. It is the trumpet, not a horn of brass, but a call prepared before time. The angel Israfil waits now, breath held back, eyes fixed on the throne, ready to sound it the moment the command is given. And when that moment arrives, no hand will stop it, no force will delay it. The first blast will bring death to what remains. Mountains will crumble, oceans will rise, the sun will fade, the sky will tear, all that breathed will cease, and silence will follow. The kind of silence that knows what just happened, the kind that feels like awe and dread woven together. The heavens and the earth will be unmade in the way a scroll is rolled. The cosmos that once held stars and secrets will fold into stillness, waiting for what comes next. Then, after time no longer holds meaning, the trumpet will sound again. It will not be like the first. It will not bring death. It will bring life. The souls will rise, from dust, from ash, from the smallest particles scattered across winds and oceans. Every human who ever lived will return to their form. Not as they were in weakness or illness or pain, but in a perfected state made to stand before the truth. No soul will be forgotten. Not the ancient, not the recently passed, not the buried, not the drowned, not the burned, not the lost in fields or forests. All will return. Not a hair, not a fingerprint, not a thought will be absent. The earth will shift to receive them. It will flatten, it will stretch. The graves will break open, and from every direction people will rise, some in confusion, some in terror, some with calm hearts that remember this was always coming. They will walk. Some will stumble, some will run, some will move as if drawn by something they cannot resist. No one will speak much. Eyes will dart, hearts will pound. This is the beginning of the reckoning. The children will stand beside kings. The slave will rise beside the emperor, the lonely beside the famous. No one will carry wealth. No one will wear crowns. No names will matter. No resumes. Only the record. Each soul will carry its book, not bound in leather, not printed by ink. It is a scroll of deeds. Every look, every word, every whisper, every action, every thought recorded by the watchers. Nothing missed, nothing forgotten, not even the sighs. Some books will be placed in the right hand, others in the left, and there will be those who find their scroll flying to them wide and bright. They will smile. They will read their own story with joy. They will say they always believed this day would come, and there will be those who find their book heavy and dark. They will wish they could forget. They will try to deny, but the tongue will fall silent. The limbs will speak instead. The skin, the feet, the hands, the heart, all will testify. No lie can escape the body's witness. The sun will draw near, not a distant star, a looming weight that makes men sweat not only with heat but with fear. Some will drown in their own sweat, buried by shame. Others will stand under its blazing light without discomfort. A shade will be offered, but not to all, only to those who lived with sincerity, whose deeds were honest even when hidden. These are the honored ones. The rest will wait, thirsty and trembling, for what is to come. The scales will be set, not of metal but of justice, perfect and beyond flaw. No bribe will change them, no plea will tilt them. The good and the bad will be weighed. A smile given with sincerity may outweigh mountains of darkness. A single lie may cause tremors, but no one will be wronged, not a bit. If the good outweighs the bad, even by a thread, there is hope. If the evil outweighs, even with all the world as witness, no excuse will suffice. And yet, through all this, the mercy of the most merciful will remain. He forgives whom he wills. He knows what was in the hearts when deeds were done. He understands what you meant when you didn't know how to say it. He sees the secret tear shed for him alone. He remembers the trembling prayer in the quiet of night. He holds on to the intentions you made even when you failed to fulfill them. He is not waiting to punish. He is waiting to forgive those who turn with truth. This day is long. For some it feels like a breath. For others it stretches like an age. The faces will speak, some bright with light, others dark with regret. The mouths will open, pleading for second chances. But the world is closed. No more chances remain. What you brought is what you carry now. And among the crowd, there will be those whose light stretches before them, who walk with calm steps, who are called forward, not by name, but by faith. Their joy will be real, their reward even greater. And then the bridge will be set, thinner than a hair, sharper than a blade. It crosses over the depths of hell, a place that sees and speaks and pulls. Some will cross with ease, like the blink of an eye. Some will crawl, some will stumble and fall, and others will not reach the other side. But the light of faith will guide the feet. The purity of heart will steady the balance. The angels will call out encouragement. The prophets will pray for success. It is the final crossing before the gate of everlasting rest. Behind them, others still stand in fear. Ahead, the gates of the garden await, and beyond the veil of the next section lies what the soul has always longed for. When the gate opens, the heart will feel something it has never felt. Not relief, not happiness, something deeper. The soul will rise in a way that no body ever could in the world left behind. There will be no rush, no crowds, only welcome. The angels will speak gently, greeting each soul not just with words, but with warmth that sinks into the very breath. Peace will be said again and again, not as a greeting, but as a state, as a promise, as a truth now made visible. Gardens will stretch in every direction, but not like the gardens known on earth. The air will hold light that does not burn. The breeze will carry no dust. Trees will bear fruit that appears with a wish, yet the joy is still in the reaching. Rivers will run, but they will not flood. Some flow with crystal water, others with milk whose taste never tires. There are those that hold honey, golden and smooth, and those that carry wine, but not the wine of forgetfulness or regret, only the wine of clarity and calm. The houses will be waiting, not built with hands or bricks, built with intention and reward. Some will be pearls, hollow and shining from within. Others will be high chambers, layered with beauty, opened with the smile of their owners. Nothing is out of reach. Yet the pleasure is not in possession, but in the knowing that this place was earned, gifted, and prepared with care. Robes will never wear out, faces will never wrinkle, youth will not fade, joy will not tire. There will be companionship. The believers will recognize each other, even if they never met in the life before. They will speak without envy. They will remember what was once endured. They will smile over the trials, for now they see what every hardship gave birth to. Laughter will come easily, not from jest, but from contentment. The family of faith will gather from all lands, all times, all languages, now united not by race or name, but by light and truth and love for the Most High. There will be thrones to recline on. There will be shade without heat, cups passed around by radiant hands. There will be music, but not from strings or drums. The melodies will rise from voices, from wings, from the trees that sing in praise. The birds will call with songs of joy. The angels will glide above, always smiling, always near, always reflecting the mercy that filled this place. And at the center of all joy is not the silk or the scent or the feast, but the nearness to the one who made this, who invited, who forgave. The people of the garden will feel no fear. They will hear no sorrow. They will never be told to leave. There is no sunset, no sleep, no death, only rising, only more. The greatest gift will not be a thing. It will not be gold or garment or garden. It will be sight, not the sight of trees or rivers or companions. The veil will be lifted. The Lord of the worlds will be seen, not with the eyes of flesh, but with the clarity of the soul perfected. There will be no fear, no trembling, only awe, only joy, only the fulfillment of every longing the heart ever carried. This is the reward for those who were patient, for those who believed without seeing, for those who gave when they had little, who loved him when the world called them foolish, who remembered him in the silence, who repented with tears, who trusted when the path was hidden, who hoped when others mocked. This is for them. And in the end, the soul will say it was worth it. Every wound, every prayer, every sacrifice, every lonely night, because nothing was lost, nothing was forgotten. The most merciful recorded it all, and he returned it not only in measure, but in abundance, in beauty, in a joy that will never die. There is a moment when the heart awakens, when the soul senses the presence of something vast and real beyond its own bounds. That moment is not bound by time. It may come in youth or old age, in silence or sorrow, in triumph or despair. But when it comes, it plants something deep. It begins with wonder. Why am I here? Who placed the stars so carefully? What breath gave me breath? And from that question, faith begins to grow. Faith is not the absence of doubt. It is the courage to walk with it, to let it pass like a storm while holding tight to the light. The Quran speaks to that light again and again, not only with arguments or laws, but with tenderness, with stories that fall gently upon the heart and settle like soft rain. It reminds the believer of the past not to burden them, but to teach them how the human story bends. It reminds them of those who came before, who rose, who fell, who turned back, and who were raised again. When Noah stood before his people, it was not with pride, it was with pain. He called them like a father who cannot bear to see his child wander into fire. But they laughed, they mocked. They placed their fingers in their ears and built their walls high. Still he called, night and day, in open gatherings and quiet whispers. He planted the seed of truth in soil that refused to bloom. But in the end, truth did not need the many. It needed only to remain. The ark did not carry numbers. It carried belief. When Abraham looked to the sky, he saw what others worshipped, the sun, the moon, the stars. But he waited for each to fade, to set, to dim. And then he spoke, not just to himself, but to all who would ever question, the one who does not fade, the one who does not sleep, the one who shaped the heavens and filled the womb. That is the one I turn to. That is the Lord who guides me. That is the one whose call I must follow, even if I walk alone. When Moses stood at the sea, the people behind him trembled. Pharaoh and his army approached with might, with fury, with chains ready, and before him was water, vast and cold. They cried, "We are trapped." But Moses said, "No, my Lord is with me. He will guide me." And the sea parted, not because of strength, not because of numbers, but because one heart stood firm in the face of fear. One heart trusted, and that was enough. These stories are not distant, they are mirrors. Every soul faces its own Pharaoh. Every heart feels the sea rise. But the believer learns to whisper in that moment, "He is with me." The path may be hidden, the help may come at the last breath, but it will come. There were those who rejected despite signs. They saw miracles, yet chose pride. They felt the tremble of the earth, the split of the moon, yet said it was magic. Their hearts were not blind by sight, but blind by choice. They closed themselves to truth not because it lacked light, but because they feared what that light would reveal. To accept would mean change. To believe would mean surrender, and some hearts are too full of themselves to make room for the divine. But among them were those who believed, quietly, gently, without show. They were not always learned or loud. Some were shepherds, some were slaves. Some were women whose names were forgotten on earth but remembered in the heavens. They prayed in caves, they wept in the night, they fed others before feeding themselves. They bore hardship with grace. They forgave when they had every right to retaliate. These are the ones the angels watch with wonder. The Quran does not call to perfection. It calls to return, again and again. It calls the sinner before the saint. It opens the door not with judgment, but with mercy. Say, "O my servants who have wronged their souls, do not despair. Come back. The door is open. The hand is outstretched. Even if your sins fill the sky, even if your past is heavy, turn, and you will find him waiting. He is not distant. He is closer than the vein that carries your breath. He knows your thoughts before you speak them. He knows the ache you hide from the world. He knows the moment your heart broke, and the moment it will be made whole again. Nothing escapes him. Not a leaf falls without his notice. Not a tear slips without his knowledge. Not a prayer is whispered without his hearing. This is the mercy that wraps the believer. This is the fire that burns away arrogance. This is the hope that lifts the fallen. When the world closes in, when every path seems blocked, the believer bows, not out of defeat, but out of certainty, that the one who created the sky can part it, that the one who fashioned the womb can rebirth joy from sorrow, that the one who wrote the storm also wrote the shore. And so the believer walks, through hardship, through doubt, through trial, but never alone. For every step, there is guidance. For every wound, there is healing. For every prayer, there is response, sometimes in ways seen, sometimes in ways the heart must wait to understand, but always, always with wisdom. The soul leans toward what it was made for, even when it forgets, even when it strays, even when it becomes buried beneath years of noise and distraction. It knows where peace lies. There is a call that echoes not in the ears but in the chest, pulling quietly at the edges of consciousness. That call is remembrance, not just words repeated in ritual, but the act of returning, the act of sitting still and recognizing the nearness of the one who never left. When a person walks toward their Creator, they are not met with silence. They are met with a mercy that multiplies, a forgiveness that does not tire. He does not grow weary of forgiving, though the human being grows weary of asking. The Quran reminds again and again that repentance is honored, that sincerity is enough to start anew. Even a mountain of error does not stand in the way of a single moment of genuine return. There are those who seek certainty through control, through force, through arguments meant to defeat. But faith does not grow in harshness. It grows in gentleness. The Prophet, peace be upon him, was told that if he had been harsh or hard-hearted, the people would have fled from him. But he was not. He was soft with those who mocked him, generous with those who stole from him, patient with those who doubted. His character was not separate from the message. It was the message lived. In the quiet moments of night, when the world is asleep and only the soul stirs, the believer finds what cannot be found in crowds. They rise even for a few minutes, even with heavy eyes, and they stand before the one who sees them fully. There is no need for eloquence. There is no need to pretend. Only truth, raw and fragile, whispered into the stillness. And that is enough. That is more than enough. The Quran does not speak to some elite class. It speaks to all who listen, to the shepherd in the hills and the merchant in the market, to the mother who wakes in the night to feed her child, to the prisoner who looks to the sky through bars. It speaks to the broken and the hopeful, to the lost and the seeking. It tells them they matter, that their choices carry weight, that they are not forgotten. It reminds them that every action, no matter how small, is recorded. A smile, a kind word, a coin given in secret, a tear shed for no one but God. None of it is lost. None of it goes unnoticed. The scales will be precise. The records will be complete. And on that day, the pages will speak. They will not lie. Hands will speak of what they held. Feet will tell where they walked. Eyes will reveal what they sought, and hearts will be laid bare. There is no oppression in that moment. No soul will be wronged. Those who believed and did good will find their book light in their right hand. They will be met with peace, with gardens where pain cannot enter, with a joy that does not fade, and above all, with the pleasure of their Lord. Those who turned away, who mocked the truth, who lived as if they would never die, will not be able to undo what they ignored. They will offer excuses. They will blame others. But the truth will be plain. They knew, but they chose. They saw, but they turned. They lived as if this world was the end, and now they stand before the one who created beginnings. Even then, the Quran does not rejoice in their loss. It grieves for them. It warns so they may wake before it is too late. It tells of the past so that the present may shift. It shows the path not to trap, but to free, to remind that belief is not a chain but a light, that obedience is not a burden, but a return to what the soul always knew. Faith is not a ladder of perfection. It is a path of persistence, of falling and rising again, of trying, failing, repenting, and trying once more. What matters is not that one never sins. What matters is that one never gives up, that even in the deepest shadow they still turn their face to the light, that even when all seems lost, they still whisper, "My Lord, forgive me." And that whisper is not ignored. He is the one who answers the distressed when they call, the one who comes to the seeker faster than they can walk, the one who loves to pardon and loves to see his servant come back. This is not a Lord of vengeance. This is a Lord of majesty wrapped in mercy, a Lord who created the fire, but wrote upon himself the word mercy, a Lord who could do without all creation, yet loves to guide and forgive. This is the truth the Quran carries. This is the beauty it offers. It does not ask the believer to be beyond human. It asks them to be fully human, but anchored in divine purpose. It calls not to retreat from the world, but to engage with it through the lens of compassion, justice, patience, and humility, to be a source of light, not noise, to be a shade for others in heat, to speak when silence would be cowardice, to listen when pride would interrupt. The Quran teaches that faith without mercy is incomplete, that worship without character is hollow, that knowledge without humility is a danger. It balances fear with hope, law with love, clarity with mystery. It speaks not only to the mind, but to the heart, to the conscience, to the soul that longs to be whole. And through all of it, there is the voice of God, not shouting, not forcing, but inviting. Will you not reflect? Will you not listen? Will you not return? The journey of the soul is not marked by noise. It is not always lit with clarity or ease. Often it moves through valleys of doubt and storms of distraction. The Quran does not promise that the way will always be smooth, but it does promise that the one who guides is near, that he sees the trembling of the heart and the quiet effort to choose what is right. It is not always the grand act that is honored, but the small gesture done with sincerity. When the winds of temptation pull at the heart, when the world grows heavy with contradiction, the Quran stands as a rope. It is firm, even when the grip weakens. It speaks of prophets who wept and feared, who stumbled and rose. It shows that the chosen were not chosen for their perfection, but for their devotion, for their turning back, their trust, their refusal to lose sight of the one who sent them. Noah called for years and saw little result. Abraham was cast into fire and walked through it. Moses stood before power with nothing but truth. Mary bore alone what no one believed. Jesus healed the broken, but was rejected by many. Muhammad, peace be upon them all, was called a liar by his own people. Yet in all of this, they never ceased to hope. They never stopped calling. Their trials were not signs of rejection, but signs of refinement. For the believer who struggles today, this is comfort. That pain is not proof of failure. That hardship is not absence of mercy. The Quran tells of those who were tested, not to break them, but to raise them. Their hearts were expanded, their faith strengthened, their mission clarified. In weakness, they found strength. In silence, they found speech. In rejection, they found divine acceptance. It teaches that when a door closes, it is not the end of the story. That when one path is blocked, another is opened in time. That God is the disposer of affairs and the bearer of burdens. What he withholds is not always punishment, and what he delays is not always denial. There is a wisdom to what the heart cannot grasp, a mercy behind every pause. The Quran urges the believer to see beyond the moment, to look past the skin of the world and glimpse the purpose that runs beneath. It teaches patience, not as passive waiting, but as active trust. To do what is right and leave the result to God. To sow the seed, even when the harvest seems far. To speak the truth, even when no one listens. To pray in the dark, even when no answer comes. The soul that believes is not left alone. Angels record every act, and the most merciful watches with care. In the blink of an eye, life can turn. What was sorrow becomes ease. What was distance becomes nearness. What was loss becomes gain. The Quran reminds that despair is a whisper, not a command. That hope is not a luxury, but a duty. It does not deny the pain of life. It does not mock grief or dismiss confusion. It enters the heart of human experience and offers light within it. It speaks to the widow and the orphan, the traveler and the prisoner. It reaches into places others forget. It does not wait for the perfect moment. It creates it. By reminding that God is closer than the jugular vein, that he knows what the heart hides and what the soul cries. When the day comes, all will stand, the arrogant and the humble, the powerful and the weak. No title will matter, no wealth will help, only the state of the heart and the truth of the deeds. Books will be opened, nothing will be omitted, and every soul will see clearly what it sent forth. For those who believed, that day will be light. Their faces will shine with calm. Their hearts will be safe. They will walk with joy, for they knew this moment was coming, and they prepared. They will be met with peace, with gardens and rivers and shade, with the smile of their Lord and the words that bring no fear again. For those who mocked and rejected, that day will not be hidden. They will wish to return, to redo, to delay, but the time will be gone. The messengers came. The warnings were clear. The signs surrounded them, but they closed their ears and followed desire. Now, desire cannot help them. They will be left with what they chose. Still, the Quran calls. Still, it pleads with the reader not to be among them. It points to the beauty of belief, not just in the afterlife, but in this life. How it calms the chest, how it gives meaning to trial, how it turns even suffering into elevation. It shows that submission is not defeat. It is alignment with what is true. That to bow is not to fall, but to rise with clarity. The Quran is not a relic. It is not a book to be honored with the tongue and abandoned by the limbs. It is meant to be lived, to be reflected in how one speaks and deals, in how one loves and forgives, in how one walks through the world with balance, carrying strength without pride, gentleness without fear. It speaks to every stage of life. To the young, it gives direction. To the old, it gives reflection. To the sick, it gives patience. To the healthy, it gives gratitude. It reminds the rich of responsibility and the poor of honor. It warns the oppressor and lifts the oppressed. It is a mirror for the self and a map for the path. Those who hold fast to it do not walk alone. They carry with them the light that cuts through fog, the clarity that steadies the feet. They are not promised ease. but they are promised meaning. They are not promised wealth, but they are promised richness of soul. And above all, they are promised that their Lord is near. The Quran continues to speak, not to the distant or the unreachable, but to those who pause to listen. It does not ask for perfection before it offers its comfort. It calls out to the broken, the confused, the repentant, and even the defiant. It speaks with the authority of truth, but with the tenderness of mercy. It reminds the reader that the door is never fully closed, that repentance is not only for those who have just strayed, but even for those who have wandered far, that the light does not judge how long one walked in darkness before seeking it. There is in the Quran a deep understanding of human nature. It does not deny the struggles of faith, nor the tug of the world. It acknowledges the soul's tendency to forget and falter, and still extends the invitation again and again. The verses are not only commands, they are reminders, counsel, and warnings. But they are also love letters from the Creator to His creation, a reassurance that each step toward Him is noticed, that every effort is met with reward, and that the unseen battle within the self is honored, even when others overlook it. In its verses, the Quran recalls the stories of nations past, not as tales to entertain, but as mirrors for reflection. It tells of arrogance and collapse, of grace given and squandered. It does not hide the consequences of denial, nor the weight of injustice. Yet with every account of destruction, there is also a thread of possibility, a path that was offered and refused, a prophet who warned with compassion, a people who were once close to salvation but turned away. These are not just their stories. They are reminders for every age. They echo through time to caution the present, to shake the heart into awareness before the same mistakes are repeated. It also continues to point to creation, to the sky that holds its form without pillars, to the earth that yields fruits after death, to the alternation of night and day, the balance of winds, the mercy of rain. These are not random details. They are signs, constant and quiet messages that the one who made all this is the one who also shaped the human soul. That just as He brings the dead land to life, He can revive hearts that have grown hard. That He is not distant nor unknowing. That His power is not just in might, but in precision, in gentleness, in sustenance that is renewed without fail. Every verse holds purpose. Even those that speak of judgment are laced with mercy. Warnings are given so that one may be saved. Punishments are described so that one may flee them. The Quran's fear is not meant to paralyze, but to awaken. It invites urgency without panic. It calls one to prepare without despair. It places the eternal beside the fleeting, asking the soul to consider its trade. What will you give your moments for? What will you carry into the next life? It does not only address individual behavior, but also community. It lays down ethics for how people are to deal with one another. Justice is not a suggestion, it is a foundation. Mercy is not weakness, it is strength. The Quran tells the believer to speak with kindness, to avoid suspicion, to guard the tongue, to defend the innocent, to fulfill trusts. It calls for uprightness not only in ritual, but in the everyday dealings that show whether faith has truly entered the heart. Prayer and charity are not separate from justice and compassion. They are interwoven. The believer is not defined only by how they worship, but also by how they treat those who cannot return their kindness. The orphan, the widow, the traveler, the worker, the neighbor, the enemy even. The Quran sets a higher standard. It does not glorify revenge. It praises forgiveness. It does not encourage superiority. It teaches humility. It does not dismiss difference. It commands fairness. And above all, it returns the reader to the central truth, that everything begins and ends with God, that He alone gives life and takes it, that He alone knows what the heart contains, that He alone will judge on a day when neither wealth nor lineage will matter, that He alone holds every answer, and that turning to Him is not an act of loss but of anchoring. In every page, there is a call to trust, to release the need for full control and to accept the design of the one who knows what we do not. It does not promise ease, but it does promise nearness. that no sigh goes unnoticed, that no tear is wasted, that even the quietest prayer, whispered in despair, travels farther than the voice can carry. It assures that the one who created the tongue also hears what the heart cannot say. To walk with the Quran is not to be untouched by hardship. It is to be shaped by truth through hardship. It is to be softened, not shattered, to grow patient, not bitter, to become clear, not confused. The believer who walks with it walks with a lamp in the dark. They may still stumble, but they rise with guidance. They may still doubt, but they remember. They may still be weak, but they draw from a strength beyond their own. The Quran is not simply read. It is lived. It is returned to. It is carried through years and change. It sits with the elderly who can no longer see but still remember its rhythms. It sits with the child who learns its letters with trembling lips. It reaches the prisoner who regrets, the scholar who teaches, the seeker who longs. It binds hearts across distance and time. It shapes identity, calms grief, stirs action, and restores what the world may wear down. It is not a text that fades. It is preserved in the heavens and in hearts. It flows through voices around the world every dawn and dusk. It weaves itself into prayer and silence alike. It stands unbroken through storms of disbelief. Its words do not tire. Its meanings do not end. Each reading is a return, and each return brings more. The Quran continues to shape the soul by calling it to presence, not a hurried reading or a passing glance, but a lingering, breathing awareness. It invites reflection, not as a luxury, but as a need. To reflect is not only to understand, but to be changed. Its verses do not simply ask for the eyes, they ask for the heart. They ask that one listen as if being spoken to directly, not centuries ago, but now, not in abstraction, but in truth that sees and knows. Within its chapters, one finds the layering of beauty and warning. It does not rush through stories, nor does it indulge in them for curiosity. Each recounting has weight. When it speaks of Pharaoh, it is not just about tyranny, but about arrogance and heedlessness in the face of mercy. When it recalls Moses, it is not just deliverance, but trust placed in God even when escape seems impossible. When it speaks of the fire that did not burn, the sea that parted, the whale that carried, it is always pointing to the unseen hand of the one who controls every force and makes it serve his will. The Quran teaches that miracles are not only in grand events, but in the constancy of things taken for granted, in the growth of a seed, in the return of day, in the movement of thought, in the turning of hearts, in the sudden moment when despair shifts to peace. It reminds again and again that nothing is random, that what is delayed is held with knowledge, that what is taken is not lost to him, that no action escapes his seeing, and no plea returns unheard. The one who listens closely to its message begins to see the world differently, not as a place of meaningless repetition, but as a place full of divine signs. Each encounter becomes an opportunity to act with ihsan, with excellence rooted in consciousness of the divine. Each hardship becomes a chance to rely deeper, each blessing a trust, not a possession. The self begins to soften. The ego loosens its grip. Patience begins to grow, not from weakness, but from knowing the story is bigger than the moment. The Quran honors struggle. It speaks of those who doubted, who feared, who fell, but it also shows their rise, their return, their hope. The prophets were not untouchable. They were deeply human, but also deeply faithful. They grieved, they worried, they wept, and still they carried the message. Still they turned to their Lord. Still they stood alone when needed. Their strength was not in lack of pain, but in trust during pain. Their legacy was not ease, but resilience. The Quran presents them not as distant ideals, but as companions along the journey. It returns often to the hereafter, not to frighten unnecessarily, but to anchor the soul in what truly endures. It asks, again and again, what will matter on that day? It describes the weighing of deeds, the uncovering of secrets, the book that records with precision. It tells of those who will rejoice and those who will wish to return. It is not meant to lead to despair, but to urgency. It is a call to live meaningfully, to not waste the brief time given, to mend what can be mended, to seek forgiveness before the door closes, to invest in what will not fade with death. Yet even as it warns, it gives hope in abundance. The mercy of God is described as wide, vast, encompassing all things. No sin is too great to be forgiven, no distance too far to return. The Quran shows a God who is near, who answers, who forgives repeatedly. It shows a Lord who loves the repentant, who guides the willing, who covers the faults of those who turn to him. The emphasis is never on perfection but on sincerity, not on image but on truth, not on lineage but on taqwa, on inner awareness of him. It draws lines between belief and hypocrisy, not for exclusion, but for clarity. It teaches that the outer can deceive, but the inner is always seen, that sincerity is the root, and actions must follow. That belief is not merely words, but trust in the unseen, commitment in the visible, and striving in the in-between. The believer is not free from error, but they do not persist in it without remorse. They do not defend wrong, they do not mock truth. They fall, but they rise seeking to be better. Community is not left untouched in the Quran. It instructs justice, not only at the level of state, but in the smallest dealings. It teaches fairness in trade, kindness in speech, honesty in judgment, humility in leadership. It discourages envy, backbiting, arrogance, and tribalism. It honors diversity as a sign of the Creator, not a mark of superiority. It calls believers to know one another, to uphold one another, to stand together in truth even against themselves. It does not erase difference, but demands unity in justice and compassion. The Quran affirms that revelation is a gift, that it came not to burden but to guide, that it was brought by angels, preserved by divine will, and made accessible by rhythm and beauty. It was revealed gradually, in context, with purpose. It responded to situations, corrected hearts, comforted the prophet, challenged falsehood, and built a nation from hearts once scattered. It is both book and miracle, law and mercy, clarity and depth. To live with the Quran is to live with a companion, one that counsels at every turn, one that meets you at every stage. It uplifts the joyful, steadies the shaken, strengthens the tired. It remains a source, not of stale repetition, but of fresh insight. One can return to a verse again and again and find something new, not because the verse changes, but because the heart has shifted, because the soul hears it differently after growth, loss, joy, or surrender. The Prophet himself was described as a walking Quran. He embodied its message, not only in speech but in action, in how he forgave, in how he prayed, in how he smiled at the weak, answered the harsh with gentleness, lifted burdens, and carried his message with unshakable trust in God. To follow him is to follow the Quran in motion. To study him is to understand the revelation lived. And so the journey continues, verse after verse, lesson after lesson. The Quran is not finished in one reading. It is carried for a lifetime. It refines thought, polishes the heart, sharpens the conscience, soothes the wounds. It speaks in public and in private, in the mosque and in the prison, at the wedding and at the grave. It is a rope that never snaps, a light that never dims, a voice that continues long after the reciter has fallen silent. There is a moment when the Quran no longer feels like a book being read from the outside. It becomes something internal, like breath. The words begin to echo not just in the ear but deep within the soul. The verses feel as if they've always been there, waiting to be uncovered. A person begins to notice how certain lines seem to come exactly when they are most needed. A question in the heart is met by a verse that settles it. A weight is lifted not by explanation but by recitation. This is the quiet miracle of the Quran's companionship. As the chapters unfold, the threads begin to weave into each other. What began as individual stories and moments starts to feel like a single pulse, a rhythm of guidance and mercy. The thunder of warning, the stillness of patience, the voices of those long gone, and the responses from the one who never leaves. All are carried together in this scripture that speaks across generations and into the smallest details of the present. The story of humanity is one of repeated falling and rising. The Quran does not hide this truth. It exposes the cycles of arrogance and repentance, rebellion and return. It shows how people denied prophets, laughed at messengers, ignored the signs. It reveals how some refused even as the sea parted, even as the dead were raised, even as the truth stood before them clearly. Yet it never closes the door to those who come with humility. It offers another path, again and again, as long as the heart remains capable of turning. The believer is reminded that faith is not proven by ease. It is shaped in fire. The trials of those who came before are not only recorded to fill the pages, but to carve meaning into the present. Noah stood for centuries, preaching in the face of mockery. Abraham was flung into fire, yet emerged untouched. Joseph was betrayed, sold, imprisoned, yet honored in the end. Moses returned to a tyrant with nothing but a staff and a command. Mary bore the weight of purity in a world that accused. Jesus faced those who twisted truth. And Muhammad, peace be upon him, stood alone before a nation that called him mad. Their stories were not victories without wounds. They were tests met with truth, and hardships carried with grace. The Quran teaches that victory is not always in what the eyes can see. Sometimes it is in the firmness of the heart that does not sway. Sometimes it is in a single tear shed in repentance, or a word withheld in anger. Sometimes it is in returning good for harm, in standing alone with dignity, in trusting when all else fails. The Prophet was promised victory, but it came with hunger, exile, grief, and loss. Yet he remained, and so the message remained. What the Quran builds is not a religion of performance, but a path of transformation. It calls to worship, but worship that cleanses. It calls to charity, but charity that softens greed. It calls to fasting, but fasting that breaks pride. Every act of devotion is not a burden, but a means of returning, a means of remembering, a polishing of the heart's mirror so it might reflect a sliver of the divine light. Even silence is given meaning in the Quran. There are verses where the pause says as much as the words, where the rhythm slows to invite stillness, where the listener is asked to simply witness. Creation itself becomes a sermon, the rising of the sun, the fall of the rain, the meeting of rivers, the way a tree bends toward the light, the way a bird returns to its nest. All are signs. All are verses in the book of the world. One learns not only to read with the eyes, but to read with the soul. Not just the written verses, but the unwritten ones scattered through time and space. The Quran respects the intellect. It asks questions, invites thought, demands reflection. It does not shame the doubter who seeks. It only warns against the one who mocks. It offers clarity to those who are willing to look beyond their own reflection. It respects choice, but reminds that every choice carries weight. The path is open, but the destination is shaped by the steps taken. It calls not to blind faith, but to conscious trust, to a belief that grows from knowledge and leads to action. In this way, the Quran does not create followers who simply obey. It forms hearts that listen and understand. It creates people who feel the burden of justice, who carry compassion in their speech, who lower their gaze not just from modesty but from reverence. It builds individuals who see themselves not as owners of truth, but as bearers of trust, who do not seek superiority through knowledge, but responsibility. The beauty of the Quran is not only in its message, but in the way it meets each person where they are. To the one in grief, it brings comfort. To the one in confusion, it brings clarity. To the one in success, it brings grounding. To the one in guilt, it brings hope. It does not rush a person's journey, but walks beside them. It does not demand perfection, but presence. It does not close its pages to the fallen, but opens them wider. This is the mercy of the revelation, that it came down in stages, that it met the prophet in his hardest moments with verses that soothed and guided, that it came as a light in the night of ignorance, a healing for the diseases of the heart, a rope for the drifting soul, that it was memorized before it was written, and written before it was bound, and bound not only in pages but in hearts. And so the recitation continues, across the earth, in every language, every age, by voices young and old, in silence and aloud, in mourning and celebration, at birth and at death. It remains the breath of a people, the memory of a prophet, the legacy of a mercy sent to all the worlds. It is not only read, it is lived. The days pass and so do generations, yet the words remain untouched. In homes both grand and humble, the Quran rests on shelves and hearts, waiting to be opened again. Its ink may be black, its pages white, but what it carries is not color or form. It is light, not the kind that burns or fades, but one that reveals. Each verse is a doorway, and those who step through begin to see the world not only as it is, but as it was meant to be. Faith is not handed down like coins. It is built slowly, often quietly. A child hears a surah in the early hours of dawn. Years later, it returns to them like a forgotten scent. A young woman feels unseen until a verse speaks her worth. A man on the edge of despair hears a line that steadies his step. A prisoner recites from memory, and the chains lose their sting. These are not stories told to impress, but lives transformed by what could not be touched, only felt. The Quran offers no shortcuts to sincerity. It is not a spell book nor a shield from all pain. It never promised ease, only meaning. In hardship it gives purpose. In joy it reminds. It praises the one who does good unseen, who gives without boasting, who forgives even when wronged. The heroes of this book are not made by status, but by steadfastness. They are the ones who stand when others fall, who walk away from pride, who bow not to fear but to the one who created fear and peace alike. The prophets are not perfect by worldly standards. They weep, they struggle, they plead with their people and with their Lord, but they do not bend to falsehood. They are not painted in gold but carved in truth. Their stories are not merely tales of triumph but paths walked with patience. The Quran honors them not only for what they achieved but for how they endured. In every struggle, the call is repeated, be like them, not in title or miracle, but in faith, in trust, in surrender. Those who oppose them are not always monsters. Sometimes they are simply those who cannot let go of comfort, those who fear losing power, those who love the world too much to make room for truth. They are not hated, but warned. Again and again, they are shown signs. Yet some turn away and find comfort in denial. The Quran records their end not with glee, but with gravity. Not all stories are happy. Not every soul returns. And yet, even in that, there is justice. There is something haunting and beautiful about how the Quran speaks of death, not as an end, but as a beginning. Not as an absence, but as a meeting. The soul, stripped of illusion, stands before the one who knows it better than it knew itself. No need for speech, no witness greater than its own record. What was done with time, with hands, with eyes, with tongue, what was hidden in the heart, and what spilled out in moments of weakness or strength, all is present. There is no room for blame, no space for lies, only truth. And for those who believed, not perfectly but sincerely, there is mercy, a mercy greater than any they imagined. The Quran does not describe paradise only in gardens and rivers, but in peace, in reunion, in the lifting of sorrow, in the removal of fear, in the nearness of the one who created love. In that place, there is no envy, no grief, no fatigue. There is only presence. There is only light. The companions of the right hand are not made by status or lineage, but by hearts that turned, by hands that gave, by tongues that remembered. As for those who denied, not out of confusion but out of arrogance, the Quran does not hide their end. It is not cruel in its descriptions but clear. The fire is not only flame, it is regret. It is the weight of every ignored warning. It is the voice of truth remembered too late. But even then, the Quran reminds us, Allah is just. No soul is wronged. No deed is missed. Nothing small is overlooked, not even a mustard seed. Between these two fates stands a lifetime. What one does with it defines the final page. The Quran is not read only for knowledge, it is held for direction. It does not ask the believer to escape the world, but to engage with it differently, to walk among people with humility, to speak truth even when it costs, to pray not only in silence but in action, to recognize the face of the needy, to protect the dignity of the stranger, to stand firm even when alone. It honors the family. It speaks to spouses with tenderness. It commands respect for parents, especially in their old age. It praises those who raise their children with patience and love. It warns against betrayal, gossip, slander, and arrogance. It teaches that the tongue can wound deeper than a sword. It offers light in the home, in the marketplace, in solitude, and in society. It is not locked to the mosque. It belongs to life. The Prophet was called a walking Quran. His character was the revelation in motion. He smiled when wronged, forgave when hurt, stood firm when shaken, wept in prayer, laughed with children, spoke gently to the broken, and lived for others. He was not a king, but a servant. He lived simply, but carried a message for all time. His followers are not called to worship him, but to follow his light, to walk behind his footprints, even if with trembling steps. As this revelation nears its end, it does not slow. It reminds once more of the beginning, of the one who created, who gave sight, who sent down rain, who split the seed, who raised the sky, who shaped the heart. It calls to remember not only in crisis but in calm, to reflect not only in ritual but in relationship. It calls the reader to become more than one who recites, to become one who reflects, one who changes, one who returns. When the final words draw near, the sound of them carries a kind of stillness that fills more than silence. The Quran closes, not with grand conclusions or worldly triumph, but with the simplest and most human of needs. Seeking protection, not with strength, not with power, but with humility. It is as if after all the stories and lessons, the signs and judgments, what remains is a soul standing bare, whispering its fear and hope to the one who hears in secret. The last surahs, though brief, hold a tenderness that covers the entire journey. In them, the believer is taught to seek refuge from harm, from envy, from darkness, from the whispering that stirs the chest when no one else sees. These final verses are a soft closing after a storm. They do not echo with commands or laws, but with shelter. Like a child curling into the embrace of one they trust, they remind the believer to come home. Not because they are perfect, but because they are in need. Not because they have conquered all temptation, but because they are weary and still walking. There is wisdom in ending with this, in teaching that no matter how much you learn, how much you give, how far you climb, you are still in need of protection. From yourself, from others, from the unseen, from the slow corrosion of pride and the creeping vines of despair. It is fitting that the Quran ends on the note of unity and clarity. In a world of many gods and many claims, the last chapter speaks of one, not born, not giving birth, not equal to anything else, not distant, but beyond measure, the essence of simplicity and majesty. The return to this oneness is the heart of every surah, but here it is crystal and whole. It is not an argument. It is not an idea. It is a truth placed gently but firmly. The one who reaches this point with open eyes feels it not just in mind, but in marrow. The Quran began with praise, and it ends with seeking. It began with guidance and ends with refuge. It began with Lord of the worlds, and ends with Lord of mankind. It does not spiral upward into abstraction but folds inward, drawing the reader back to where all journeys begin, to dependence, to sincerity, to the breath between heartbeats where a prayer can rise without words. There is power in this closing, not because it concludes, but because it continues. For the one who recites these final surahs does not leave the book behind. They carry it now, in rhythm, in memory, in conscience. This ending is not a farewell. It is an opening, a reminder that the Quran was not meant to be read once and placed aside. It was sent to walk with you in the quiet moments of mourning, in the aching hours of doubt, in the hard days when doing the right thing feels like climbing a mountain barefoot, in the joy that bubbles up from unexpected places, in the tears of prayer that taste like release, in the longing for justice, for love, for a world that remembers its creator. The Quran does not promise that the path will be smooth, but it does promise that you will not walk it alone, that the light of truth will flicker even in the darkest corners, that forgiveness is always near for the one who turns, that the most broken soul can still be restored, that every deed, however small, is seen, that every injustice will be answered. That hope is not naive. That love for the divine can become a force that outlives death and remakes the world. This is not just scripture. It is mercy poured into words. It is not merely law, but song. Not only command, but conversation. A letter sent from the one who made you, who knows the angles of your hands and the whispers in your fears, who placed within you a longing that only he can fill. The Quran reaches you not only in triumph, but in your loneliness, not only in certainty, but in your asking, not only when you feel strong, but when you are most unsure. And if you return to it again and again, you will not find it aged or diminished. You will find it waiting, always relevant, always deep, always more than before. You may walk with it through your youth and hear one thing, then revisit it in your old age and find something else entirely. It grows as you grow. It reaches deeper as you sink roots. It speaks not only to intellect but to soul. It confronts and comforts. It warns and welcomes. So what does one do having reached the end? Begin again. Open the first page not as a reader, but as a seeker. Let the same verses shape you in new ways. Let them question your pride, soothe your hurt, guide your choices. Recite not for sound alone, but for remembrance. Live not as one who has read the Quran, but as one who continues to listen. Let it shape your character, refine your speech, quiet your anger, deepen your love, awaken your awe. Because the book is not finished. Not really. It lives in you now. It carries the breath of centuries and the promise of eternity. It does not fade with time. It is not bent by fashion or silenced by fear. It remains, as it always has, as it always will. And perhaps the most beautiful thing is this: the one who revealed it is still listening. When the words first descended upon him in the cave, the world was silent, except for the beating of his heart and the voice that filled the unseen with a command: recite. In that moment, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, became the bearer of a message that would stretch across deserts and oceans, centuries and hearts. The Quran did not come all at once. It came like rain on thirsty earth, bit by bit, moment by moment, each verse a balm and a burden, a light and a weight. It did not merely guide him, it shaped him. It accompanied him not as a book in hand, but as a presence alive within his chest. He would wake in the night, when the world slept, standing in stillness while the verses spilled from his lips with care and reverence. Sometimes he cried from the depth of their meaning, the tears soaking his beard and his mat. Sometimes he would repeat a single verse for hours, letting it echo through him until it softened every bone in his body. The Quran was not information to him, it was encounter. When his enemies mocked him, when stones bruised his skin and words pierced his heart, he did not answer in kind. The Quran spoke of patience, of returning what is bitter with sweetness, of meeting harshness with dignity, and so he did. In the early days, when believers were few and the pressure to compromise was great, he stood firm. They offered him wealth, power, even worship, if only he would cease reciting. But the Quran had taken root inside him. To part from it was not an option. It was not something he used. It was something he was. He said, "I cannot give it up. Not even if they place the sun in my right hand and the moon in my left." Because for him, to lose the Quran would be to lose breath itself. When his beloved companions were martyred, when his own family suffered, when losses came one after another, the Quran was his anchor. It reminded him of prophets who were mocked and rejected before him, of Moses standing before Pharaoh, of Noah building a ship in dry land, of Joseph imprisoned for a crime he did not commit. The Quran gave him stories not to entertain but to endure. They reminded him that hardship did not mean abandonment, and that truth was not always followed by applause. When battles came, the Quran shaped the ethics of warfare. It told him to uphold justice even against his own, to not betray, even if betrayed, to treat prisoners with mercy, and to give food to the hungry regardless of their belief. The Quran was not just law, it was a call to a higher character, and he answered it. His companions described him not just as one who carried the Quran, but as one who lived it. They said, "If you want to know what the Quran looks like in motion, look at him. His humility in victory, his forgiveness in power, his gentleness with children and his respect for women, all of it was from the Quran that lived within him." When the hypocrites spread rumors about his family, when scandal threatened his household, he waited. He did not rush to clear his name. He waited for revelation. And when it came with not just defense but instruction. The Quran did not shield him from the tests of life. It trained him to pass through them. Even when he was grieving the death of his son, the Quran came not with denial of pain but with reminders of paradise, of reunion, of patience. The Prophet held sorrow and hope in the same heart, because the Quran taught him how. Even in the most intimate moments, the Quran guided his conduct. It spoke about how to be a husband, a friend, a neighbor. It corrected him gently when he turned away from the blind man who sought knowledge. It reminded him that greatness lay not in lineage or tribe, but in taqwa, the awareness of God that lives unseen in the heart. It lifted the forgotten and reminded the arrogant that all power belongs to God. When he stood on the mountain giving his final sermon, the Quran had already saturated his being. His words to the people were not his alone. They were shaped by revelation. He reminded them of equality, of trust, of rights and responsibilities. The Quran had made him a shepherd of hearts, not a conqueror of lands. He was the one who prayed for his enemies, who forgave those who tried to kill him, who visited the sick even when they cursed him. The Quran taught him to meet ignorance with grace and hatred with calm, and he lived it. As his life neared its close, the Quran did not slow. Verses continued to descend. They reminded him to stay firm. They told him he would return to his Lord, that his task was nearly complete. And when the verse came that said, "This day I have perfected for you your religion and completed my favor upon you," tears filled the eyes of those who heard it, because they understood what it meant. The Prophet had given everything to deliver the message. His nights, his days, his tears, his strength. He had endured rejection, exile, siege, loss, and war, all for a book he could not read, but that read the hearts of men. When he passed from this world, his companions did not find vaults of gold or towering palaces. They found verses memorized in hearts and written on fragments of bone and leather. They gathered them, preserved them, and carried them, because they knew what it meant to him, and they knew it was meant for them, and for all who would come after. He once said, "I leave behind me two things. If you hold to them, you will never be misguided: the Quran and my example." He did not leave behind an empire carved in stone, but a legacy carved into souls. The Quran was not just his mission, it was his mirror. It reflected him, and he reflected it. To understand the Quran without understanding him is to miss its movement, its pauses, its mercy. He brought it to life not by explaining every verse, but by living them before anyone asked. He sat with the poor and stood with the oppressed. He kissed the forehead of orphans and wiped the tears of widows. He stood alone at times, misunderstood, maligned, but he stood anyway, because the one who revealed the Quran to him had chosen him to carry it. The Quran in his presence was not a book resting on a shelf. It was a breathing truth. It was on his tongue, in his heart, in his walk. And when he died, it did not die. It continued. It still continues. In the hearts that tremble at its sound, in the tears that fall during its recitation, in the change it births in lives that welcome it. The Prophet left us the Quran not just to study, but to let it live in us as it lived in him, not as a distant echo, but as a present guide. He was its first student and its perfect teacher. And in loving him, we learn how to love it, and through it, how to love the one who sent it. When the early Muslims recited the Quran, they did not do so in the luxury of comfort or security. Many of them whispered its verses in hidden corners, behind closed doors, in caves and courtyards lit by fear and faith. The words of God were not merely reminders to them, they were lifelines. Each verse was a shield against despair, a rope that pulled them forward when the world pressed down too hard. They knew the sound of footsteps outside meant danger. They knew a wrong word could mean exile, torture, or death. Yet still they recited. Some memorized silently, while others wept in hushed gatherings. Bilal, a slave in Makkah, was dragged and beaten under the desert sun, his ribs rising and falling like the earth beneath him. With blood on his lips, he still said Ahad, Ahad, the word for one. His tormentors did not understand how a single verse could outweigh 1,000 lashes, but he did. He had tasted the sweetness of Tawheed, and it filled him in a way food and water never could. Qubayb recited Quran on the gallows. Yasir and Sumayya refused to deny it, even with blades to their throats. The Quran was not simply words. It was truth burning through every layer of falsehood, and once it touched the heart, it never let go. They bled for it. They prayed with it. They lived and died with it. The Prophet knew the risk of each new revelation. Every verse exposed lies the powerful wanted to protect. Every ayah peeled back illusion and brought forth clarity. When he stood at the Kaaba and recited, the words did not echo through the air as poetry. They thundered into souls as judgment and hope. The Quraysh would cover their ears, stomp their feet, accuse him of magic, accuse the words of madness. But deep down, many knew this was not the voice of a poet. It was the voice of truth. And truth unsettles those who build their lives on sand. Even when the Prophet was offered ease in exchange for silence, he declined, because silence meant betrayal. The Quran asked him not to water it down, not to bend its words for favor or safety. It reminded him, deliver what you have been commanded, and turn away from those who turn away. The Quran came not to decorate speech but to reshape hearts, and reshaping always brings resistance. Over time, the verses carved a new identity into those who heard them. The poor felt seen, the weak felt heard, the lonely found companionship in divine speech. The Quran called them not to despair but to rise. It named them believers when no one else would. It promised them gardens when all they knew was hardship. It lifted their gaze from the cruelty of their oppressors to the mercy of their Lord. In Medina, the Quran did not pause. It continued as life shifted from secrecy to visibility. It gave laws, principles, and patterns of living. It taught how to build a community where character mattered more than bloodline. It told them how to settle disputes, how to treat the enemy, how to care for orphans, how to honor trust. It detailed marriage, inheritance, trade, war, and peace. It was not theory. It was breath and bone and structure. The Quran revealed the human heart with all its contradictions. It showed them their own selves with honesty. It spoke of envy and arrogance, of hypocrisy hidden behind good speech. It called them to clean not just their homes but their intentions, to be just even when it hurts, to speak truth even when it costs, to forgive not only those who deserve it but those who don't. Because it taught that forgiveness frees the forgiver first. They were a people once divided by tribal pride, revenge, and greed. But when the Quran came, it tore down those false boundaries. It said the noblest of you is the most God-conscious. And that shook the foundation of their old world. Now a former slave stood beside a nobleman in prayer. Now a shepherd had equal worth to a merchant, because the Quran redefined dignity, not as something inherited, but as something earned through taqwa, through humility and honesty before God. When calamities struck, the Quran did not say they would be spared. It said they would be tested with fear, hunger, loss of wealth, lives, and crops. But it promised glad tidings to those who endure with patience, those who say, we belong to God and to Him we return. The Quran did not romanticize suffering. It gave meaning to it. It said God is with the patient, and in those words, they found strength to stand when everything around them collapsed. Some of them had once worshipped idols. Others had buried their daughters out of shame. Some were men of war, men of drink, men of pride. But when the Quran came, it spoke to what still flickered beneath all of that. It did not only rebuke, it invited. It did not only warn, it loved. It told them of a Lord who is closer than the jugular, who responds when called upon, who knows the whisper and the scream, who forgives over and over. And many wept not from fear, but from a recognition that they had always belonged to Him, even when they didn't know how to return. The Quran trained their hearts like a patient gardener trains the vine. Slowly, over time, it curved their instincts toward light. What once felt impossible soon became second nature. They became men and women who would give their last piece of bread to the hungry, who would walk miles to comfort a neighbor, who would cry at night and smile by day, because they were changed, not by force, but by the grace of words spoken into their bones. This transformation was not a miracle of logic or argument. It was a miracle of revelation, and it continues today for those who open it not just with eyes, but with sincerity. The Quran speaks still. It breathes into the modern world just as it did in the ancient. It does not require perfect conditions. It requires an open heart, and once it enters, it begins its work. It softens, strengthens, humbles, elevates. It does not rush. It reshapes slowly and deeply. And if one listens closely, it always begins again with the same invitation: recite. The Quran does not merely inform, it transforms by calling each reader into a conversation already in motion since the beginning of humanity. It addresses the mind but never bypasses the heart. It uses stories not for entertainment, but for insight, and often begins by pulling the listener into moments that seem familiar, but unfold with unexpected clarity. When it recounts the story of Adam and Iblis, it is not simply explaining origins. It is holding up a mirror. It asks what pride costs a soul and what sincerity saves. It reminds the reader that the human being, though created from clay, was elevated not by form but by obedience and choice. That the first mistake did not end the story, but began the journey of mercy and return. When it speaks of Nuh, it is not merely describing a prophet who built a boat. It is a meditation on patience against ridicule, on truth spoken through decades of rejection. Nuh called his people by day and night, in public and in private. He pleaded with them for their salvation, not for his own vindication. And in that story, the Quran teaches that da'wah is not success measured by numbers, but by faithfulness to the message. When the flood came, it did not come without warning. It came after every door had been knocked upon. And when Nuh asked about his son, he was told this was not a matter of blood but of belief. The ark carried those who believed, not merely those who belonged by name. Ibrahim is not presented as a distant figure of history. He is given to the believer as a model of courage, conviction, and questioning. He did not inherit truth. He searched for it. He broke the idols of his people not only in wood but in idea. He asked his Lord how the dead would be raised and was not scolded for the question. He was shown, because the Quran dignifies sincere inquiry. It welcomes doubt when it is a doorway to deeper belief. Ibrahim was called to leave his home, to walk into fire, to sacrifice what he loved most. And each time he submitted, not with blind obedience but with illuminated trust. That is why he is called a friend of God, not for being without pain, but for walking through it with unshakable certainty in the one who sees all. When the Quran recounts the tale of Musa, it does not pause at the surface. It brings the listener into the trembling heart of a man called to confront a tyrant. Musa was not fearless. He said, "My chest tightens and my tongue is not fluent." And still, God chose him. Still, he was sent with miracles in one hand and truth in the other. The Quran lingers on Musa's journey not to glorify the past, but to instruct the present. It speaks of Pharaoh's arrogance, of how power blinds the soul when untethered from humility. It shows how the oppressed were lifted, how the sea opened, how the staff turned to a serpent, how water sprang from stone. Yet through all this, the Quran never lets the reader forget the heart of the matter, that salvation is not in signs alone but in surrender, that even a man who spoke to God must still be tested in trust. The Quran does not leave out women in this journey. It lifts their stories and grants them voice. Maryam is spoken of with deep reverence, described as chosen above all women, a woman who bore the weight of both miracle and accusation. Her story is not merely one of birth but of resilience. She retreats alone, cries out in anguish, and is met not with rebuke but with divine comfort. A voice beneath her reminds her to trust. A stream flows, dates fall, and her silence becomes testimony. Through her, the Quran speaks to every soul that has ever felt abandoned and reminds them that divine nearness is often clearest in isolation. The wife of Pharaoh is also given honor. She lived in the house of a tyrant, yet her heart remained with God. Her supplication is etched into Revelation itself. Build for me a house near you in paradise. She chose proximity to the Creator over the comfort of a palace, and her prayer is preserved not just as an example for women, but for anyone seeking clarity amid chaos. The Quran does not hide the faults of humanity. It reveals them with gentleness and firmness. It recounts the mistakes of prophets not to diminish them, but to show the mercy of God. Yunus fled and was swallowed by the whale, but in his darkness, he called out not with excuses but with confession. I was of the wrongdoers. That single line became the key to his release. The Quran shows that to be noble is not to be without failure, but to return without pride. Every story in the Quran pulses with relevance. It is not about distant lands or forgotten people. It is about every reader, every listener, every soul standing at the edge of a decision. It is an invitation to believe with the same raw faith that allowed the prophets to walk into storms, to rise from pits, to forgive their brothers, to face kings, to build arks in deserts, to say yes when every worldly reason said no. The Quran tells of the people of the cave, young men who withdrew to preserve their belief. They did not seek fame or power, only protection from a society that ridiculed truth. Their sleep became a sign, their awakening, a reminder. The story is not one of fantasy, but of courage wrapped in stillness. The Quran does not glorify rebellion for its own sake, but honors conviction in the face of pressure. It speaks of Qarun, who was given riches yet forgot their source. He strutted with arrogance, and his wealth became his ruin. It contrasts him with those who knew that true treasure lies not in what fills the hand, but what fills the heart with gratitude. The Quran does not condemn wealth. It condemns forgetfulness. It shows that gratitude transforms possession into blessing, while pride corrodes even the finest gold. The Quran tells of Luqman, a man gifted with wisdom. His advice to his son is etched not as lecture but as legacy. Do not associate partners with God. Be humble in your walk. Lower your voice. Establish prayer. Be patient with what befalls you. These are not grand speeches but simple truths that shape character. The Quran places wisdom not only in prophets but in fathers who care and teach, in voices that guide with sincerity rather than authority. It reminds again and again that the end is certain, that each soul will return, that every deed will be seen, that the record never forgets. But in this, there is no terror for those who believe. There is reassurance that nothing good is lost, that not even a grain of effort is wasted, that tears shed in solitude are known, that prayers whispered through cracked lips are heard. The Quran is not a scroll to be studied in isolation. It is a companion. It travels with the believer through joy and grief, through clarity and confusion. It is not rigid. It breathes. It waits. It meets each person where they are and nudges them gently or firmly toward where they could be. And if one comes to it with sincerity, it never turns them away. Its doors are always open. Its light always reaches. Its mercy never runs dry. The Quran does not unfold like a textbook. It speaks like a current, sometimes soft, sometimes crashing, always moving the soul towards something deeper. It lifts the veil on life's patterns and makes the unseen more real than stone. In the surahs that follow, the Quran does not just offer argument. It offers music, movement, reflection. It names things plainly but asks the reader to hear with the heart. When it speaks of the day of judgment, it does so not with threat but with urgency. The caller will call, and none will pretend they did not hear. The sky will split, the stars will scatter, the seas will boil, and the earth will empty her burdens. The soul will ask what all this means. It will be answered with truth. The scale will descend, and what is weighed is not status or appearance, but intention, effort, word, action. Even a whisper will find its echo. The Quran is filled with reminders of how easily the heart forgets, not out of malice, but from distraction. It invites the soul to return, to turn the gaze inward, to examine the pulse not of the wrist but of the spirit. It speaks of those who mocked the truth and called it magic or poetry. Yet it is neither spell nor rhyme. It is clarity, carved into language, a clarity that leaves the heart both stirred and stilled. In the surah of the groups, it describes the scene of resurrection. One group walks with light stretching before them, their faces calm. Another stumbles in darkness, grasping at excuses. Those who turned away are reminded of how many signs they were given, how the message reached them, yet they chose pride over submission. But the Quran does not mock. It grieves. It pleads. It calls them brothers, cousins, neighbors, not strangers. It always speaks to the humanity of the one who listens, never forgetting that hearts were made to return. It speaks of the companions of the fire, not with cruelty, but with sorrow. It shows how small choices, repeated without pause, can harden into chains. How arrogance blinds, not with one great act, but with the refusal to see one's own soul. And it shows how mercy remains, open until the final breath, how repentance can shift the entire scale of a life. The surahs offer images, a tree rooted in faith, rising with branches into the sky, a stone that splits and pours water, a heart like a vessel that either reflects or distorts, light layered upon light, or veils drawn over sight. These are not abstract metaphors, they are mirrors. A hypocrite is not only someone from another era, it is a warning to any who speak without living, who cloak doubt in language, who seek praise over sincerity. In the surah of the kneeling, every nation is brought forth, every group will kneel, their records will be opened, and each soul will read its own story. There will be no editors, no advocates, only truth spoken in ink. Those who were given knowledge and acted upon it will be raised in rank. Those who knew and denied will be silent. The Quran does not delight in these scenes. It delivers them with gravity, inviting the listener to prepare, not despair. The prophet is never presented as a remote figure. He is shown as a man who weeps, who worries for his people, who walks the streets with hope and trembles in prayer. The surahs remind the reader that this message did not come through thunder alone, but through years of hunger, boycott, mockery, exile, battle, and forgiveness. That it was carried by a man who knew what it meant to bury a child, to be called mad, to be betrayed, and still rise before dawn to pray for those who harmed him. In this section, the Quran speaks again of creation, of the heavens raised without pillars, of the mountains pegged, of the creatures that crawl, swim, soar. It says these are not ornaments. They are signs. The stars are not just light. They are navigation. The cattle are not just beasts. They are provision. Rain is not just weather. It is life returning to dead land. The Quran keeps asking, do they not see? Not as accusation, but as invitation, to see the world not with weariness, but with wonder. The surahs speak often of gratitude, not as a mood, but as a form of clarity. Gratitude is not just saying thank you. It is walking humbly, giving generously, living purposefully. It is remembering that every breath is on loan, and that the giver waits to be remembered. The Quran ties gratitude to increase, not because God needs praise, but because gratitude keeps the heart fertile. When it addresses rules and law, it does not do so coldly. It links them to mercy. It reminds that justice is sacred, that scales must be balanced, that contracts must be honored, that oaths matter, that false accusation is a crime against the soul. It protects the rights of the vulnerable, the orphan, the stranger. It commands modesty not to suppress, but to preserve dignity. It teaches that words have weight, that gossip is like eating the flesh of your brother, that suspicion is poison. And through all of this, it reminds that believers are not perfect, but they try and return when they falter. The Quran draws lines between this world and the next, but it does not sever them. It shows how the unseen is connected to the seen, how every moment here echoes into forever. It describes paradise not as a fantasy but as home, a place where no grief touches, where rivers flow beneath, where speech carries no hurt, where the soul is greeted with peace. It is not earned by deeds alone, but by mercy. Yet mercy is not random. It lands upon those who seek it, who extend it, who believe in it. This section of the Quran is not one of conclusions, but of awakenings. It does not end a conversation. It deepens it. It is like the moment before dawn, when the light has not fully broken, but the air shifts. The soul feels what is coming before it sees. The Quran wants the listener to feel the weight of time, the nearness of return, the beauty of a life shaped by worship and humility. And with that feeling, it calls the soul not to fear, but to prepare with sincerity, to stand with presence, and to live as if each word spoken is heard, and each step taken is seen. The closing chapters of the Quran carry a different cadence. They are shorter in length but heavy in meaning, refined by rhythm and layered with clarity. These final surahs move quickly but pierce deeply. They are like lanterns handed to a traveler in the dark. They address the individual soul more directly. They call to the heart as it stands alone, no longer buffered by tribe or status, faced with the truth of what it always knew. The surah of the event begins with a question, not about time or place, but about whether you know what it is. The quake is not merely physical, it is the undoing of pretense. The earth will speak, the records will rise, and every action, however small, will be seen. Those who did good will know it. Those who played with truth will wish to turn back. But there is no going back, only forward, with what the soul carried all along. There are reminders that this world is not idle. The palm trees, the sun's turn, the alternating winds, the ways provision is sent down and taken up, all speak to a plan. The human being is asked to observe with more than eyes, not to drift through life, but to notice, to witness, to reflect. The Quran calls each person to remember their origin. From dust, from a clot, from water that was once despised, and yet made with form, intellect, balance, and purpose. It calls out the deceivers not with mockery, but with truth. The one who hoards and thinks his wealth will make him last. The one who slanders and stirs division. The one who sees religion as a burden and prayer as a performance. These are not historical figures. They are echoes within the self, caution signs written in divine ink. The Quran shines a light on these flaws, so they may be faced, not hidden. In the surahs about divine mercy, the tone softens, like a hand on the shoulder of the weary. It reminds that your Lord has not forsaken you, that the end will be better than the beginning, that every pain carries purpose. It speaks to the orphan, to the broken, to the one who doubts their worth. It reassures gently, with a calm that steadies, and it does not stop with comfort. It calls for action. It tells the listener to lift others, to speak kindly, to share what was once withheld, to live the gratitude they now feel. The stories return not with length but with weight. The people of the trench, the elephant, the one who transgressed in arrogance, and the one who was patient under hardship. These are not just tales. They are moral anchors. They are reminders that divine aid is not measured by force, but by truth. That the most powerful is not the one who commands armies, but the one protected by heaven itself. When the Quran speaks of purity, it is not only of speech or ritual, it is the purity of motive, to give without seeking praise, to fast not for recognition, to pray in stillness, even when unseen. The surahs draw a line between hypocrisy and sincerity, and they make no apology for the difference. They call the believer to consistency, to truth in both silence and speech. One of the final surahs speaks of clear proof, a messenger among the people, reciting purified scriptures, calling to uprightness. It describes those who believe as the best of creation and those who disbelieve as the worst, not because of their background or bloodline, but because of their response to truth. It draws this contrast to awaken the soul, not to divide the world. The criterion is not race or wealth, but belief, action, and intention. The surah of the earthquake returns again to the truth of resurrection. The earth will release her burdens. People will be shown their deeds, even if it is a speck. It is a promise that nothing is lost. Not a tear, not a kindness, not a hidden sin. Everything lives in the record. This is not a threat. It is an assurance that meaning runs through every moment. Then the soul is shown itself. It is asked to look at how it spends, at what it chases, at what it loves. The Quran warns against becoming intoxicated by wealth and forgetting the grave. It tells of the crushing fire, of the flames that wrap not only bodies but hearts. But it also tells of peace, of the one who gives their soul in trust, of the one who purifies, who remembers, who does not hoard knowledge or kindness. One surah tells of a man who gave little and expected much, who turned away arrogantly, who did not feed the poor or encourage others to. His prayer was empty. His heart was hard. The Quran condemns such conduct not with rage but with piercing truth. It asks what kind of religion allows this. It calls the listener to a better path. There is a surah that speaks of a palm tree and of destruction, and of hands cut off from purpose. The hands that fought the truth would find themselves severed, not just in limb, but in legacy. The Quran reminds that lineage cannot save, power cannot defend. When truth arrives, only the soul's light remains. The closing chapters invoke protection from envy, from darkness, from whispers. They call on the Lord of daybreak, the Lord of people, the sovereign of all. These are not abstract titles. They are lifelines. When fear grips, when harm circles, when the soul feels alone, these final words become shelter. They remind the believer that refuge lies not in might or wealth, but in the one who sees, hears, and guards without rest. These last verses complete the Quran not by ending its message but by wrapping it close. They do not fade out quietly. They land. The call to reflect remains. The call to rise remains. The call to return remains. And the one who revealed these words remains, ever near. The rhythm of revelation slowed in its final descent. What began as fire in the night became a light that stayed, not to burn but to guide. This final stretch of verses is not only a closing but a drawing near. It reminds the soul what it is made for. It invites hearts to remember their shape before the world bent them. It gives no dramatic farewell, but rather a quiet seal, firm and intimate, upon the chest of the one who listens. The chapters that speak of dominion begin with wonder. The gaze is lifted to the stars, to the perfect balance of skies that do not collapse, to the birds held aloft by mercy. The soul is reminded that power surrounds it at every breath, not through noise, but through harmony. These verses invite awe. They challenge the one who doubts to walk the earth, to rise in the night, to call upon the sustainer and listen for what stirs within. They describe the unseen guardians who record deeds and whisper warnings. They speak of gardens lush and wide, reserved not for the wealthy or the loud, but for those who feared when alone and gave when no one watched. The Quran does not flatter. It holds the mirror even when the truth is sharp. It speaks of those who mock, who deny the resurrection, who think silence is proof of absence. It recounts the fate of nations who did the same, who thought they were too advanced to fall. But their bones became lessons. Their cities crumbled beneath time. The Quran does not mock their end. It mourns what was lost and tells their stories so others might turn before they reach the same edge. The surahs press closer to the personal. They speak of the whisperer who hides and returns, not a monster but a pattern, a shadow in the chest. These verses do not dramatize. They recognize the battle of the self. The Quran offers a shield, not made of metal but of remembrance. Say, I seek refuge. Say, I seek protection. Say, my Lord is one. These phrases are not incantations. They are anchors. They ground the heart in a truth deeper than fear. There are surahs that open with oaths, by the scattering winds, by the descending angels, by the dawn that breaks. These are not poetic flourishes. They are reminders that everything around the human being testifies. Nature does not rebel. The sky does not lie. It is only the human heart that forgets. The Quran returns again and again to the day when secrets rise and masks fall, when limbs will speak and time will stretch to reveal what was rushed past. It reminds the soul that no weight is too small to matter, that even the breath held in patience, the tear wiped in solitude, the kindness done in fatigue, will be brought forth with care. In one surah, the people of the trench are remembered, burned alive for saying they believed. Their story is not long, but it lingers. They were not saved in this life, but their faith is preserved in the Quran, etched where tyrants cannot reach. The Quran does not promise ease. It promises meaning. It promises presence. It promises that not one hardship will go unseen. Not one act of quiet faith will be lost. When the Quran speaks of generosity, it is not only of gold or food, it is about giving of the self, smiling when tired, listening when restless, forgiving when it would be easier not to. The one who gives freely, not to impress, but because they know who owns their provision, is praised. The one who hoards and counts, whose wealth becomes a burden, is warned. Not to shame, but to awaken. The Quran pulls no punches in these final surahs, but it also holds no grudge. Its warnings are wrapped in mercy. There is a surah that speaks of a woman who harms with speech, who throws thorns in secret. Her end is not told with vengeance, but with justice. Another surah tells of the elephant, of an army destroyed not by swords but by birds, by divine order. These stories are brief, but they echo. They remind the reader that power is not in numbers, that protection can come in the smallest forms, and that truth, when guarded by heaven, cannot be broken. The final surahs offer a full arc, from majesty to intimacy, from the vastness of creation to the breath in the chest. They bring the listener back to themselves, to the whisper of fear, to the spark of hope. They address not only the community, but the one reading alone in the night, and they leave a trail of light back to the beginning. The Quran ends not with farewell, but with protection, with the seeking of refuge, from darkness, from envy, from whispers, from harm seen and unseen. It teaches the heart to turn instinctively, not to the world, but to the one who shaped it. And in that turning, the soul finds rest. The Quran, from its first word to its last, is not just a message. It is a companion, a mirror, a rope, a balm, a sword, a guide. And in the end, it offers not applause, not permission to relax, but a prayer that the listener stays guarded, lit from within, and always aware that they walk under the watchful care of the most merciful. It begins in the heart before it reaches the tongue. The rhythm of revelation, the breath of mercy, the weight of every word, it all lands first within. The Quran was never just for memorization or melody. It was a conversation between the Creator and the created, between the eternal and the fleeting, between the unseen and the overwhelmed. And as its verses wind from thunderous warnings to soft whispers, from grand histories to quiet commands, from cosmic awe to personal correction, the truth becomes clear. This book is alive. It does not rush. It does not flatter. It does not follow the urgency of the world. It trains the soul to pause. It lifts the gaze and roots the steps. Every verse is an invitation to return, not just to God, but to the self before the noise. It meets the reader where they are, in fear or pride, in shame or hunger, and pulls them gently toward clarity, not all at once. Sometimes with a fire, sometimes with a garden, sometimes with a question, sometimes with just a single name. What began with trembling in a cave did not spread through violence, wealth, or numbers. It spread through hearts that were pierced, through lives reshaped, through people who once buried daughters but now cried over orphans, through the broken who became whole, and the mighty who were brought to their knees. Revelation taught a generation to love justice more than revenge, to love God more than themselves, to walk the earth not as owners, but as caretakers, to leave behind the love of being seen and trade it for the pleasure of being known. The book speaks to the past, but it lives in the present. It tells of prophets and their people not as tales, but as reflections. In the denial of Pharaoh is the arrogance of today. In the patience of Moses is the struggle of all who lead. In the tears of Miriam is the pain of the misunderstood. In the courage of Ibrahim is the firewalker in every age. In the silence of Yusuf is the one wronged and waiting for vindication. These stories do not belong to history. They belong to the reader. They are not dust-covered relics. They are seeds waiting to bloom. The Quran does not sugarcoat. It lays down the day of judgment with clarity. It speaks of the scales and the scrolls, of the knees buckling, of the regrets too late to unsay. It paints hell not to terrify for sport, but to awaken before slumber becomes a grave. And it describes paradise not with indulgence, but with intimacy, the smile of God, the welcome of peace, the reunion with beloveds, the removal of every sorrow. It speaks of a day when the soul is known completely and still forgiven, of a moment when the book is handed in the right hand and the heart breathes for the first time. It speaks also of the signs, not hidden ones, but ones spread across the sky and stitched into the veins, the wind, the rain, the sleep and waking, the birth and burial, the words formed without thought, the tears spilled without cause, the way a bird knows to fly and a child knows to cry, all of it a language, all of it a mercy. But for those who rush, who close their hearts, who worship the seen and dismiss the unseen, the signs remain veiled. The Quran does not curse them. It mourns them. It beckons them back until the final breath. The book corrects, but it also consoles. It rebukes the greedy, but uplifts the forgotten. It commands the prayer, but also the patience. It demands purity, but also forgives weakness. It restricts so the soul might be free. It warns so the heart might be safe. It creates boundaries, not to control, but to guard what is sacred. It teaches that honor is not in wealth, nor power, nor tribe, nor numbers. It is in awareness, in humility, in faith, and in the unseen record kept with absolute justice. There are verses that shake the earth, but others that whisper to the tired. Verses that break pride, but others that soothe loneliness. There are chapters that march, and chapters that sing. And woven through it all is love. Not the fleeting, broken love of men, but the perfect, patient love of the one who fashioned the soul, counted its breaths, saw every mistake, and still chose to speak. This book is not given to angels. It was meant for the flawed. It descended not into palaces, but into caves and hearts burdened with grief. From the trembling of the prophet in Hira to the final verse in Arafat, the Quran was revealed over decades, through hardship and victory, in battlefields and at weddings, in hunger and in feasts. It is a book that has cried with widows and stood with orphans, that has confronted kings and sat beside the poor. It does not need defense. It defends. It does not need to be beautified. It is beauty. The Quran teaches not only what to believe, but how to be, how to walk, how to speak, how to forgive, how to live, how to die. And when it speaks of God, it does not leave him distant. It tells of the one who is nearer than the vain, who responds to every call, who knows the secret and the broken. The one who forgives before the sin is complete. The one who loves when no one else sees worth. The one who mends what the world tears apart. The Quran does not present a God of fear. It presents a God of awe, a God of gentleness, a God whose anger is justice and whose mercy is boundless. And it asks the soul to return, not in perfection, just in sincerity. This book began with reading, not fighting, not preaching, reading, a call to reflection, to seeking, to truth, and it ends with refuge, as if to say, the journey is not to end in pride, but in protection. The closer one draws to the words, the more one sees the need for help, for guidance, For grace, the Quran is not a trophy. It is a lamp, and the one who carries it is not above others. They are simply trying to walk without stumbling. It has outlived empires. It has survived enemies. It has crossed deserts and oceans. It has been memorized by children and pondered by scholars. It has been misunderstood and misused, but it remains untouched at its core. Those who approach it with arrogance may find nothing, but those who approach it with need, with humility, with longing, they find not just verses but a voice, not just recitation but a reminder of who they truly are, and who they were always meant to be. The Quran speaks to the reader in every age, to the mother with no sleep, to the father with no voice, to the sinner with no hope, to the youth with no direction, to the elder with no strength, to the stranger with no home, to the heart with no anchor. It does not promise ease, but it promises that every pain has meaning, that every step is seen, that every tear is stored, that every effort will be multiplied, that nothing good is lost with God. So as the last verse is closed and the last breath of recitation is released, the journey does not end. The Quran is not finished because its ink ends. It is finished when it lives in action, when its verses are walked, not just spoken, when its commands are honored in the quiet moments, when its mercy is reflected in how one treats the weak, when its hope is what lifts a tired soul from despair, when its remembrance becomes a pulse. This book has not come to decorate shelves. It has come to lift hearts, to confront injustice, to inspire nobility, to draw the human being out of shadow and into clarity. It is not a burden. It is a lifeline, and the one who holds it, even trembling, even unsure, even broken, is still being held, not by paper, not by sound, but by the one who spoke, not to be heard but to be followed. Let the final word not be goodbye. Let it be a beginning. Let the Quran not be placed aside. Let it be placed within. Let it echo in action. Let it shape the silence between words. Let it guide the choices that seem small. Let it be carried not as a badge but as a trust. Let its verses continue to rise in the night and soften the hearts that once were hard. Let it live, not just on tongues but in footsteps, not just in books but in lives. And if ever the soul forgets, let it return again. Let it pick up where it left off. Let it hear again the words that do not change, the mercy that does not end, the call that does not fade. Because the Quran is not finished. It is waiting for the next reader, for the next seeker, for the one who aches, for the one who longs, for the one who is ready to begin again.